Okay, people. This is the topic of today. Darron Wiseman, aka in my book, Darron Wasteman. Good day to you, Naya. This is the topic we're talking about today. If you guys don't know who this person is, you should get to know so you can actively avoid them. Nenin, good to see you. Thank you for coming to my live. Yes, Sakila, welcome. Darron Wiseman. If you see him sometimes on your, thank you, Set, that brother is mad. Thank you. Darron Wiseman. He is on this application right here, holding lives many times a week. Clearly, what color is his skin? Same color as mine. So why is he so anti-black? Why does he platform racists? Why? Why does he do it? He platforms racists. Samori, come up. I think you know too. We are going to talk about this motherfucker today and anybody else who is also an enemy of the people. I'm talking specifically about enemies of the people, and he is one of the two people that I have a personal issue with on this app. One of two. And I'm going to mention one, right? So I've mentioned one before. And I'm going to also mention, of course, this name up here. So I've only attended his live twice ever. And the second time I attended was enough to be like, this motherfucker is not okay. Not okay. Let me tell you about my experience real quick. First time I was like, yeah, this is interesting. This man's bringing some really interesting topics to the conversation. Yeah. Come on, son, let's go there. Come on, bro. The second time I said, this bitch is allowing these racists to spout so much hateful shit towards black people and black women while I am sitting there on the panel right there. I start screaming at him, excuse me? What the hell do you think you're doing? Excuse me? And then when folks start screaming, did he deplatform the racist? This was earlier this year. I have not returned to his space. Since then, why does Fox keep hearing Darron Wasteman is platforming racists? Darron Wasteman is hating on black women. Darron Wasteman this, Darron Wasteman that. Darron is not changing his behavior. And you know what Darron Wasteman had the cheek to do today? That bitch says that Fox platforms racists. I'm sitting here saying, when was that? When did that happen? Someone tell me when Fox platformed racists, because I'm not aware of that happening. He had to lie. He had to now lie. The bitch is now lying. He is lying. Through that big bubba head of his, he is spouting lies now upon me. Upon me. My experience was bad enough, as I've mentioned. Bad enough. Oh, my makeup has gone up here. And the drama also that surrounds that guy. Why the hell are you here? What are you using your platform for? As a black person, it is your responsibility to be able to tackle racism head on. This is what all black people on this app are supposed to be doing. Tackling racism head on. Stop. Why is this bitch giving it a highlight? He sits there and is like, we got to let everybody speak. Attack the point. Don't attack the person. I don't want to mute anybody because we're all adults here. This is the shit that he says.
I mean,
Samori,
wow.
what have you got to add? What have you got to add?
I just can't believe this is happening, but fair enough, man. Honestly, with him, I've been up and down, but I haven't been on his panel, I think, since last week or the week before, something like that. And there was this problem with this, I think he just has too much patience when it comes to racism. Honestly, that's me, because sometimes I will see him, he talks, there was this like one person called Derby, and he was adamantly arguing with this guy about systemic racism. And this Derby guy was like, nah, he still believes that systemic racism wasn't a thing. I'm like, why would you keep somebody like this, right? We give him the figures, literally no enemies. You know, no enemies, Fox, I think. He was giving him stats. He was bringing it up on his panel. He was, putting a link up. He was one of the ones was he brought up the statistics for the birth rates, the unaliving birth rates for black women in the NHS, which the NHS pushed out themselves. And this Derby guy goes, well, that's not happening because, that's not happening because of systemic racism. And we would give him the fact, the unconscious bias, things like that, right? And this Derby guy was not listening. And I'm like, why is Darron just keeping this guy on the panel? Like, I just don't get it. What's the point? If a YT person just doesn't want to understand it, what's the point of teaching people? Do you know what I mean? And it's not even just Darron. Obviously, Darron's, you could say, is the main culprit. But, there were other figures around on this app. Sorry. I don't want to make
Tell me, for today, for me, it is, we are name dropping because this is about protecting the people. This is about protecting the people. Samori, if you know anything about me or anyone who's here, anyone who's here regularly, you know me, I'm not about that life. I don't like drama. I don't like name dropping. I've never done it before. I say there's only one person who I've mentioned before and I did do a live on, and that was about Andreas, the moral reason. And I might bring him up again later for the things that he's done and said on here. But this is the first time that I'm putting somebody's face up on here so we can talk about it. And it is very important, Samori, that we are around the people that actually know, because hearing this rhetoric is incredibly harmful. It is so harmful for us to hear and to have black people on the apps like arguing, like you've just said, with racists to be like, nah. You know how traumatizing that is and how triggering that is. It's horrific.
It's honestly,
Samori, give me some names. Give me some more names.
What day is it today? It's a Friday, isn't it? It's a Friday. I think we've all somewhat got the energy. Do you know what I mean? I mean, for example, there's one. There was this one woman. I feel like Leanne will know. I don't know if Leanne's on the live, but I don't want to misname the person because I've already heard their voice. Where she would come up on what's his name? Bob's lives.
Bob debates.
Bob debates. Yeah, and sometimes she would come up on Bob's debates and do this whole thing of, apparently we would Billy Darron, or we would talk down on white people, not YT people, but like YT racist apparently, and apparently that's not the way to do it. Basically, apparently we have to be nice to the YT racist. If you ask Leanne after the live, I'm not even joking, she can name you the person. I just don't want to name drop yet because it's Friday.
Give me the first letter.
It begins with an A. But
okay, I don't think I know. That's not the person I had in my mind, because otherwise I would have said their name. But go on. Yeah.
But she has been on Bob's debates, and sometimes it's like this. She's not the only. There's other people, but I can't remember their names for the life of me. But there are people in here for some reason. It's like apparently we have to be nicer to the YT racists. I'm like, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? Like people, like I don't mind having a discussion, but if somebody isn't like actively ignoring the statistics that you're placing out, that we're taking time out of our day to teach these YT people about racism, why are you bothering them? He was on that panel for almost an hour and 30 minutes. I'm saying that like, what?
Oh Lord,
he had more talking
That's
space.
An energy drain.
Yeah,
it's an energy drain. Yes,
than a lot of the black BLK people that were on that panel. Way more. No enemies barely got a chance to speak. He was crashing out on that panel, going, "Oh no, I'm not good. I'm going to talk over you." And then, honestly, man, do you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm glad you recognised it. This is the thing, right? It's like, guys, we have to be aware. And just because somebody is in a black body does that not mean that they have your best interests at heart. It does not mean that. Or you have to literally look at the space, look at the conversation. Like Samori's just said, if we are coming up with facts and statistics, which we are, a lot of us are very clued up about that shit. Very clued up. But then if you've got a black man sitting there going, oh, no, we have to hear what the racists have to say. Racists do not get any priority in any lifetime, let alone a TikTok live. It's disgraceful. It's despicable.
I think we all, especially as BLK people, we all actively experience racism even just by walking out the door. And we don't need to experience on a stupid dancing TikTok app. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's going on? I think there's a limit everybody has, and I think this is what it is, and I don't think Darren understands it. Like I said, I told him as well, like, because there's a whole situation about the whole goat herder thing. I don't know if you heard about it, but like I said, like, my dad's a patient person in general, not about racism, but just like, he's one of those people who can, regulate, not just regulate his emotions, but he's patient. Like, he can just sit there for a good 40 years and not say a word. You know what I mean? He's one of them. But like, honestly, it gets to a point where it's like, you got to start seeing it as a black person, like, what's going on here. And this person's just not willing to use their brain or even just read. Like, we gave him, no enemies gave him links to, to copy and put it in your Safari, whatever stupid Google you use, man. And to read for like a good 20 seconds. Like, we all go to school, right? We all go to school. And we ask him as well to give us source where he's getting his sources from, right? We all went to secondary school, I'm presuming, or we all went to college, and we all got told, go learn how to read. Not even just learn how to read, but go and read what people give you, or go go off and read on your own. Go and find information on your own. We all got told that in secondary school and college, So I don't know why. Do you know what I mean? Honestly,
remember, even though some people attended school, but they were not present in the mind when they went to school. They just literally went there to say, I'm here, and they were not open enough to learning. And even so, school
just there for a body.
Is life. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, life is school. When you stop learning, you stop your development. And this is the case for a lot of people. Don't come on this app every single day if you just want to cry and whinge and moan and be angry. Get a freaking hobby. Why are you here being hateful every single day? Darren has no intention of learning anything. The first thing he said to me when I joined his life was, Fox, do you have an agent? An agent? For what? It's like, yeah, I make money on it. Like, they tell me to do certain things, and I think, got to make money on here. Like, oh, so that's your game. That's your game, making money. So you're doing this specifically to make money. Nothing to do with you as a person. You are selling your soul out, and you are a sellout for TikTok coins.
Yeah, TikTok coins are worth like 2p. What's going on, man? Are we that broke on this app?
Exactly. Exactly. It is not enough. It's not enough. Right. The live was quickly restricted. I'm just going to restart the live real quick. Okay. So Maury and Nate, please come back. And everybody else in the chat, I'm just going to restart us. Right. So please come back, because we need to continue this conversation and keep talking. Okay. Right. I'm just going to restart it, guys. We'll restart. Let's keep this conversation going. Let's keep it 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 going. We have to talk. We must talk about everything that we see, we hear, and we know. It must be done. It must be done. Anything that we've seen, we've understood, we know, let's share that shit. Nate, how are you, my dear?
I'm good, my glorious queen. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. I'm lovely. So I know you've been feeling this topic of conversation right now. What do you have to add, Nate?
Well, I've been seeing this guy for a while. I'm not gonna lie, I follow him, and the reason why I follow him, because it keeps me in the loop. I really and truthfully, I already know that there's so many racism.
Of what?
Of what? Of the racists. Of the racists. I already know that they're there, but maybe it's one of them ones where I'm just thinking, are these people really like this? Like, what I've noticed as well, it's like he's got no backbone. He allows people to dictate how his life is gonna go. Yeah. The last guy that was up saying that he's got too much patience. He does have way too much patience. And then again, when I think about it, it's not patience. It's you're an idiot, because I don't know if you've seen the film Farming. But he's like the main character who just let them abuse him. So basically, Farming is about the skinheads in the 80s, yeah. And there's this Nigerian boy who got taken in by a white family. Cut a long story short, the skinheads like prey on him, yeah, and they basically treat him like a dog.
Oh, yes, I think I've seen that. Did he end up? Does he go on prison? This one is this the story?
No,
he ends
I
up in
can't.
prison, and then he ends up being like a white supremacist almost.
Yes,
he
is. It's a white supremacist. I don't remember him going to prison.
Yeah.
But he ends up becoming a white supremacist, a Nigerian white supremacist. Like, but anyway, this is who he reminds me of, because they will say some mad stuff, and as a black man, you sit there, you don't even think, right, I'm blocking you, you're coming off my panel. You allow them to sit up on your panel, and you allow them to attack people. Yeah. And it's one of them ones, like, I feel that now that it's been said that you actually said it, he's doing it for TikTok coins, and I had a feeling that, is he an agent? Is he doing this like for a reason? Because I can't see that how you can be a black man and you're allowing these people to say triggering stuff. Like, yeah, man. Like, just like in the comments, he's a raccoon.
Exactly. It is not him having patience. It is literally because he wants to make sure that his live is popular and that he's earning these pennies. And yes, Ice, this is exactly what we say. He's a sellout. Samori, please do come back up on the panel. I can't seem to invite you. But yeah, Darron is one of these people, unfortunately. And it sucks when you have people that are ending up representing a community. Right, with us as platforms as we do, we end up representing a community whether we like to or not, or whether we even think about it or want to. Me and myself, I'm literally just here. First of all, my content was about me and myself, my journey decolonizing, and then I start, of course, doing lives and having conversation, and I realized that I have a responsibility to talk truthfully and honestly while representing people who look like me. It is very important that I stay on code, and any person from an ethnic background, black, brown, whoever you are, and white people's responsibility is to wake up and understand what racism looks like in all of its forms. This is what every single person on this planet is supposed to be doing. Darron Wasteman is not his actual name, it's what I call him. His name is Darron Wiseman. Darron Unwise Man. Darron Wasteman is what I call him.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, go on, Samori.
No, I probably worded it wrong when I said I called him patient. The problem is, right, there's no way you can sit there. Like, there's some things, right, where white people will come up on this panel and they will say that they're most like, I don't know, just most outlandish things. I don't know how else you could say in English, honestly. Right? I think even Nate saw it as well. Like, you'd be in the comments and the white person would be saying like some, I don't know, like some nonsense, right? I can't give you a good example, but just pure nonsense, right? Especially about BOK people or about another person of color. And then I'll be looking at Darron, because Darron's on camera. He's literally on camera. I'll be looking at him, and sometimes he just doesn't have a reaction. Yeah, yes, he doesn't have a reaction, bro. So I'm like, maybe he's just more patient than me. Maybe because I'm 21, I haven't developed my frontal lobe yet to be patient, whatever you fucking call it. Sorry for my language, but it's like, honestly, this guy's like, he's got his camera on. So he's got his camera on, and he just doesn't have a reaction. Somebody could fully be saying, yeah. So a white person could be fully screaming the N-word, and he goes, yeah. And somebody even told me he's 47 years old. That's what I was calling him about last week. I think it was you, actually. 47 years old, and you have no... Anyways, I want to let other people talk.
He's 47 years old on his birth certificate, not in the brain. Clearly. Chetna, good to see you. Does he disassociate or something? No. I honestly think that he is just, again, about the money. He doesn't care. He's literally just sitting there thinking, is this live going to make me some money? Okay. You got to be really hard down on your luck if you think that making money on TikTok and doing lives and being like this is literally going to be okay. My moderators, I'm going to just take a minute to shout you out for a second, because some of you were here when I said this and some of you weren't here when I said this. Darron Wiseman has had the cheek to tell me that I platform racists. He's had the cheek, actually he didn't tell me, he told someone else that I platform racists. Apparently the same people are on my panels as well. My moderators here, they know that I come down on them hard. I've got rid of some moderators because they have not picked up on some of the racism in the comment section. I have got rid of 3 moderators. I have how many now? Is this guys? I think it was, I can't remember where we're at now. But they know that I rotate them all the time. If they don't pick up on something, I will have a go at them in our group chat. I say, guys, why didn't you pick up on this? Why didn't you pick up on this? Why am I muting too much? They know, and they are on it. They are on it. So how dare you, Mr. Darron Wasteman, say that I am platforming racist? My energy does not allow me to even do that. Some things I do allow sometimes. Generally here, the racism is immediately blocked. If it's in the comment section, it's blocked. If someone pipes up and says something, it's immediately blocked. But if someone says something to me, personally, I'm like, okay, let's see where this goes a little bit. Sometimes, because guess what? We want to see the Neanderthal crash out. I want everybody to see it. But if it gets to the point where it is outright slurs, you know for a fact here, you do not hear that shit in Fox's space. And you hear me, I'm talking third person today. I'm talking third person today. Fox does not allow racists in this space. Yes, Julia, he said that about us. We are a team. My moderators know that we're a team. Julia, Hermit Sapien, CHB18, This is Beth, Black Mimi, Bard Lucy, Anti-Racist Mum. We are a team here, and we're blocking that shit. We do not let this slide. Yes, Nate. Tyler Durden.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because you were saying name and shame like some people. Yeah, like he's not a racist. He's actually one of our own. Yeah, but like I don't.
Sorry,
like
Kelza. I need to shout out Kelza. I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute. Kelza, another moderator here. We are on this shit. None of us here, exactly, Carol Ann, I always block the racists. The moderators, the people here, always block the racists. We always do it. We will not allow people in this space to feel harmed, to feel hurt, to feel unprotected. If you want to go to Darron Wiseman's space, you will feel hurt, and unheard. This is your choice. Nate, carry on.
Yeah, sorry. Like you were saying before the last live got cut off, to name and shame. Well, I'd like to name and shame somebody else by the name of Conscious Eye Open. Yeah.
Okay.
So at the beginning of 2024, I did a live on this guy, purely because somebody reached out to me and saying that they didn't like how they was feeling. And basically what he is, he likes to come under the guise of Black unity, like speaking of Black history, but deep down in the mists, he's actually using Black women, especially, to take money from them and to actually like gain nude photos from them on the sly. And how I got to find out about this was he'll be like, oh yes, join, what's that thing again? Join the Discord. I've also got a WhatsApp group. Just join and this, that, the other. So you will think, oh yeah, this guy's got knowledge and I would like to know more and this, that, the other. So you will go and join the WhatsApp group and the Discord. Little do you know, he's coming with a fob story. Oh, I just got kicked out. He'll even show you pictures. I've got receipts. Yeah. He'll show you pictures of like bags where he's packed sitting in a park. I've just been kicked out. Like, I'm not gonna get paid until such and such time. Do you reckon you can lend me that money? Now, when I'm thinking about it, I was in the group and there was like over 100 people in there. So that's a profession.
See, just to interrupt a minute, you see Sijin in the comment section. Yeah, he asked me for money in my DM once.
Oh, well, there you go. See, there you go. Yeah. Like the man, he's not a righteous man at all. He will use the fact that people were seeking knowledge. He will use the fact that people are seeking knowledge and want to further their spiritual awareness within their own like Black community, and he'll basically pounce on you and be like, oh yeah, like, so there was one time where he's asking some woman so she had tongue twister. So she had a status on her WhatsApp of her and her daughter, yeah, and the man is perving on the minor. Yeah, he's perving on the mother and the minor. So are you really about protecting Black women? Like, or are you just using it as a guise so you can then go against the Black woman? Because the way how I see it, you speak a good, it's like you've got the bait on the hook and now you're reeling in the catch.
That's disgraceful. So the name again was Conscious Eye Open. Did you say? Yeah,
That's the
Conscious
one.
Eye Open. Yeah,
That's the
Conscious.
one.
I've not come across that person, but thank you for sharing that. This is literally about protecting the space. Johnny Boy's got his hand up. Is this about the same person, Johnny Boy?
No, I don't want to stay too long. It was about Bob was mentioned, so I thought I'd come and defend Bob.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what was said, but like, everyone was running to tell me, "Oh, you were mentioned on Fox's panel," but I don't know what it was, so I don't really know.
I can't believe Johnny. It was his. I think Leanne's here as well, so that's good. I think the gang's all here. The Power Rangers are all here. If you know, you know. Yeah, no, I was talking about this one person. I can't, her name, it begins with an A, and she was saying how apparently we were bullying Darron on your live, and what do you call it? And apparently we talked down to whitey racists on your panel.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Somebody records it as well, but I don't know who's recording it.
It was her name begins with an A. I feel like somebody else knows her name, but I forgot.
In my live.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. Hey.
I mean, generally.
FM or?
Yeah, generally, I've made my voice very clear about platforming racists, and there are certain spaces that I don't go to because I have seen too much leniency towards racism. Yes, there is a case of, okay, sometimes it's a little bit entertaining, but the problem is that people don't have enough boundaries on this app. They don't know when to stop. They don't know when to stop. Like, you guys see here sometimes, like, we're laughing at the racists. Oh, ha, ha, it's funny, it's funny, it's funny. But some of these racists are bloody dangerous. And it's not funny. It's not funny. This is the problem. It's not funny.
I agree with you on that. And that's why I've got really good mods, because they go through them straight away. But, like, they're literally dismantling one right now. But I've come out of it because I know Bob was mentioned. So that's all I come up for. Listen, I don't want to be dragged in. I understand why you're calling people out, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Johnny Boy. Thank you. Okay, we've got Goldie on the panel, please. Goldie, how are you? Goldie?
Hi,
yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
hello,
I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah.
The mute button.
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know much about Darron. I'm trying to educate myself on who he is. I popped in there for a couple of minutes to see what he's about.
Okay.
Yeah, just mainly just trying to educate. Sorry.
Yeah. Have you seen anybody else on this app that you think they're spending a little bit too much time on racists? Like, you're feeling like this doesn't feel right. Why is this happening? And this is just about a general call out for any people. There are lives such as like Steps debates. I've attended Steps debates like 3 times, I think, maybe. And there are particularly bad, energetic people that sit on that live all day. And Steps debates, if you know, is literally on almost all day. And you can tell that person just leaves it open, lets the conversation run, and it's just like about money, and yeah, no, that's what.
Yeah, I don't know of them either. Yeah, I think it's like you say, it's a learning journey. I've in the past, if I hear anything that's like a bit, gives me the ick, then I tend to just report and block. But aside from that,
that's the problem with the report on block doesn't really make much difference, unfortunately, on this app. There's not enough. Every time I see something, I've seen this horrific guy, I can't remember his name, I think my mind has probably blocked him out. He's an American guy that spouts the most horrendous racism. He's disgusting. He looks like, some backwards boy. And he's like, what they would call trailer park. And he is so racist, honestly. He says so many slurs. It's disgusting, this guy. And you click to say, hey, this is problematic. TikTok always comes back with no violation, no violation, no violation, no violation. But somebody like me can say men are, and I said, actually, like, not good people, they're not all right towards women. And I get my live shut down.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, can truly. And now I've just got my live restricted for saying that right now. My live has just been restricted. I didn't even say the full thing. My live has just been restricted. Yeah.
It's constant. They purposely go after you. I mean, like you say, I sat in that Darren's live for maybe 5 minutes. And no restrictions. There was people, like, the discussions wasn't down a horrific talking point as where it was heading. But already it was like, hang on a minute. Like, you can just see the difference between, like, how frequently, I mean, like, this morning you've been restricted twice for nothing.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
And how are you supposed to educate the people if you get restricted all the time?
Honestly,
why is TikTok so scared of accountability?
It is because their fear is what everybody else's fear is what keeps them in power. That's why. This is how white narcissism works.
Yeah.
It literally works like that. It is literally going after us. The people with the most powerful voices, they are afraid of that. And people like me, this is my third account, this one, because I've had 2 accounts shut down before. I've got a 4th and a 5th account. I get lives restricted all the time. I get my content restricted quite often. Community guidelines, like, I didn't say anything on there. So, you know, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. And I've always said this to everybody. I'm going to bring Leanne in because my moderators do get priority. So I'm going to bring Leanne in shortly. It doesn't matter because we're still here. There's nothing they can do to stop us from talking because we just create new accounts, for God's sake. We go elsewhere and still talk. These platforms and the people behind these platforms are weak AF.
Yeah.
And this is why they are afraid of strength. They are very afraid of people's confidence. And I want to tell every single person here, if you ever feel disheartened, please don't feel disheartened. You are on the right track. You have to keep pushing. You have to keep going through this stuff. If you find that this account one day is locked down, you know, find me on Fox 4, find me on Fox 5. It's the same thing for every single one of us here. Every single one of us. So, yeah, Ella Haynes is right. Like I talked about this just briefly, quickly, about how it was owned, of course, by Chinese people before. It was a Chinese company before. It was a lot better. I wasn't on the platform so much, but I was there on the transition. And the way that even before, if some of you guys will know this experience, just leaving random comments on people's videos, just even the most harmless comments, heart emojis, or whatever they are. And it's like restriction, comment not posted. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's so Faye, have I got Instagram? No, I've been shut down about 5 times on Instagram. YouTube, I've been shut down 4 times. X is the only place really that you can talk unrestricted, but the energy there is just so bad. I don't even want to attend there. I have an account because I've had an account there since 2012, and now it's just kind of auto posts. Right, thank you, Goldie. Please stick around. I'm just going to go to Leanne now. Thank you, Leanne, my darling. How you doing?
Hey, girl. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm in. Bob's currently got a live, and I was calling out the steps lot. So Internet 25's in there right now, gaslighting everyone that he's not a racist. So I was just calling that out just now.
I don't know who that person is. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more?
Oh, so he's a part of the Steps Debates gang, the squad.
Okay.
And he has that DP with that Chapman. Oh crap! Wait, hold on. The Winston Churchill hat. Yeah, he tries to like plays both sides when he's bored, but he actively sits on Step Debates panels, and then had a lot of his cheerleaders in the comment section and his squad turn up, and then a couple of them on panel trying to be his cheerleader. And then when everyone was trying to do round the roundabout, I just told everyone to just be quiet for a second because you guys all want to go around roundabouts calling out racists. I simply asked Internet 25, can you admit that you have said racist things? He literally said, yes, I have. I can admit I've definitely said racist things. I said, then he tried to, downplay it. Yeah, in my lifetime, I've 100% said things that's harmful. I said, okay, let's go even further. You've definitely said racist stuff on TikTok lives and TikTok panels as well when you actively sit with racists. He literally admitted it and said yes. And the cheerleaders, for some reason, still wanted to defend him. And I think he's still there now. I just was like, you know what? I'm going to leave because everyone kept sharing this live. So I was like, yeah, there's no point because everyone's going to dilly-dally around the bush and talk to him, like, I don't know, cuddle him for some stupid reason when he's just admitted he's racist and he sits with racist people.
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It is a waste of time and energy. And this is what I don't understand. I really do not understand that at all. I don't get it. Like, this is what I say with people's boundaries and limits. Like, when you see somebody, like I said this yesterday on Tiz's live, Leanne, I don't know if you remember, I said this. I said, when someone shows me them at their worst, like, that's it. That's the only thing that I remember about you. Like, I remember some people, yes, are capable of change, but for me, how much work you will have to do to show me that you've actually woken up and realized that you made a mistake is like insurmountable. I am not one of these people. Like, I will have to call out some people in the comment section soon, because I have seen in my own comment section, you know, I love you guys coming along, but I will have somebody here who will say something untoward, who will say something stupid, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, I didn't mean to say that. And then suddenly a white person will be like, oh bless him, he means well. Excuse me?
Yeah. Like,
excuse me, what do you mean? Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Bless him, he means well. Oh, he's a nice guy. I've literally seen you guys say that in the comment section. You'll have these Neanderthals crashing out, saying all kinds of shit, and then you'll be like, yeah, Fox, I'm on the side. And then all of a sudden, the white guild gets in, like, oh no, he's all right, Like, what the frick? Why are you doing that? Because you see yourself in that person. That's why. You see yourself in that person and you want to empathize because that's who you are. Exactly, Hermit Sapien. That's just how he is. All these excuses. It's nonsense. Stop it. Stop doing it. Leanne does a lot of work on TikTok. She sees a lot of the shit, a lot of the racism, a lot of the excuses, a lot of the nonsense. And actually, the first place that me and Leanne met actually was on Darron Wasteman's live, however many months ago it was. Yeah, and it was that day, like I mentioned at the beginning of this panel, how I was screaming at him, like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you platforming racists? It's disgusting. That it was the day that Leanne and I met, and it was like, what the fuck is this?
What was we called? I can't remember what we called out. We called out something, but we was both just mad pissed off that racism, again, as always on his panel, was getting entertained. And then all of a sudden, oh, we're now the token black women on the panel every day. Multiple invites to be on his panel. If we're not on his panel, he's not going to start the live properly. And then that's when everyone was like, oh no, Leanne, I remember seeing you. You're always on you're always on Darren's panel. I was like, yeah, because he ain't going to defend it. And I don't like seeing black people constantly getting vilified and getting racist abuse on his panel every day. So yeah, cool, I understand he's a sellout and whatever else, but in the same breath, I can't sit back and just watch black people constantly be harmed and the host themselves is black. Like, yeah,
exactly. And so it is really commendable, Leanne. You know, I've said this to you before as well. Like, it is commendable that you go to these spaces and that you do defend and that you do stand up. But you know me, I'm always concerned about your energy as well. At the same time, I'm like, please don't do too much, because it doesn't end up being good for you at the end of the day. And it's tiring. It is so draining. It is so it's horrible, because you know, there are certain lives that you can go to and you can educate, and people will be like, do you know what, I understand. But there are other spaces like Darren's where you ain't gonna learn fuck all. You ain't gonna learn shit in his space. All you're gonna do is get upset because he's platforming the racists, and the racists are gonna be emboldened because they're like, hey, guess what, there's a black man here. Because we're seeing the same thing in politics. Something funny, I only visited his profile for the first time this morning. He's got a video end of 2025 recommending 3 books. The authors, one of them, David Baddiel, the book on Jew something, which I can't remember. The other one, David Olusogun. That bitch blocked me because I said to him, so this was last year or the year, actually a few years ago, I had an X account saying, I'm black, not BAME. I've never used acronyms. I will never use an acronym. This was my name on there. David Olusogun, he was literally like, oh, he's very anti-black. He is so anti-black, that guy. And I was messaging, like, just in the comment section, he blocked me. Another person is the other book that Darron Wiseman is recommending, David Lammy, the biggest enemy that we got right now in the politics land. David Lammy, he's recommending for these 3 people. That's how you know that this man is not for the people. Yeah, and I thought, to be honest, the thing that surprised me is that Darron can read. I thought, this man, the way he acts, I was like, he can read? It seems like he takes 1 year for each thought to formulate in his mind. That's what I thought. When I see Darron, and like we talk about the nonchalant, not even nonchalant, the non-phasement of his reaction when it comes to hearing racism. If you are really a black person, racism triggers you to fuck. It really does. It is literally like, oh my God, I can't believe I heard that. But at the same time, you know, a lot of us are empowering ourselves now. Maybe we laugh as a defense mechanism. Sometimes we laugh to expose, like you see me, I do, because I want you to see exactly what racism looks like, specifically in England, because we've been so gaslit to say that it doesn't exist. But Darron, Wasteman, we gotta let the racist speak, attack the point, not the person. Let it go. You know, we're all adults here. Let's chat about it.
Don't forget to look at your iPad. Get the cup. You need get your Stanley. Get your Stanley. Hurry up. Get your Stanley.
Yeah.
Have your Stanley next to you. Get your Stanley.
Check if my mic is working.
100 times.
Can I just check if my mic is working, Fox? Sorry, just I haven't said a word. Just double check if my mic is working.
Yeah, it's working, but you're just a bit too close.
All right. Sorry.
Bro, like it's not even just get your mug ready.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's bad. It's bad. It is very, very bad. Very bad. So we're just going to bring in now in plain sight as well, please. Leanne, of course, you have priority on here because you know a lot about Darron. Don't feel like you need to unmute Leanne today. Feel free to pop up, chime up whenever you want to, Leanne. Okay, so in plain sight, please. The topic is Darron Wasteman and other enemies of the people. People who are using their platforms in very dangerous and detrimental ways, which is not helping us as people right now. So what would you like to add to the subject, please?
Hi, thanks, host. Thanks for bringing the subject up. I have to be honest with you, people have been talking about this privately for about 6 months. So, yeah, it is something people are aware of. In fact, it's, you know, people speak privately, don't they, on here? And I've heard it from many sides. And I've listened for many hours on his platform, and I think he just sits on the fence collecting coins, and this is what people, you don't learn anything from the platform. There's nothing productive there. It's just people arguing. Normally there's about 8 people speaking at the same time, so you can't actually decipher the conversation anyway because everybody's screaming and shouting. So I just see there's no control on the panel, and also Darron just sits on the, you know, he just sits on the fence. So it's just chaotic. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your observations. This is what it's all about. It's about validating, because a lot of people, again, like I said earlier at the beginning of this, they'll see a black man and just assume that he is pro-black or he's for the people, he can call out racism. Darron is not one of those people. And yes, it has been a private conversation for quite some months. Fairy Bread has said a year. And yeah, it's, I mean, I can't remember how, I think it was at the beginning of the year that me and Leanne met on his panel, is that I've had private conversations with her and a couple of other people. I think Fairy Bread as well. We were also in a private conversation. Forever Me, I hate mentioning people that aren't here, but I know Forever Me was also here as well. You know, it is like I was end of last year, time has flown, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that was my first experience, and then getting to know some of the lovely ladies as well around that. Julia, I thought it was for months now. Like, it is literally Susie Sunshine. He's basically an Officer Tatum. Yeah, if you guys know who Officer Tatum is literally the blackface that they're putting at the front to dismiss everything that's happened to Nolan Wells in the US, the young boy who was obviously murdered by his white friends on that boat trip, and nobody's been held accountable and nobody's being arrested for it. But yes, Susie Sunshine, that's exactly who we can comparing to. Most definitely. Guys, again, my moderators, thank you so much again, moderators. So CHB18, I've just seen you there. I don't know if you were here when I said it earlier, but Darron Wiseman had the cheek to say that I platform racists. My moderators here are amazing people, are so on this shit, and they know that I tell them off as well if they miss stuff. Moderators, don't tolerate any kind of shit from anybody on this app saying that We Platform's racist here. Exactly, CHP18, ban him. Exactly, K-Core, no I don't. No I don't. No I don't. So he's got to the point where he feels like he has to lie and say that I platform racist. And I was literally like, when did that happen? Where was I when that happened? Can't be talking about me. You cannot be talking about me. That didn't bloody happen. Askari, got Askari next, please. Askari, how are you?
How are you doing, sister? Thanks for letting me on. First of all, I would like to say that me and you and AJ on the Beast, we become inmates now. You know, on the TikTok police. I don't know if you've seen
Inmates.
recently. Yeah, they dropped me in there. I don't know if you've seen yourself in there. But anyways, yeah. One thing, my observation about Darron is, and he's a very useful tool for the liberals, you know, liberalism. So what happened is, you know, like back in the days, I was staying with my grandmother, you know, I stayed with her for a long time in, you know, I have to mention this Kenya, yeah. I stayed with her for a long time, so we were living right behind a sort of, you know, them Mazungu orphanage, where they call it NGOs, you know, them fake ones, when they come into Africa, you know, act like they help the children. So what was happening in our area? Children was going missing in numbers every week. So we used to see these you know, these fatherless, motherless children being promised they're going to be taken to Europe, but they were gone missing. So what happened one day is this NGO came with trucks into our area, and the local people literally set it on fire. They set the whole trucks on fire. Some of them, I don't know what they had, medicine, whatever it was. So I have said this one time, you know, me as a Pan-African, you know, I talk about, you know, my experience and what I see amongst my people. So I've told on a whole different channel. It was a channel called the Irish channel. So I've said this on this channel, you know, and you know when you debate with the Mazungus, they try to be as respectful, but they will tell you, you know, that's not right, you know. This is wrong, you know how to downplay. But either way, anyways, one day I'm in a chat of Darron's channel, right? I'm in a chat. Some sellout Somali sister, you know what I'm saying? Come on there. He said, you know what's scary, yeah? He talked about he burned some lorries in Kenya and he's not liberal enough. Darron, this is not a liberal channel. First of all, I'm not a liberal, you know. I'm an economic freedom fighter for Africa. And I've always stood on this. I don't support, I respect what happened to slavery and this and that. I respect 100% understand it, but me, I'm not that part, you know. I don't what's it called, I'm not in that department, you know, of economic Pan-Africanism when it comes to African, you know. I stand out clearly on economic freedom of Africa, and to stop the injustice for African people. So what I've noticed, as soon as he said that, Darron straight away said, you know what, you're never coming back on my channel, mate. You're not liberal enough. Why? I'm thinking, mate, what are you on about, mate? This is how you run your show. So it's a whole, it's basically, it's a tactic to stop and, you know, to literally, you know, to stop the Pan-Africanism. To
stop black progress, yeah,
black progress from the inside, you know.
Yes,
early.
Yes, exactly. This is a very good point. This is a very good point. So people need to be aware of how that shit works. People like Patrick Luamba, right? This is people. When you have voices, powerful black voices, you always have people on the inside that stop black progress that look like us. And it is so freaking dangerous. And this is why I have his face particularly. As I said, I mean, you guys know that I've never put somebody's face up on here. I've never put anybody's name up on here. Never. But it has to be done. These agents, they have to be called out so we know exactly what they look like. Because too many people are looking at a person's skin color first and say, well, as black people, I have to speak on behalf of black people for a minute, on behalf of my people, on behalf of us. Sometimes, I mean, it's easier for us to see a white person right now and assume that they are going to be a problem. We can do that because of history, but a lot of the time we are missing a lot of our own black brothers and sisters who are also doing the same fucking work. Darron Wasteman, in the comment section, you did do a typo, Abu. I don't know if you're Darron in disguise, but you literally said Darron Waste Management, which made me piss myself. That made me piss myself. You know, so Abu in the comment section, for some reason, I don't know why you feel like you should come here and say Darron is your king. King of what? You ain't king of shit. I've never seen a black man that I will disrespect more than Darron Wasteman. He is the first man I put up here on my picture. So what you talk about, he's a king. What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about? Before I mentioned about Andre, the moral reason. I don't know if that's his username anymore. I don't know. Even when I did a live, it was not about him. I talked about him. I talked about the fact that he was very misogynist. I talked about the fact that he's so against black women. I talked about the fact that he displays misogyny. I've talked about it, but I didn't put his face up on there. I said men, and I made a comment about men in general, and I brought him into the conversation. I didn't even put his face up there. Darron Wasteman, because he shares the same skin color as me, I must put him up here, because as black and brown people, we have to hold our own accountable, because who else is going to do it? Who else is going to do it? It has to be up to us to do it. So I'm really glad that, again, there seems to be a lot of people in TikTok land who are understanding the conversation, who understand that Darron has been problematic for a very long time, and we are needing to talk about this stuff. So thank you for Ascari for bringing that comment in. This is how deep it can go.
But
and
hold
like
on,
I mentioned about...
Before you take
What is
I
it?
would like to just have a look at the picture. Look what you've done about you on AI. So this is you, yeah, as an inmate.
I don't need
And
to see.
this is-
I don't need to see it.
All right,
I
all
don't
right,
need
sorry.
to see
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I hear
Thank
that.
you
I hear
very
that.
much.
So, sister, sorry about that. I just want to make my point. So straight away in the chat, that they're attacking me straight away, they're calling me a liar. But at the same time, they're admitting what happened, right? So I'm gonna have to tell them, bro. Give me a second to tell this. Ascari is not a liberal black man. Are you guys hearing this? I'm not a liberal black man. I'm a Pan-Africanism, and I'm saying I do not dance. This is why you find me purposely going on step debates to destroy these Mazungu monkey. Sorry, man. Big up TikTok shop. You know how it is, yeah. So I got purpose on there. So when I'm hearing people like on certain other channel like Darron, and even another worse one, so let's not just forget release our knee on that person's neck. Black Punisher, he's even worse. The Black Punisher would have
Yes,
a Wasteman,
Dark
like, you know the
Punisher.
other guy called Dark Punisher. Sorry, mom, I said Black Punisher. Sorry, yeah, Dark Punisher. He had someone called, like Sean, who happily talks about, I'm glad for the hour. When they're talking about, feeding babies to alligators, that type of history. Cutting the belly of pregnant women. I'm talking about, in the SLV times, the savageness of their time. He gladly promotes it. And then you have this brother, Dark Punisher, who's a Nigerian, who kiki with them,
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that much about Dark Punisher. The only thing I saw, the one thing, can I finish? Let me finish. The one thing I saw about Dark Punisher was enough to make me block him for eternity. I think I saw somebody talking about it, and he clipped that. Of course, he's very anti-black. Dark Punisher is very anti-black, and he platforms racists. And again, that's all I saw, and that is an instant block for me. And you'll see me. I'm very quick with this shit. I do not tolerate. I do not give people chances. Like, that is it. And when I mentioned Andreas earlier, I gave him many chances to have a conversation. For those of you who remember, for those of you who were there, it ended up being about 20 of us going to his space, going to his live and trying to educate him. And honestly, the amount of energy that was drained from us as people and myself, and that fact that I cried, it was horrible. It was so horrible, because he was one of the first people that I met on this app, and I thought, he was amazing. Like, he's really, really, like, he gets it, because he's going after the right? He's going so hard after the far right. I thought, this is a person who's really representing a white man very well, because we know how few and far between these people are, only for us to discover he's almost just the same as them. How is he talking about going against the far right when you're not even listening to women? You're just like them. You're harming us in a way that's mental. You might not be getting your fists out, but you are literally harming us in our minds. This is Andre, the moral reason. This was bad when that happened. It went on for 1 entire week. So many of us calling out what he was doing and trying to educate him, and he was doubling down, he was tripling down. I've never seen anybody so determined not to understand. Honestly, I've never seen it before. It was horrifying for somebody to claim to be he was on our side. It was horrible to witness. It was really bad. Ascari, thank you so much. I'm going to now move to
thanks for letting me on, sister. Thanks for letting me on.
Thank you. Samori, I have heard from you, and also, of course, Leanne. I'm going to move to the Angry Buddha now, please. Angry Buddha, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm not bad. So, of course, you've heard some of the conversation. I saw you meant some comment in the comment section, but I don't know what it's about. So, obviously, I'm keen to hear what you want to add to this.
Yeah. So, I'm just glad that this actual behaviour is being called out at last. It has pissed me off. I've been on many different lives where people have put a spotlight on the racists. Now, I'm going to say this. Part of me understands. Like, when I first came onto TikTok, I was talking to racists, trying to see how they think and, you know, trying to see if I could make them see the light and blah, 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 blah. It doesn't work, right? And I feel like some of these people, I'm not mentioning any names, but I feel like some of these people may be in those stages or may not. I don't know. But what I do know for sure is very dangerous when you allow person to come up and basically say racist things.
We need names today. Angry Buddha, we need names today. Normally for me on my platform, I don't say anything. I know you know my lives. It's always about English people. It's about white narcissism. It's about that. Today, this is a different program. So on today's program, and hopefully we don't need to do this shit again, we need to call out everybody because, again, as I said, this is about protecting us, protecting our energy, protecting our minds, and making sure that you know exactly who you're facing when you're facing somebody, because when you're disarmed, like I was when I went to his space, I ended up doing a live myself to be like, what the fuck happened? Like, that was crazy. Like, why am I hearing this shit from a black man? It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. So we're doing this to help each other. This is why I'm not about the drama. This is to help.
Well, I'll tell you what pissed me off. Okay, so when I was in the live, Darren's live, I brought up a book, and it's a book that I've read a couple of times, How Europe Undeveloped Africa. Well, I'm sure some of us have heard of it at least. And a white gentleman on the panel said this. He said, well, there must be a book out there to counteract it. Like, keep in mind, there's a lot of people watching the live, and if you know what the book's about, right, you know that that's an insult. So basically they're saying that there must be a book to counteract the fact that Europe undeveloped Africa. And then on top of that, now that's fine. I can deal with racists on the panel, but on top of that, man, Darron just he piped in and said, well, he's got a point. And I thought, what do you mean he's got a point? Where's the book? What's the title of the book? Oh, but there might be an argument that goes against. I thought, what the fuck are you doing?
Goodness sake.
So that's what pissed me off, and that's why I've not been on his panel ever since. But I just feel like a lot of people are treating racism for entertainment. And I always say this. If, for example, a group of PDFs came out, right, or a group of women abusers, I love TikTok shop, came out, and they came on your panel and were telling you or trying to persuade you why they are the way they are, would you give them 5-10 minutes? No, you would not. You would shut them down straight away. But for some reason, when it comes to racism and disliking someone or mistrusting someone because of the color of their skin, that's okay to talk about for 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe an hour.
No.
And I think that's where we need to say no and shut it down. But it's not just Darron. There's loads of people. I know who the good ones are. I know
we need names. Tiz? We need names. Yeah, Tiz.
There for Derby.
Tiz
there for Derby, Angry.
Who?
Derby.
No.
That white guy, you missed it then, this one.
No, I wasn't there for Derby. But like,
carry on, give us more names, I can't, listen.
Tiz,
what about Tiz?
Tiz is really good, from what I'm saying, yeah. So I will just promote the positive, Fox. That's what I'm going to do. I hear what you're saying about Darron. I've experienced it myself. We did tell him to his face. So it's not like I'm coming behind his back. We did tell him to his face. But it needs to stop. We're not allowing it no more, man. It just needs to stop. Especially if you've got children out there. Especially if you've got children. And I think Darren's got children. I don't know. Maybe he has. I don't know. How can you have children and they're racist? See, the problem is, the thing is, Fox, 100 viewers ain't that bad. But say if Darron blew up tomorrow and started getting like 500,000 views, would his behaviour change? This is the problem.
No, we know that he's doing this specifically to gain followers. Like, and this is why, and I will bring up Andreas again. All some of these people do is because they don't have a control of their ego. They're more keen on the follower account. They're more keen on the comment section rather than actually understanding the people who they try to protect. This is what they literally are holding on to. It's fucking loser behavior. It really is such loser behavior. Thank you for that, Angry Buddha. I really appreciate that. Yeah, like we've now said on the panel, we've said this quite a few times, this is an ongoing problem. And when a problem reaches a head, it has to be talked about. It cannot continue. This shit cannot continue. For those of you in the comment section that don't know what we're talking about, let me summarize. If you have seen or haven't seen this gentleman's name, and I'm calling him a gentleman to be polite for all of half a second, his name is Darron Wiseman. I call him Darron Wasteman, and he is an enemy of the people because he platforms racists by saying that they're human too. He allows them, like Angry Buddha said, to go on monologues for 20 minutes, for them to talk on and on and on and on and on and on, and to hurt people in that space and anyone else who's hearing is horrible. Thank you, Taishi. They speak the most over black and brown voices. As a black man, he's allowing racists to have more time than people who are actually fighting against racism. This is what he does in that space. Of course, white people love him, Shan. Yeah, the racists love him. They go to his live every day. They love it. They love it. They love it. They love it because, like we say, when there's a black man or a black woman or a brown woman, anyone of a melanated skin that is platforming racists and not going against it, the white people love that shit. On my algorithm, I see a few black American men, and to be honest with you, there's a lot of black men who are letting the side down. I see black American men saying, white people experience racism too. We need to be better allies for white people. I see that shit. I go up on those panels. You guys have seen me there having a go at these black men as well. Not really having a go. I'm trying to bring my intelligence to these spaces. But you see them, they crash out and then they end up dropping me because guess what? I'm fucking smart. And they hate that shit. They hate it. They hate it so much. And yesterday in the FBA conversation is a bunch of bullshit. It's absolutely terrible. So, you know, Darron Wiseman represents that kind of person. Unfortunately for us, there are not enough black men on this app who have got their shit together, who are actually combating racism and actually understanding where they need to stop and deplatforming these people. When you are going back and forth with racists all the time, and you know me, I've had a go at certain people. Unfortunately, Bob's not here at the moment, but he knows I've had a go at him specifically for doing that. I'm like, you're wasting too much time arguing with racists. What does that do? It doesn't do anything. Spend maybe like a minute or two. That's fine. But if you're going on and on and on, why are you doing that? Why are you doing it? For what reason? Does it make you feel like you're the big man? Is that what you need? Like you need your ego stroked in that moment? Stop it now. Stop it now. Angry Buddha, is there anything else you want to add? Otherwise, I'm going to move to Taishi now.
Let's say this, like, definitely try to, if you can, seek out more positive lives, because I do feel like we as black
Where
people,
are they? Give us some names. Give us some more people then.
I mean,
Where are they?
I go on, like, the one comes to mind is Pan-African Affairs. I'm not sure if you heard that one, Pan-African Affairs. I go to that one where I speak to people, black people from all over the world. I love it. And I learn about what's going on in Africa, Brazil, whatever. But yeah, I will say this to black people. Remember that racism can be traumatic. And even if you think you're tough enough, it's not normal to hear degrading stuff about you all day. It's not normal. So I always say to black people, try to be in safe spaces more than you are in hostile spaces. Yeah.
Ashe, definitely.
I'll end on that. Thanks for giving me time, Fox.
Thank you, Angry Buddha. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Those are very, very wise words. Be in more positive spaces. Like, you know, for me, as I say, I find them quite difficult to find. But if it's negative, do not stay there. Do not spend your energy there, because I know, and like Angry Buddha said, like I have said, it is very traumatizing for black and brown people to be in spaces around racists, and especially when they're being platformed in such stupid ways. It is not productive to what we're trying to do as people. Okay, Taishi, how are you today?
Hey, hi, Fox. Yeah, I'm great, thank you, and thanks for letting me up. So I knew Darron Wiseman from the pro-Pali days, so around 2023, staunch pro-Palestinian as far as I knew. Saw him up on panels, we were mutuals, yeah, all good, right? And then obviously in the last year or so, he started doing his own lives. Now, one of the things about Darron is that he is very much like, don't speak over women. I'm not going to tolerate. There's one thing I won't tolerate is if you speak over women. And he was constantly interjecting. But then at the same time, when racial slurs were being thrown around and, you know, quite horrendous things being said to people of color, if you react in any sort of way, he would sort of do this thing where he'd say, yeah, I don't react. I'm very calm. He would, and it's almost like tone policing in the way that I'm more evolved than you.
It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. Yeah, it's like we need to all be as calm in the face of racism as I am. Good point, Taishi.
But I think that was what was the weird thing is he took that moment to kind of do that thing where it's like, I'm a bit more evolved than you. I've gone along the evolutionary process a bit more than you. But I did, but everyone knows what I'm like. I just turned around to him in the most polite way that I could. And I said, with all due respect, it's giving colonized mind. Like, I don't need to hear you speaking to me through the lens of the oppressor, because you're literally telling me what's polite and what isn't. And we all know that was one of the tools, used by the oppressor against people to stop them rebelling against forced rule, right? If you rebelled, you were called a teist. You were constantly told to mind your manners, P's and Q's. These are tools of the oppressor. It's telling you to behave without actually telling you to act right. But anyway, so I did actually tell him that to his face. But I think my main problem, and I'm going to keep this short and sweet, is I'm going to tell you a little ditty, a very short and sweet ditty. So sometimes we let in allies into our spaces, but we have to kind of like really trust them. Unfortunately, sometimes they let us down, right? And I was in that situation where after harboring an ally, and I am using the word harboring because they came to me in distress saying that other people had been, essentially causing them a lot of harm. As it turns out, that person themselves was they were harmful. As it turns out, they started indulging in things like speaking over us, speaking for us, talking about things like FGM when it wasn't their place, talking about things like honor abuse, talking about the Asian community specifically in a way that they had no right to do so. And as the warning, signals came up, I started to address them, asking them please politely to refrain in the background. I'd also defended that person quite a lot, actually, from a lot of the criticism they got. Now, there was some information that was very kind of, sensitive. They had constantly asked me to divulge this information, and I didn't want to, but because they were the sort of Karen that couldn't take no. So I was getting constant messages on all different apps. I was getting calls in the middle of the night. So I eventually relented. Yeah. So I eventually relented, gave them the information and confidence, asked them, by no means, they went straight to the source and told them, right? So at this point I said, enough's enough, and because the messages were still carrying on, I don't consent to this anymore. Now, I blocked that person, that was the end of it. Since that happened, the group also blocked because they had, the red flags had been coming up and the group decision was made to block and move on. Now, other stories started coming out how this person had really messaged people in the DMs, asking them the most horrific details of things like the essay, of things like their miscarriages, really, really graphic details. And when they were being asked to stop, they didn't. They were literally getting bombarded, right? Oh. So yeah, we block, we move on. We did talk about that person on a live, but it was amongst ourselves of how they had affected us, right? And it was to let off some of that stress. That's all that happened. Yes. Now, 3 months later, that person unalived through natural causes. Darron Wiseman, this is why I'm bringing it up, he allowed the rumour mill, which grew out of nothing but dust and thin air, to come up on his panel and fully slander me and some others to make up a whole bunch of stuff. Now, bearing in mind, this wasn't just they just came up and started saying stuff. He dropped everyone, including the people being accused falsely, didn't allow us to have our right of reply, a right of reply. Asked him to redress this. He's blankly ignored me. He just doesn't acknowledge it. Now, he did let me up on the panel the other night, but that's because I was harassing him in the messages as this is unacceptable. You've now allowed yet more people to slander us. You're just allowing this. He let me up, and I basically said to him, and this is where I'm coming to the end, I would like an apology, please, Darron, because you have allowed people to come up on your panel and to completely slander and make up lies without giving us redress. You've allowed their, ironically, bullying against us without being checked. And he just kind of goes like this to me. He was just like, oh, I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'm going to end the live. I said, Darron, I'd like an apology. Oh, I think I'm a bit tired. I'm going to end the live. And I thought, you know what, mate, you are not okay. But thank you for letting me have that. He's harmful. He is very harmful.
That's not okay. That's not okay. Like, I get it that there are personal issues that happen between people on social media, right? And I've unblocked Darron specifically today, so if he wants to come by, he is welcome to be part of this conversation. And even when I had said about Andreas before he was invited to the conversation, then you decide, you choose. I know lives are happening about me, they do all the time. Fine, whatever, you talk on your space, you talk on your time. If you should always allow somebody to defend themselves or to say they're part of the story, because otherwise it's just weak behavior. It's stupid. And that is so horrible, that story, Taishi. That's really fucking horrible.
It was. I'll tell you what made it bad, Fox, was that this was a classic white woman tears. The anger at being cut off by people of colour who they enjoyed being a so-called ally for, so they could get cachet out of being an ally. And when they got cut off because their behaviour got called out, they reacted in the very predictable white woman tears. It led to a smear campaign with no evidence, a bunch of people, and apparently I'm the ringleader, by the way, Fox. I just thought I'd let you know, even though I didn't do anything more than anyone else, which is block and move on. But hey, I'm the ringleader, the angry, brown woman. Here I go.
Yeah,
go me.
they always have to put somebody at the front of the stuff, though, isn't it? But they do that and say those things just to weaponize and just to get you in your in a vulnerable space in order for you to react as well. So, I mean, this is something I always say to people generally. Actually, I haven't said this enough. Let me say this enough. I've been on social media for 15 years. I'm long in the game when it comes to like online disgruntlement. Guys, you let people in too much. You let people in too close. We are all fucking strangers on this app. We don't know each other. We don't know each other. We are all strangers. Why are you saying, like, giving you your so-and-so's name, daughter's name, son's name, where you go to school, how many things you've done, blah, 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 blah. You're getting too close to all of this stuff. Keep it to yourself. Come here, have your conversation, talk about the topic and log off. That's what you need to do. So then we don't get ourselves into these situations. I've been harassed a lot in my time. I'm a black woman. That's kind of standard. And it was horrible for me to deal with, like really freaking bad, where I would ignore stuff and sometimes I would respond. And I tried to take my power back in so many ways. But back then I didn't have enough confidence. So I let a lot of that stuff bother me. And it got so bad where I was just like, you know what, this is not good. Thankfully, my mental health was just enough not to make me unalive myself, because that's how it was getting. It was so bad. And it was relentless for 8 years. 8 years for this, with the same people on at me for 8 freaking years. So now I have learnt so much. Let me get my mental health up. Let me get my boundaries up. So you will never find me in any kind of mess. Ascari tried to show me a picture of myself just then in whatever, some stupid AI picture. Do you think I want to see that? No, that's your entertainment. You have fun over there. You have fun over there. It does not affect me. You cannot affect me. Everybody, please, if you are getting affected on social media, go to the NHS, get that talking therapy, go and find a therapist that's really good for you, because then you don't get yourself into this he said, she said stuff. It just doesn't happen. If you are logging off on your internet and you're going to sleep at night, I'm sorry, Taishi, that you went through everything that you did, and I don't want this to come at like that I'm talking about your specific situation. It's just because I've seen it, and I've seen it happen too many times. If you are logging off this phone, if you click that button and stuff is still happening and you're going to sleep at night and it's still on your mind, it's a problem. We're supposed to shut this off. This is a door. Close the door. Go back to your life. This table is real. This laptop is real. This is real. This is not. Everything that happens on this tiny screen here is not real. So stop giving it energy as if it is. The conversations we're having, yes, have real life consequences, but that should be it. Understand what we're trying to talk about here in order for us to understand the bigger, wider world and the things that affect us when we do shut down the TikTok for the day. This is what's really important. Stop, please. I beg you all, stop getting into the he said, she said, they said stuff. This world is fucking broken. This world is broken. It is broken. We've got so much crap to deal with right now. So much genocide, so much racism, so much discrimination. That is the problem here. Not a case of, oh, so-and-so called me so-and-so name. Literally, stop it. Stop it. There is so much more. And the reason why I've got Darron Wasteman's name up here is because he's allowing shit to get bad in real life. Racists being platformed is what hurts our children and the future generations of this life. That is why people like him must be called out. That is why. That is why. Thank you so much for sharing that story, Taishi. Thank you. Okay, AJ, we've got AJ next. Now, I know, AJ, of course, you've had a lot of personal experience with Darron. You were moderator for him for quite some time. So what would you like to share on this subject?
First of all, good afternoon to you all, wherever you are. Good morning to others.
Hi.
I was just gonna listen from the comments of this, and I thought it would be remiss for me not to. And I'm gonna take some accountability to all of this for myself. I'm gonna take some accountability to some of this. And because when Darron's live started, as you said, I was moderator, and so was Alexandra and a few others. And how his lives came about, and how mine and Alex came about, was the frustration of, as we were trying to combat the racism, how the racism towards us was just a crazy, wild thing, no matter what we said, good, bad, or indifferent. And there was a spoken consensus that we needed to find better TikTok spaces. And subsequently, as an unspoken fashion, it turned out that me and Alex would run like the more chill out spaces, no topic, chit chat, whatever the conversation became. And Darron ran the prompt spaces, debate prompt spaces. Now, the problem that we quickly found, Fox, was there was no censoring under racism. There was this idea of everybody can speak its opinions, its perspective. We need ups. My pushback always was, I'm up for speaking to ups, and I'm up to speaking to crazy folks. What I'm not looking to have is conversations which is just there to just trigger black folks. What was crazy was my moderating jurisdiction got restricted to nothing. All I could do at one stage was filter the comments and bring people up onto the panel. I couldn't drop people. I couldn't mute people. That's all I was able to do. What was crazy was at the end of every live, we would have a call and Darron would be like, yeah, you handled them. Even though we kept pushing like Darron, but why are you allowing this? Why? I don't understand. Oh, but Darron, there's a difference between a difference in opinion and a disingenuous perspective. Like Darron, we did this to the point where when it all came to a head, me and Alex had a conversation with him and we asked him a very direct question. What is the purpose of your life? Because,
and I can back that up because I remember the conversations that you were having, and I think this was around the first times that I was meeting yourself and Alex as well. And I don't know if you do remember the live. This is the same live I actually met Leanne as well, and and that's why I said, like, why, like, what are your moderators here for? And like you said, you've elaborated that you were specifically told of what you were supposed to do in that space.
Right. Now I'll give you a particular example. I'll give you a particular example. There was a time where, for a moment, Rebel wasn't allowed on panels. So the dramas with Alex and right?
Yeah.
And Darron was in agreement to the thing. He was like, yeah, this, that, He was in the live, right? And I asked to comment. I wasn't on the panel. I was on a ban. I remember this. I was on a ban. I was on a Bucks ban. But I was still mad. Now, I asked Darron, why is he in the live? Darron turned around and said, oh, can one of the moderators take him out of the live? Now, this is the issue with that statement. And this is how we know that this boy is like Christopher Columbus is a blasted liar. Because when he said, can one of the moderators take him out of the live, he already knew that he had restricted all of our moderating powers, that we couldn't remove anybody from the live. Because, as I turned around and said, if I could, as a mod, if I could have removed him from the live, wouldn't I have just removed him from the live other than asking somebody to remove him from the live? Let's just use some logic in this. Now, the problem we got was, whenever we would say, Darron this, Darron that, there was a pushback. It all came to a head when he took a private conversation to TikTok to try and make it out like I was facilitating certain things. I was called a black supremacist. I was dangerous to black women. I was dangerous to white women. Apparently, he understands why everybody calls me a racist and why everybody calls me a black supremacist. Now, this was all because I wasn't willing for him to disrespect Fairy Bread, Leanne, Forever Me, and many other black women with his racist comments. That is, as I said to him, language which is upholding white supremacy. Now, he got angry at me when I let him understand where, bro, you dating outside of your race the way that you do and then speaking like this is a problem, because you are upholding the language of white supremacy, of why people say we don't date black women. Now, this was a private phone call, Fox. This was on WhatsApp. Not only was it on WhatsApp, me and Alex stayed up until 3 o'clock that morning trying to find a way that we could have this conversation with Darron without it ending up on TikTok, because Darron was supposed to be setting up a safe space for black people. The problem we've got now is, I got made to look like I'm trying to take over Darron's life. I'm trying to manipulate the situation. I'm anti this and I'm anti black. I've messaged Darron today and I said to him, Darron, there's a live about you over at Fox's. I reckon you should come over and sort this out. Because I get messages, and even though I'm black from his space, I don't know what happens on his live, Fox. But I get messages all the time. Darron's allowing this. Why is he doing this? Why is he allowing this? How come he's allowing people to talk like this? Why doesn't he push back on nothing? Why does he drop the black folks when they get angry and he doesn't drop the white folks when they're being racist? And I message Darron all the time and I say to him, Darron, I think I put in the chat, I put in the chat earlier on, and I tagged Leanne in the chat, right? I put in the response to Darron when I said to you need to come over. He said, there's nothing to address. There's nothing to address. Now, I'm letting you know, I hold myself partly responsible, because what I didn't do the moment I saw this thing wasn't a safe space, what I didn't do was leave. What I did was I tried to hold this thing together. I tried to reason with Darron and make him see, so Darron, you can't be moving like this. You can't be talking like this. You can't be allowing these things to happen. And I got ostracized for it. I got told that I was this and I was that. And for weeks and up until quite recent, I'm still having people come on the panel and like, so that's why you and Darron fell out, because you said this about what? No, what I said to Darron was this: I'm not able to be a part of your lives when you are speaking about black women like this. And what makes it worse, you're dating a white woman. That was what I said. And I said this in a private call. I didn't say this openly. He took the drama to TikTok. He took it to TikTok because he was in his... Apparently, he wanted an apology in private. He didn't get an apology in private, so he took the thing to TikTok. I've told him many a time, Darron, you need to come and deal with this thing and address it and address your behavior, and he continues to refuse to do it. But what I will say openly is, I will apologize to all my black queens, all my black princesses, all my black kings, and all my black princes, that what I didn't do, I didn't leave when I should have. What I tried to do, I tried to educate. What I tried to do is uphold a standard which I thought he was living by too. And I will sit here humbly. I know AJ's got enough to say all of the time. In enough that I've got to say, I can be humble in it too. And what I do today is I humbly express my apology to the disrespect that black folks had to endure while I was a moderator, and there I shall yield.
Yeah. Thank you for that, AJ. Much appreciated. Thank you for your honesty and your openness. Yes, I remember a lot of that stuff. I remember the fact that it was a private conversation between yourselves, but it seems to me that, like we've mentioned, as we know, and a lot of us do know, is that Darron is mainly here to monetize things. And I would imagine that he's trying to monetize your situation as well, because it brings the drama, right? It brings the drama. And you know how he will use people, and he will use another black man as anti-black as he actually is. Fairy Bread, you said you're getting emotional. I am too, after what you've just said, AJ. I am too. You know, because these situations can become so emotional and so hostile, and it's so unnecessary. But it's the realization. I think you're getting it now, AJ. You're getting it now, because
you know we got my account banned, permanently banned, right?
No.
But yeah, my original this account, this AJ that I'm using now, this is my second AJ. My original AJ account that everybody knew me off TikTok for having that account, he got that ban permanently removed by his, and it's mad because again, through it all, he was telling us that his agency was saying this. His agency was saying, don't block people, don't mute people, could mash up the algorithm. Now, when he was out here doing that vigilante thing, see, I was smart and I was clever. Because as I said to him, TikTok means more to you than it does to me. So I'm going to fuck you over differently. So here we go. So I got in contact with his agency. And I sent his agency the recordings that he was speaking about Fair Willian and I sent them. And the joke of it is, you know, nobody had ever spoken to him from the agency. The person who signed him up from the agency got sacked from the agency for their moral compass weeks after
I heard about that.
Darren's number was passed over. I spoke to the lady, her name was, can't remember her name. I spoke to the lady and she said, oh, she didn't, when I said Darron Wiseman, she was like, oh, what's his username? I was like, that's his username. She didn't even know his username. She said, oh, I've seen his, because as people don't probably know, with the agencies, whenever you go live on the agencies, they have it all, they got all your lives up at all the same time, simultaneously. And she said, oh, I've seen his lives in the background as it's under monitors, but she's never paid attention to his life. She had never spoken to him. Hear the joke of it. Let me give you the bigger joke. You know, I gave his agency manager his number, right? Because she didn't have it. She was telling me about, oh, I'm going to have to reach out to him on TikTok. I was like, nah, I've got his number. She didn't even have his number. And this is what I'm saying. All these things that he was saying to defend and justify the behavior on his panel. The message that he said he got from his agency that he sent to his mods to say, this is how it should happen because it protects your life. I'm going to land on this. Titan gave him that print. Titan sent him a message. He copied and pasted it to his moderators and said, this is what my agency had told me to say. And it wasn't his moderators, his agency, it was Titan. Because as he said, Titan, he asked Titan and Andre for advice and considerate. Because they had been doing lives a lot longer and they know how the thing runs. So
Andre, you mean Andreas? Andreas.
There was a lot of things that was going on in the background.
I don't know if you were here. Yeah, I mentioned his name earlier.
I saw that, yeah. But this is when I was black from Darren's space, so I didn't see much, but I did hear about it. But there was a lot of stuff that he was telling us to justify allowing the racism towards black folks on his panel, that he was saying his agency. Now, when I spoke to his agency, I love to dig out her message. When I spoke to the agency, she actually said, when she played the video, she was like, we don't tell people what to say on live, but we would never have told him to allow this stuff to happen. Like, she was like, even though we don't get involved, if we knew that this is the stuff that was going on, we would have told him to draw that shit back. Now, as I say, why am I mentioning this? Because the justification he was using to perpetuate this racism and allow this racism to continue was, this is what my agency told me to do. And there I show you.
And it's a lie. Yeah, it's a lie. He needed an excuse. This is absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. I am going to do something unorthodox, which I don't normally do, which is, I don't normally jump around the panel, but I know that Tiz, of course, holds lives as well. And I'm going to assume, and you've got your hand up in the comment section, this is great, Tiz, because you talk about corporate on your live. That's an agency, I would imagine, as well, right? Can you give us a little bit more information about what your
actually,
agency?
no. Hello, sister, by the way. I woke up on smoke this morning. I saw the group. I saw the emoji, and I thought, why is he messaging me? Then I saw what it was, and I was like, I woke up this morning and I chose violence. Okay. So just to address what you said, no. I started on an agency as a DJ, and I very quickly fell out with them because they want you to promote nothing but wholesomeness and cleanliness and everything's lovely in the world of TikTok. When I mention corporate, I'm kind of being a bit tongue-in-cheek, but what I have in the background is I have people, not my partner, but I don't really like saying who corporate is, but it's someone very close to me who monitors my lives and tells me like how to conduct and behave without pushing it to the point where I'm going to get banned. But I do have some insight to the agency. I have insight into the agency. So the type of, for people who don't know what that is, and then very quickly, because I'm mindful that you have let me skip, and I appreciate that. But I also want to address my branch of the Wiseman tree as well, because it's all like any tree, yeah, the branch is linked to the trunk, which links to the root, yeah. But the agency thing is basically, they're called create a network, whatever they're called, and they group people together who do lives, and they advise and they guide them, and they can essentially get them out of trouble if they in theory get you out of trouble. But what they do is they're all the only motivation when you're on an agency is to gain as many diamonds as possible. Diamonds are an accumulation of gifts, so everything they do is geared towards you, the viewer, you, the interactor, giving them money. TikTok will take half, the creator network will take a slice, and the content creator will take the rest. I benefit from that, but I'm honest about it. I don't go through an agency. I ask people to gift me and support me as a creator because it's my... Can I swear? Can I swear?
Yeah.
It's my motherfucking time. So if I'm going to give you time and you like what I do and you take something from that, it's a voluntary thing. You want to support. If you don't, guess what? I got a motherfucking job and 1.5 businesses. So I'm good either way. So just to address that whole money agency thing, people choose not to make money on here, more power to you. People choose to ask people for gifts on here, more power to you. But where the disingenuous side of it comes is when pussyholes like this guy above, yeah, with his baby starter dreads, yeah, and he's fucking sitting on the fence bullshit will have you believe is, the agency just wants everybody to get their say. No, you platform racists because it brings people in, and racists give you their money. Racist people give you their money. So as long as you're cool with that,
they do.
As long as you're cool with that, yeah, that's between you and motherfucking God. But specifically on this guy and my branch of his story, my initial interaction was similar to AJ. Me and AJ know each other well on this app. He's one of my OGs. We go way back. We haven't met, but we are what I would call friends in real life. I can holler on my Donny and chat to him about anything from football to where do we find Scotty, and you'll understand who Scotty is in a minute. So anyway, Darron, what I echo, I won't rehash it because I'll echo what AJ said about Darron. Very inoffensive, unthreatening at the beginning, but definitely very quickly realised what it was about and went to the dark side. Cool, we know where we stand with that, right? But what I'm not going to do, and I don't care who does, I'm not getting into individuals' beefs with other individuals on TikTok, because guess what? Unless it directly affects me, I don't care. Two things can be true. Someone can have a beef with somebody, and I'm not involved, and I can have individual relationships with those two people. I don't cross over into them. I don't talk about X to Y, and I don't talk about Y to X. Yeah. And if X says something, and I feel that Y was out of place, and the time is right, I would say that from my point of view. But one thing that happens on this app, a lot of people... Listen, it ain't a fucking real world. If they push the switch tomorrow, what you lot all gonna do? So shut up is what I would really say to that. Anyway, getting down to specifics. So, as Darron has morphed and evolved into what I would call the anti-me, yeah, because I don't do none of that shit. If you're racist and you want to come on my platform, you are going to get a few minutes to state your claim, and then we're going to tell you to just allow it, and we're going to kick you out. Because we do not give you a platform. The whole world is your fucking platform. So I'll be damned if I'm going to give you another one. Okay.
Thank you.
As that starts to evolve, me and Darren essentially have a little, and I pull no punches. I've jumped in lives and said, this man is dangerous. Okay. I'm not a member. Let me show you. And I'm not smoking, so I can. I am not what I would call a fully fledged member of the black community, as you can see. So my experience is my experience. Okay.
I'm going to put you on big screen for a minute.
I don't come from any. I need my hair doing, so forgive me. I'm coming, Dion. I promise. I come from my point of view, but there is right and there is wrong. Okay, so I've called Darren out on what I perceived of Darren being wrong. Darren has DM'd me on multiple occasions where we can talk about this. You know, we should. I don't care. I don't want to. Unless you're gonna change, I'm not interacting. Fine. You go your way, I'll go mine. People talk about you. I use him as a poster child for Stephen from Django of TikTok, but that's about it. I don't think the camera's lagging. That's me, mate. That's me. That's me and my anger. No, my disdain is probably correct. Anyway, let me turn the camera off now because you've seen that I'm not a fully fledged member of the black community, and that's all I needed to say. Anyway, so I'm now at the point. So through that whole interaction of back and forwards and me essentially trolling him, we haven't really interacted, but I've heard a lot because Darren is the poster child for selling out not just his own people, but all people. Now, let me take you back 2 weeks ago. I'm in a live I'm on holiday. I'm chilling by the pool at 7 a.m. I jump on a live, right? Someone's talking nonsense about immigration. I respond to nonsense. Out of nowhere, somebody at the time called St. Michael, some of you will know him, decided to tell me he was going to make a live about me and my domestic abuse of women. So I said, okay, no problem. Do your thing. I look forward to you bringing the evidence. A little bit later down the line, here we are. We still have no evidence. I've trolled St. Michael. I've said, he knows a lot about my life, so he's definitely been looking into my life. Yeah, I see it. He's definitely been looking into my life. He knows things that you would have to have spoke to someone to know about me. So that makes my antennas like go off. I'm nearly there. Anyway, it comes to my attention that Scotty, Michael, whatever his name is, Ryan from Small Heaths, does spend a lot of time in Darren's lives. Darren is not always accommodating to him, but he's still there. Anyway,
let's just be quick, just be real for the chat. So if you guys know this person, there's 3 names they go by, just so you're aware when you see it. Ryan, Scotty, Mikey. Be very careful of this person when you see them there. Try not to engage with that person, and of course don't try and disclose anything personal about yourself because they will use it against you. Thank you, Tiz. Continue.
Can I just say something real quickly? It's about someone who just entered the live.
One minute, Fairy, let me finish. I'll bring you in, Fairy.
There's a lot for you lot to respond to on this. And this is, and now we come to Act 3, okay? And this is where my voice is shaking and I'm motherfucking quivering. And it is God willing, inshallah, that there is distance between me and this baby dread pussy all above, right? Because you want to put yourself out there as the poster child for this shit. Well, you know what? Then you will face the fucking brunt of this because I can't get to Mikey. So what Mikey has taken to doing, I don't care if you want to make lives about me and make up false allegations. Either prove the allegations, don't. I'm not defending what I don't need to defend. The burden of proof is on you as the accuser. Bring your people. If I have to defend, I will. Thus far, it ain't happened because it don't exist. But here where I am raging right now. Mr. Wiseman has this guy in his live. This guy has been posting pictures of my 21-year-old daughter, telling me he's watching her twerk on Snapchat, making comments about her intimate parts. She is 21 years of age. This man Scotty is doing it. Okay. It came to my knowledge last night that Darren encouraged Scotty to come and spy for him. Do you now see the type of people that this fucking pussy-hole allows and uses and fucking weaponizes? So if you're enjoying this live, there'll be another one to follow tomorrow. You'll enjoy that. But let me tell you this, and I don't mean to steal anyone's thunder. You motherfuckers want to turn up to DJ Tiz Talks on Sunday for the main event because I am putting this guy on blast, okay? I don't care what GB News reporters you've met and turned down, you fucking waste man. I don't care what fucking people you have and haven't platformed. The second that you allow people, you send people to, I don't care if it's spying. What do you mean spying? Oh, you're spying on my pixels? Oh, pixel friends, fuck off. But the fact that your actions and you have that bad mind behind you, and then when I confront you about it, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you'll know what I'm talking about, baby dreads. All right? Because there's TikTok and there's TikTok and there's the real world, and you are about to understand that the twain shall meet.
Exactly. Thank you, Tiz. Thank you so much. For AJ and Tiz to come here and speak exactly what they've spoken about, these are the kind of men's voices that we need to hear as women. Let me tell you this for sure. We need men to take accountability. AJ, you did that. I know you had to go on a phone call. Appreciate that. You talked about how you were there in that space and you realized that it was wrong and that you should have done better. This is exactly what it means, because this is not a fucking game. When it gets to this point where it gets serious, where Tiz is having to explain certain things that has happened to him because of people like Darron, it is not a game anymore. And this is why Fox has to speak up about this shit as well, because this is not a game anymore. This is absolutely unacceptable. I'm not going to call this person out. That was the wrong phrase. But I have a group chat of 3 of us right now, and if that person wants to pipe up and say that they're part of the group chat, they're more than welcome to do so. Tiz has just mentioned that there is going to be a live on Sunday about Darron as well. There's 3 of us in this group. We are talking specifically about Darron because this is a very important conversation. So hopefully, I don't know if that person has agreed because I need to catch up and read the group chat properly. Hopefully there'll be a live maybe tomorrow with this person, and then Tiz is having his on Sunday. This should hopefully be 3. You're doing it? So Leanne, thank you. Leanne is going to do one tomorrow and Tiz is going to be doing one on Sunday. So because Leanne has very specific experiences as well with Darron, and of course Tiz has mentioned his experience. A lot of us here seem to have a lot of experience now with Darron. Right, a lot of us have, and even if you don't know, I can see some of you in the comments section. Thank you so much for the gifts, guys. Anyway, I can see some of you even in the comments section are like, shit, do you know what? I've had experiences too. Fairy Bread, I am going to bring you in now, of course, because it's your turn. I know, because I think maybe I met you around that time as well with your experiences with Darron. And exactly, Jay, Darron needs to be held accountable. Fairy Bread, if you need a minute, please let me know. Like, I won't come to you if you don't need it. If you need to take a minute, I can come back to you. It is really your choice, because it was not good. Some of the stuff that I'm seeing and I'm hearing from what's happened in Darron's space has been disgusting, like so disgusting. And like I said, I only went there twice, and twice is enough for me to be like, I need to get the fuck out of there, because he is very dangerous. He's platforming racist, and the way he's trying to gaslight and manipulate people, even his own moderators. What the fuck is that about? You have so much low self-esteem as a black man. It has to be about color now, guys. This is literally about a black man's low self-esteem. So low that you have to put racists over the top of black and brown voices and the voices of other women as well. It's absolutely disgraceful. Fairy Bread, do you want me to come to you, or do you want me to go to the next person?
I can talk.
You okay? Okay,
I
cool.
feel like,
Crack on, sister.
I feel like I've been hiding how I feel, because obviously I've been trying to be like at Leanne's corner, be at Forever Me's corner, everyone's corner, and so I think I put my feelings to the backside. But when we're talking about this situation, it's genuinely just brought it back up again, because the conversation that was revealed between AJ, Darron and Alexandra had me at its forefront. Obviously there was a prior conversation that concerned you, Leanne, and Forever Me, and also me, but the conversation that was brought to TikTok was about me, right? Yeah. And so this all stemmed from a live in which was done. It was like late night, 10 o'clock, early January. I'd had a problem with the way that Darron ran his lives. Oh my God. I had a problem with the way he ran his lives, specifically how the black women were consistently talked over. Consistently pushed to the wayside. Our opinions were not held. We would have certain circumstances of a black woman saying something, and then 10 minutes later someone repeating that same thought as if it were their own original thought, right? And it getting the validation that the black woman's thought should have had to begin with, right? They would get applause for basically stealing the black woman's original thought. And so I told Darren this. I had had a conversation with Darren in a very respectful manner. As you know me, Fox, as Leanne knows me as well, I'm not really one to get very, very angry, right? Yeah. Unless when you see me angry, you know for a fact that I'm super, super, super angry, right? So I said this in a very calm way. I said, Darren, I don't really like the fact that I'm talked over. I don't really like the fact that I'm consistently belittled. I don't like the fact that my ideas are consistently stolen without anyone giving credit to me. These are ideas that have come through a lot of conversations I've had on TikTok, through reading a lot of books, Womanism by Alice Walker, etc., etc. All of these books, I've read them, and these are conscientious thoughts that have come to me. I don't like that. He was like, okay, cool. I shit you not 10 minutes later, after I just had this open heart-to-heart conversation, not 10 minutes later, right, he was talking, me and this other person, Black Mimi London, me and this other person were talking about how misogynoir fell, etc. He brings up a racist white American. And this racist white American started belittling and degrading and insulting black American women, calling them whores, calling them bitches, referring to them as and I please TikTok, I beg you, we love TikTok shop, come dumpsters. Every single Julia was in there. Literally, Julia was in there. Julia, if you remember it, you remember it, right? Literally, thank you, Julia. Julia was in there. I remember Julia specifically being in there because Julia was literally atting me in the comments, right? This person was saying they're nothing better than Smeck dolls. They deserve nothing good. How dare they come for the YT people of America? And this was allowed for 10 straight minutes. Me and Black Mimi in the panel was saying, Darren, can you drop this guy? Darren, can you drop this guy? Julia in the comments was like, please drop this guy. Every black woman in the comments was like, drop this guy. This is absolute bullshit. What the fuck is going on here? We now go to the conversation. He finally drops this guy. Finally. After 10 minutes, drops this guy. We're like, what the fuck are you doing, Darren? Why the fuck would you allow that? You have to have a difference of opinion. You have to have a difference of opinion. I was like, that is not a difference of opinion. That is absolutely slating black American women. What the fuck are we doing here? And then you claim that you're for the black people, but black Americans. And I literally said to him, as I was saying this, a black American came on panel. I literally said, and this is why black American people say that British people are delusional, that black British people are fucking delusional, because you have stupidness like this. This is why they say they don't trust us, because they have stupidness like this. And a black American comes on panel and literally slates Darren for not dropping him, and slates us, which I don't blame him. I don't blame her for getting angry at us. Rightfully so, because that was allowed for 10 fucking minutes. And I'm saying, literally what I'm saying was literally the smallest amount of what that guy was saying. Bear in mind, this was almost 7 months ago, so I don't remember everything that was being said, but trust to believe what I said touched the iceberg of what happened in that live. And I was like, this is not happening. I dropped from that live and I get so angry. I really am angry, right? But I have no one to talk with about it, because at that time me and Leanne were not close as we are now, right? So I had no one to say, hey, what happened on the live? Fucking mad, right? So then we go back to 2 days after that. I'm talking to him and I was like, what you allowed on your live, absolutely despicable. That is disgusting. I don't know why the fuck you would allow that. Obviously, coming back with his same excuse, you have to have a difference of opinion. I was like, okay, I see who you are. Cool. Then it all blows up, right? Alexandra and AJ come on the panel. They start talking about a guy that called Alexandra a bitch, right? They start talking about the fact that, I know that now, Leanne, thank you. They start talking about a guy that called Alexandra a bitch. Two twos later, it's come out that this guy has used the P slur. Right, he's used the P slur. He's called somebody the P slur. Right? Apparently, it's due to the fact that his daughter was threatened with rape. But he's now saying, I'm not racist because I'm just not racist. I talk about racism all the time. I try to deconstruct my racism. I was like, what the fuck are we talking about here? You're not racist, but the first thing that pops into your mind after your daughter's been threatened with rape is to call somebody the P slur. How does that equate, yeah? Here you have Darron being the biggest tap dancer I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Here you have Darron literally go, yeah, me and you, let's have a private conversation. Let's talk off app. I was like, excuse me, but this was done publicly. This was said in a public live. Why would you go and have a private conversation with him seeking clarity? That makes zero sense. Zero. Then you see him start to get agitated. Obviously, he's picking his mug like a fucking mug, right? And every time Darron gets agitated or nervous, he picks up the fucking mug and starts drinking his tea or whatever the fuck is in that mug. I don't know. It could be alcohol.
That shit is empty, man. That shit is empty.
Bro, he starts picking up his mug and doing all this rah-rah. I was like, okay, cool. I see your game. I was like, all right, cool. I got angry, obviously, because I hate when things are done publicly and there's a private accounting. No, we do public accounting for public behaviors. Yeah, cool. I now get like dropped off. This is where the conversation concerning you, Leanne, me, and Forever Me take place. Right? This is now where that conversation takes place privately. Okay, cool. They now jump back onto live. I'm not being allowed up at all. They are holding a live, and this is where AJ and a woman called Annie are now arguing about Annie saying that if it was her in the situation, she also would have used the P slur. All right.
Is this that Annie see no evil? Is it that?
Yeah.
That's see no evil.
That's see no evil, Annie. Yeah. So okay, Annie and AJ are now having a full-on confrontation about Annie saying that if it was her in the situation, if her child was threatened with rape, she would have also used the P slur. Right? Here you have Darron who's backing Annie. Right? Bear in mind, AJ is completely in the right. At this point in time, and I will tell you, I did not like AJ, right? Because I thought he was one of the perpetrators of like silencing black women. So I did not like AJ, okay? I still was like in the comments, oh, yeah, can't lie, AJ's right. That's disgusting. Why the fuck would you say something like that? But bear in mind, Annie I need you to remember this, yeah? Annie's screaming on the panel. Okay, she's screaming on the panel. And bear in mind, everyone who's ever held a conversation with me, even AJ knows this. When I'm extremely angry, I don't even scream. I don't even shout, right? I'm very copacetic. So we're not going to play that game. The live ends, and this is where they have the conversation about me. Here you have Darron saying, oh, this is why black women don't listen. Black women don't listen. Look at Fairy Bread. All she does is talk over the panel. All she does is yapper on. She's just a yapper. She don't talk like, what's it called? Black women are not fond of listening. All black women know how to do is talk. Rare. Obviously, AJ's like, the things you're saying and how you're saying it is a bit iffy. Okay, I've heard the phone call, by the way. Yeah? The things that you're saying is a bit iffy. It's a little bit anti-black, right? And this is the conversation where it leads to with him having a YT partner.
Yeah.
Right? You having a YT partner and speaking like this about black women is a recipe for disaster. right? Because we obviously know that a black person can have a YT partner and still be for black people. Right?
Yeah.
It's not dunce
That's
to
not
say
the
that.
issue.
It does happen. That's not the issue. The issue is you're speaking like this about black women, which just lets me know that you've always had these opinions about black women, and that has influenced your dating preferences.
Yes.
Right? And so that is what the issue is. And bear in mind, most of us had the issue with Darron before we found out he had a YT partner.
Yes.
Right? So this just lets you know that this has nothing to do with the fact that we're having sensitivity reaction, right? Or we're not the ones being picked by Darron. Who the fuck wants to be picked by that? Who on earth wants to be picked by that? Nobody. Absolutely zero person, bro. Zero individuals want to be picked by that. Okay? So, like, I'm sorry, he is the option for white women because you all know they love their little mixed race babies. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's
clearly
no
Yeah, and clearly for black women, we're very much more direct when we speak, and we have a higher standard. Like we have a higher standard. We can see the potential in men, and so we're very much a case of, oh my God, you should do this, you should try this, you should go. And when a man can't do it, they get upset at us, and so they say, because also we remind them of their mothers. They're like, oh, she's just like my mother. When they see a black woman, they think it's a black mother, they think it's a black woman, and so that's why a lot of the time they end up going with white women. Yes, exactly. That's why they go with white women.
They mummify.
Yes.
And so
just to clarify what Fairy Bread is saying for the people, she's right in what she's saying. Is like the problem isn't the fact that if you date outside your race, that is not a problem. What the problem can be and does end up, especially in a black and white partnership, because I've also experienced this, is that when anti-blackness creeps in through white narcissism through the partnership, that's what happens a lot of the time. And because Darron is so anti-black, it makes sense now that he has a white partner. And this is not to say that you can be two black people and still be pro-black, anti-black. That also still happens. But a lot of the time, there is this white influence that doesn't help us in terms of blackness and what we need for equality, for inclusion, and for the growth of black people. This is exactly what it means, okay? So this is not saying don't date outside of your race, but if you do, understand the person before you, if they actually are going to understand the depths of racism and all of the forms that it comes into.
Understand the power imbalance. You as the person of color, you as the minority will always be subject to racism because you're with them. That is just what's going to happen. And so then we move on.
Can I talk about my experience with him? Because I was on his panel quite a few.
Hold on, I will come. Yeah, because I saw you come and drop. But also, I think there's some other people who have also been before you. Like JD's been waiting for a long time. So I will come back to you, DJ. I did say that you dropped. Yeah, but carry on, Fairy Bread.
Yeah, just quickly, I promise you I'll be over in a minute. So then this conversation happens 2 weeks before we all find out. Okay? We all find out this conversation happens 2 weeks after. Okay? I'm minding my business as one does. I've been pretty open about the fact that I have been... I was drug addicted at a very young age, all right? So obviously I'm struggling with my mental health at this point, and I took a little break off the app because this app loves to trigger me, specifically as a black woman, yeah? So we have this, I'm minding my business, then I get a DM from Forever Me. Forever Me I've known for around 2 years, okay? I've had a discussion with Forever Me every once in a while. How do you do this? She now tells me you're being talked about on the live. Why the fuck am I being talked about on the live? Like I haven't done anything to anyone. All of this now comes back out. We've tried to talk to Darron about this. We've tried to have conversations with Darron about this. We've tried to indulge Darron in a conversation. He's just not partaking in the conversation. Obviously, I was a bit angry at AJ and Alex for not warning me and not telling me this has happened, because apparently they were holding lives 3 days before I found out. Yeah. So I was like, if you care so much about black women and the protection of black women, why didn't you protect me and tell me so I knew? Why did it have to be up to two people that barely talk to me? Right? And so this is the gag is Darron was talking about this to every single person but the people he was talking about. The gag is
pattern behavior.
Pattern behavior. The gag is he would go to lives that would have 400 plus viewers and talk about it. But us with our little 2 viewers here, he didn't want to talk about it.
Hold on a minute. Let me get this right. So he was going to other people's lives and mentioning your names because they had more.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know Darron was talking about the Us Fox? Like he literally was going on every single panel talking about me, Fairy, Forever Me, you for like a good 3 months straight. And then every time I would rise or every time I would enter the live.
I didn't even know I was in the conversation.
Yeah. That's why I would message you and you just be like, forget Leia, please.
Forget that one. Yeah, I'd always be like,
yeah, you'd be like, forget it. And then every time I would enter live, because sometimes Fairy can't be asked, and then out of all of us, to be honest, it would be me that would speak out in it. So I'd go into a live, anytime he sees my name, he'd basically end the conversation that he's having with the panel and say, yeah, guys, you know what, I need to go back to work, or I need to go about my day now, guys, I'm gonna talk to you guys later, and drop. He even did it when I did it in Tiz's live. Was it
Tiz's
yesterday? That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
when he came into Tiz's live yesterday, as soon as he saw me enter, he ran away. That's what he does when it comes. He doesn't want to be confronted by me. He doesn't. But yet he's blocked us.
The gag is though, it's not like Leanne. It's not that I couldn't be bothered, right? Because I was bothered for a long minute. My thing and my philosophy is what I live by in life is: you've got 1 week of my attention. Use it wisely. The minute that week is over, I will forget about you. I will literally block you. He's a fucking coward. Genuinely an actual coward. And
genuinely.
Sorry, something got stuck on the back of my phone. I personally, as an individual, by the way, this went into a long spill with his mod called Ethnic Dreams, who had the audacity, the caucasity, bear in mind she's South Asian, but I just like that word, caucasity, to call me and Leanne talking monkeys.
Yeah, there was more than that, Fox. She called us monkeys. She's
racist herself, man. There's other experiences with other people. She hates, I don't know what's her problem, BOK women.
Hates women. Yeah.
She I've heard her say some insane things. She's also another problem. I don't know if she was Darren's mod.
Yeah, she called us talking monkeys.
Of course she was.
She said, black women's tears.
Black women's names 100.
Just one at a time, please.
No, you're using your black women tears. You're projecting. There are other black women unaliving on the streets. Why don't you care about that? But all you know how to do is care about Darron. By the way, this then bled onto Manasseh's page. If you don't know who Manasseh is, he's something else here. But this then bled onto Manasseh's page, where me and Leanne were subsequently called the N-word.
By Bobby Singh.
We were subsequently called a bunch of N-word bitches. When we confronted Bobby Singh about the N-word use, he lied straight up to my face and Leanne's face, to the point where Leanne was dropped because she was getting angry, because I was already angry, but she was getting angry, and they don't like Leanne over there because Leanne doesn't swear. So when she's saying things with emphasis, right? She also called Leanne a PDF.
Yeah, she called me a PDF.
Yeah, she also called Leanne a PDF. And on top of that, when we subsequently confronted him about the usage of the N-word, he said, and I quote, "I've never said the N-word in my entire life." We were like, okay, you want to lie then? Thank God we had our field whitey that day. Thank God, because she went and done service. And she searched up his podcast, in which he says the N-word every single fucking podcast.
God.
And this is what I'm saying. He literally enables the bullshit against, and mostly against, black women.
Black women. This is a very important point that I need to highlight right now. Just because something doesn't come out of someone's mouth, okay? So a lot of you won't hear a lot of this come out from Darren's mouth himself. You won't see it on his live because he's sitting there very passively and letting the conversation happen. You have to understand now. If you haven't understood, please understand this now. That is what makes a dangerous person, because look at Charles Manson. He didn't lay a single hand on any one of his victims, but look at what his victims did. Look at what Donald Trump is enabled to do. Look at what Farage is enabled to do. Right? It's the words that these people say, or the behavior that they enable, that allows other people to go out and do things without consequence and retribution too much of the time. This is the kind of shit we are talking about right now. And this is very important. Thank you so much for adding that context in there, Defari Bread, in your personal experiences. Angry Buddha, I don't know if you're here still, but he said, is this like surviving Darron Wiseman? Because it pretty much is. Like, you're hearing a lot of the black women's stories now, guys. And you're hearing, of course, from other men, things that they've seen in terms of behavior towards black women. And you're seeing how disgusting it is and how disgraceful it is. Ella blocked him. Good. I blocked him as well. And I've only unblocked him for this reason, that he can come by if he wishes to do so. But of course, as Fairy Bread has said, and as you guys will now know, he is a coward. He is a coward. He's also an attention seeker, because Leanne, you will back me up when this as well. Not even back me up, you've had more experience of this than I have. And also I think Tiz said this yesterday as well on his live, is that he will message. So if you guys have experienced this, if you know this, he will say, message me, Tiz, you've just come back. Tiz, when Darren says message me, and you say, okay, I'll message you, and then what happens? Nothing. He doesn't reply. So you're like, why are you asking me to message you for? For what reason? And I even said that on the second time I went. So remember, I've only been to his live twice. First time he said message me. I said, okay, what does this mean? Like, what do you want me to message you for? Maybe some collaboration or something, or talk about a topic or whatever. He even said, I don't want to make sure that my lives are done at the same time because we might have similar audience. So I thought, oh, maybe he wants to discuss that. Like, what time do I normally go on? I message him. He doesn't reply. Next time I go on his live, I say, you didn't even reply to my message. And he's like, oh, yeah, I will. He doesn't. He's not interested. He loves the attention because clearly he doesn't get enough. And like I said, he's got so much low self-esteem that he needs to make sure that all of these people are around him. And look, there were some people in the chat section, oh, Darren is smart and Darren is the king, la, 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 la. King of what? His own fucking toilet. That's literally the only thing he'll be king of. When he sits on his own shitter, he makes that a throne. And that's the only time when he's a king, when he's shitting out of his ass. That is the only fucking time. And that is it. Right, last yeah.
Darren is smart. Give it credit where credit due. Darren is incredibly calculating. And that's the worst part of it all.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Fairy Bread. Okay, I'm going to go to JD now, I think. JD, how are you, JD? You've been waiting a long time, JD. Let's ask you to unmute. Yes, JD.
Sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Forgive me if you hear the fans in the background. It's rather warm. Listening to everything whilst I'm doing my own little thing, there's a recurring theme. And it's time that the theme gets, put to bed. Why is this happening? Why is he platforming? Like, I don't want to echo chamber everything that everyone said, because everyone's made some very, very valid points. But why is he giving these vile humans the time, the energy, the space to come up and speak so abhorrently to people? And why is he letting them get away with it?
Yeah, these are the questions that we need more men to ask him directly. Because we know we can make our assumptions, we can talk about our experiences, but we need more men to go and speak to him and saying, why are you doing this? Because he's not listening. Like, as you've heard, he doesn't listen to black women. He listened to, like, when me and Leanne had a go at him, he listened that day, and I said, I don't know what's happened since then, but I've literally, the day I shouted at him, I said, what the fuck? And he dropped them then. And that's when I said to AJ and to Alex, what are you doing? Like, what's the moderation for? I don't understand what this space is. But, you know, it is, and I think, you know, men a lot listen to more other men than they do with other women. He is very clearly somebody that can diminish our voices. But when you are a man, this is when a man calls to question in his own masculinity. So the questions that you would be asking, you would have to direct it to him. Personally.
Absolutely. So I'm just putting that out into the universe. And like, I don't engage with Darron often. I've watched him for a very long time. I like to work people out before, like, I speak to them directly. That's just a survival method that I've developed over X amount of years. And what I've seen has been very, very, very problematic. And the first person that made me aware of it is a very good friend of mine on this app. And at first I thought, no, it can't be. And then I started watching. That's when I then started listening and watching. And it's like, hold on a minute, you've got a point here, you know? And I found with Darron, my own personal experience, it's not what he says, it's what he doesn't say.
That part, yes.
And he's very, very clever in how he operates and facilitates and moderates his own space. And I'm just thinking that's scarily clever. You know, that is absolutely scarily clever. The only time, and there's a bit of an anecdote, the only time I've ever actually spoken to Darron, he had a backdrop down talking about anti-whiteness. And that kind of raised alarm bells in my head to begin with. So I've gone up. I was one of the first ones in there. So I've gone up. And in the comments, there was somebody coming in who's obviously seen the flag in my profile picture. And they're like sounding off Gyppo Gypsy in the comments. And I've said to Darron, like, I don't feel comfortable. Like, could you, like, not mute him? He was like, I don't see why you should let it bother you. I was like,
oh, for goodness sake.
I'm like, what do you mean? You know, like, how would you feel if I was to, you know, I'm not that sort of person, but how would you feel if somebody was coming in there, you know, saying the N-word to you in the comments? You know, like, and like since then I've not.
It's good. It is not anybody else's place to deem what is offensive and what isn't at all. That is horrible. I hate that so much. Telling you should not be offended by something that is very offensive to you. It's fucking rude. It is fucking disrespectful. It's like, yeah, Julia, exactly. The more you hear, the worse it gets. And this is why we're having this live. And I'm so glad and I'm so happy that people are bringing their stories to the table, because even I didn't know, and I didn't realize how deep this problem was until actually maybe today. Like, I knew some things, and like I said, I've only been there twice, and I was hearing some things. So thank you so much, everybody, so far, for sharing your story, being brave enough. You know, if this has been upsetting to you guys in the comment section as well, please, thank you so much for sticking around and listening, really and truly. And again, this is all about creating awareness and knowing what you need to look out for when you're going to not just his space, any other spaces that seem similar and have a similar vibe. That's so horrible, and this makes me even more annoyed because some of you guys have been here since the beginning of this live. Darron turned around and said, it was actually to Tiz this morning, actually he did say it to, said that Fox platforms racists as well. She platforms the same people. He's trying to say that his face is like my face. Yeah, Rasta Pinky, you're my moderator as well. Rasta Pinky is a moderator here. This is what he was trying to say about our space, Rasta Pinky. That we are still here, I platform racists. I allow that bullshit. The same shit that, yes, Naomi, the same shit that happens over there. He tried to say this about AJ as well. I don't know, AJ, if you're here still, I'm not sure. But he also said that too. So, yeah, Mercy, he can't compete. But that's the worst thing, is that it's not a competition in my mind, for God's sake. We're black people. In this skin, we're supposed to be on the same freaking team. But like I said, that's why he's not on our team at all. He's an enemy of the people. He's not on our team, and this is why.
For racist.
There is no. Yes, exactly. That's the whole thing he does. I will bring you in a bit. I need to go back to Samori for a bit because he's been here from the beginning. I want to add in some of his points, but I will get to you in a minute, Ogar. But we've also got DJ before you as well. JD, is there anything else you want to add? Because I'm going to just get Samori, then I'm going to go back to Latal, to DJ. Yeah.
I'm so glad, like, it's take strong women like yourself, like Leanne, forever, and I'm glad you guys are actually stepping up, and as men we need to do something about it as well, and
yes.
Like Leanne's a ride or die, Nikki's a ride or die. I love Taishi as well, so I'll stick by you girls no matter what. I'll do what I can, even if it's not a lot. I'll do what I can. So no,
thank you, JD. This is the thing. Like in these trying times, it does seem to be that women's voices are the loudest, and I know me especially. And the things that I talk about, I know I'm very loud. But like I've said, I'm very loud. But like I've said, I'm very loud. But like I've said, guys are the ones who are supposed to be using your voices for good, not for evil, for good. So, that's why I got really disappointed when I mentioned Andreas earlier, what happened at the beginning of this year. As I said, I was very emotional about it. And Darron thinking, oh yeah, it's a black man, great. Twice I went to his space. It was disgusting. It was horrible. So there aren't enough men on here who are talking about topics, talking about things importantly, talking about their own communities, the ways that they've been affected. JD, I would love to hear more about your community and where you're coming from. I would really love to hear more from you. This is the thing. This is the world, right? We are, yes, one human race. Right, we are one human race, but yeah, of course, we are broken down into religions and cultures, traditions, etc. But being human is what is supposed to connect us, and so we're supposed to listen to each other's stories and experiences and find relatability. How sad is it today that our relatability is because one man has harmed us? It's sad, but at the same time, a lot of beauty comes out of this because we do get to connect. Like the last time when I had my live, even though it wasn't about Andreas, he was part of the conversation in terms of misogyny. There were so many amazing women I met from that conversation, and we ended up following each other, and there's particular lives I go to now because of that. So I hope that you guys are getting some positives out of this. This is not, and how I am as a person, you know me, I don't slander people. It's not about that. It's about highlighting the problem so then we can see the bigger picture about things. Thank you, JD. Right, okay, I think I said I was going to bring it. Yeah, Samori real quick, because I'm going to go to DJ after. Samori, what did you want to add, please?
I just because it was funny how we were talking about this Darron guy and his baby dreads and things like that. I also wanted to, I know you're going to talk about tomorrow, but the anti-blackness in the South Asian community as well, and I've been seeing it around Darron as well. Now I'm hearing apparently he has some weird connection to like Rez Khan and Bobby Singh. Apparently they're all in that Steps debate group. So I don't know, like the anti-blackness in the South Asian community. Apparently it's been going on for a long time, but I've been seeing it since the beginning of the summer. I don't know what's going on. Do you know what I mean? I mean, there was this one person, she was a South Asian woman. Her name's Asma, and she was saying that apparently we talk down, the BOK people talk down on them, on the YT racists. I was like, okay, fair enough. Do you know what I mean? I'm not surprised she was South Asian, but I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I don't know what's
we
going
can
on.
talk about that. We can talk. We can talk about that tomorrow. We can talk about. I will bring in Elaine the Pain as part of this conversation as well, because I feel like that really highlighted a lot of the anti-blackness. Of course, that was a massive thing that happened. Again, I can't remember the concept of time. This is probably this was last year, I think.
This was like February.
February, was it February? I remember it was dark.
February, January. I remember it. Yeah.
So, yeah, so we need to talk about that as well in all different ways. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay, I'm going to go to DJ now, please. DJ, am I saying that right? D Jojo, British.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Jojo.
Yeah, that's fine. So I was going to Darren's lives quite a bit because he had topics up there which I liked. I looked at Darren like a brother because I didn't really, in the beginning, I didn't really have an issue with him because I'm quite an outspoken person because I wouldn't say I'm pro-black, but I'm for my people. And a lot of the topics that he had up annoyed me a little bit because I used to say to him, Darren, why can't you put up topics that, you know, align with our community? That, you know, that's happening in our community that people like ourselves can come up and speak about and, you know, find, you know, solutions. And he'd say, yeah, I'll do it. And he did it a few times. And I noticed when he done it, a lot of the people that called themselves moderators and they would drop or they wouldn't speak about the topic. They wouldn't involve themselves. And a lot of them were South Asians. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say it out there. A lot of the mods on his panel are South Asians, and I don't think they really F with us. And that was my problem with him. I would say certain things, and he would kind of, like the other lady said, yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's not like that. But it's blatant, like these people don't really like us. We're speaking about things happening in our community and they don't want to involve themselves or they're just not interested. Everything has to do with them. Darren would always put them first. That's how I felt. That's how I felt. And I'm going to put it out there. Darren, I love you as a brother. If you're listening, and I told you this, and I messaged you, I said, you need to put your people first before. Yes, you can be an ally to them. I don't mind or whatever, but you need to be for us. We can't come up there and we're speaking about stuff that relate to us. We're getting called aggressive, or the things are just nobody's really caring about it. The black women were getting called. I got called aggressive so many times in that panel by South Asian women. So many times. And when I said this to Darren, he'd say something, but then he'll kind of brush it off. But there's something that happened that I kind of thought to myself, you know what, this place is not for me. I don't feel comfortable as a black woman in this space because my voice is not being heard. So I had to leave it alone. I didn't really experience anything from YT too much, maybe because of the way I carry myself. They know they can't come for me. But this Riz Khan woman, me and her have had battle to battle on his panel. And I must say, you know, Darren never dropped me or anything. She'll be like, oh, Darren dropped her, and he never did, which I have to respect him for that. He'll say, no, that's my sister. So he never did. But my issue with him is if he could just listen to us as his sisters, like he always said, things would be different. Another problem I have with the UK is we don't really have a pro-black community like that. And this is the problem we're having. Because we don't have a pro-black community, nobody knows where they stand.
Agree.
Everybody just involves themselves in our things, and it shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? If we're gonna have a space, we need to have a space where we can talk about stuff for us. And I'm not being funny. I'm not being racist. That's just how it's got to be.
It has to be that way. You're very right. I have actually started doing it. I do every Saturday morning. Actually, there's sometimes where I can't do it because I'm busy on a Saturday, but tomorrow I'm going to be doing my Saturday morning live, which is for black people only. It is a black space. Anyone from the black diaspora, African, Caribbean, as long as you are willing to call yourself black and you identify as black and have two black parents, it is black, blackity black. That's on a Saturday morning. Yeah. So that's what I would do. I think I'm doing it maybe 10 o'clock GMT tomorrow on that. So please do come by tomorrow to talk about it, Jojo. And as Samori has mentioned, and as I will bring up, is literally the anti-blackness in the South Asian community, because he did ask me to do it 2 weeks ago, but I was too drunk to do it.
I'll be there when you do that. I will be there because I'm not surprised with that with Khan, because some of the things she was saying to me was underlying racist. And I could feel it in my soul. This woman don't like us. And I used to think, Darren, how are you having these people on your platform? Why? Yeah. They used to say to me, oh, she's just like Elaine. She's just like Elaine. Yes, I am like my sister Elaine. Yes. And I love her. Yes, I am like her. Big up Elaine for our people. And that's what I've got to say. Darren, I love you as a brother, but you're messed up. You need to apologize to the BLK women in the community. That's what you need to do.
We'll have an
simple
interesting
as that.
conversation tomorrow
Thank you, sis.
about particular people. Thank you. With Rez, for me, it's a very interesting experience because the first time, and actually the only time really, I've had a personal feeling of some tension is when I mentioned Andreas. So what happened, like I've mentioned before, I will say very quickly what happened for those of you who don't know with Andreas, and I know I did say it a couple of times in the live, is that there was a situation on a live that he went to, and it was about misogyny. And he went up onto this panel. It was run by a guy. I can name names today. I forgot. I gave myself the rule. I gave you all the rule. Lex Therapy. He runs live that are about being anti-misogynist, right? He's very much mostly about men and them unpacking their misogyny. Andreas decides to go to this live and challenge the prompt, it's all men until it's no men. Riley, you remember? Julie, I think you remember. Like a lot of you guys remember this and when this happened. He was going on for 40 minutes. 40 minutes as to why that phrase was a problem. Excuse me, it's not a problem. He was trying to say, well, that gives it leeway to say that all Muslims are one thing. Excuse me, that's not the same thing. That's not the same. How are you taking an oppressed group and trying to say that they have the same power as men? They don't. It doesn't work like that. He did not understand it. And then he displayed a microaggression because he was okay with the women, white women, by the way, talking very directly with him, the white man talking very directly with them. And when it came to a black man speaking to him, that's when he got triggered. He was like, don't talk down to me. Don't talk condescendingly to me. And then it ended up getting really bad. And so then Andreas was so triggered by this, he immediately did his own live after. Then he went and did another 3 lives. Then he went and did several videos. And it went on and on and on for 1 week. 1 week! We were then like, Andreas, that's not quite happened. What happened? This is how it happens. This is what we were trying to explain to you. And he drained all of our energy. And he ended up blocking all the women, including myself, who he went and told people he was my friend. He was almost crying on his live. Charlotte, Charlotte is, I mentioned this earlier. When I alluded to it, I said there was a situation that happened that got me connected with other women. Charlotte is one of these women as well from the space from Lex's live. On his live, he said, oh, before you came at Fox on the panel, I was talking about a friend that I felt like I lost, and that friend was you. And I was like, we were friends? Okay, so the one black woman that you've got as a friend, you're not even willing to listen to me about microaggressions and misogyny. Who is he listening to? His male friends. He was listening to his male friends. And I was like, dude, I can tell you're struggling. You need to end this live now. I can see it. And I was getting very upset by it, very upset. I was like, I see you struggling because I am an empath. I said, this is not productive. I can see you are hurting. You don't understand it. Just log off. Just log off. He didn't listen to me. He listened to his men. So that's when I knew. And then, of course, he blocked me after. Then he came to another account and sent me loads of DMs. I blocked him. I block energy. Once I get that thing, it's gone. It's over. You will never come back. The door is never open again. And the door is never open to Andreas. And this is why I have spoken about it a couple of times. I spoke about it then, and I don't bring up and I don't drag things on. And I say, oh, so-and-so happened one time, and I don't mention their name because I'm not about that. But I'm bringing this up today specifically because this is an enemy of the people conversation. You got something you want to add, Fairy Bread? And then I'm going to go to Lutalo. Yeah.
Just quick. I was told, and since we're naming names, I'm going to name names. She was on the live earlier on, K-Kerr, or if that's how you say it. I was told when I was confronting Bobby about saying the N-word, I was told to have decorum and to stop being aggressive. By her. I was told that, which pissed me off even more because we're talking about a word that has so much history. And I find it so funny that black women, when black men are angry about racism, when black men are angry about being called the N-word, it's almost seen as not valid, but it's almost seen as it's almost like how dare you show any sort of emotion, and it's just I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of us consistently being like aggression is consistently weaponized against black women. That is somehow negative to be aggressive.
Yeah, but we don't need to take that energy on. This is the whole thing. It's like there's some things we can take from Darron, which is like don't react to it, and that's it. Like I never allow them to say anything about me. I'm just like, well, whatever. I don't care that you've got your racist stereotypes about me. That says more about you as a racist because I know my energy is fucking brilliant, and black women's energy is fucking brilliant, and we are the biggest threat to them, and that's why we can't take this on. I don't know, I think I maybe got distracted by my own story by talking about Andreas there, by the way. When I was talking about Rez, is that she was defending Andreas in that situation. She came to my live and she said, well, why are you not talking to him about this? And like, we all did. He blocked us all. He's been invited to the live, like I've invited Darron to the live. It's open for him to join. So, you know, it is really, really apparent that us as women do use our voices in the right ways, and that men are held accountable because they've always been very intimidated by the energy of women. Always been intimidated by it. But, you know, it is a case of, as women, please learn to take your power back and do not take it on as if it is your own. Okay, Latalo, how are you, please? How are you today, my darling?
Not bad. How is yourself?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. So what would you like to add, please?
I just want to say, basically, like these types of black men that disrespect black women the way I'm hearing that he does. I think they should be exiled from the black community. When I say exiled, I mean, you should be put out. If you're going to behave in that manner and talk about black women in that manner, then you shouldn't be allowed.
Latalo, people are struggling to hear you a bit. Can you come closer to your microphone, or have you got a phone case on or something? Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle to hear you. But yes, he's right. This is about building community. Yes. Oh. Are you there? Oh my God, what the hell? It sounds like possessed. It sounds like a demon.
What the hell is that? God, that rebuke.
What was it? Rebuke.
Amen.
What's going on? I don't like it. I don't like it.
Don't worry, everybody. I baptize and protect all of you in this live.
I literally need to get the cleansing sticks. I need to get my lavender incense. What the hell? In the name of Jesus. Oh my God. Let me get this one. This stick smells. Let me cleanse this right now.
Oh my gosh.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Latalo, I don't know what happened. Latalo was fine, by the way. Let me just say this, but whatever just came through just then was something else. Something else. Jesus, Lord have mercy.
Whatever that was, we rebuke, man.
We rebuke. Private says I kind of liked it. Oh, okay. You're on
Private,
something
please
else.
don't do your kinks elsewhere, I beg.
My goodness. But yes,
did
to follow
Olori
up,
get to speak?
she's
remember.
there. Oh, she's there. She said she got a call. She had no clue.
Oh, okay, go on.
Okay.
I'm in the middle
coming
of
to you. I'm coming to you.
But
don't worry, I'm coming to you, Olori. I'm coming to you. So let me just pack up on what Latalo was saying. Yes, we are trying to create different communities and know where our safe spaces are. For me, and I think, of course, now for a lot of people are realizing that Darron does not represent blackness. He's not part of the black community. It is very important and very apparent and should be very clear to all that he does not represent me. He does not represent black women. Of course, clearly he doesn't. And he does not represent black people. This is very apparent. Latalo, once you are cleansed, you are welcome to come back to the live if you would like to. Okay, Olori, are you there? Olori, are you there, my darling? Hello
Yes, I
there.
am. How
Yes.
are you guys? Hi. So,
Yeah,
Leanne
good.
is aware of what I experienced. I think it was last week was my encounter with Darron, and because of that encounter, I had to go to his page and block him. And when I looked at his page, it was so evident what he cares about. If you look at as soon as you go to his page, you know Darron's intentions on this app. If some of you have him blocked, let me enlighten you. On his page is literally just his TikTok achievements. 500 viewers, this many viewers, that many viewers. Those are his priorities. What is disgusting, though, is that he uses conversations that are important to the black community to gain that clout, to get that attention. So what happened with me is I had noticed that sometimes people will say very obviously racist things, and Darron will still be debating whether they are racist. And it's like, what are we discussing? There's nothing to discuss. They've made it very clear that they're racist. So you guys probably heard about the rebel situation with the goat herder, where Darron was trying to defend the man.
I need to hear this story in fully, actually, because I thought I knew the story, but I don't think I do. Can you elaborate on the story, please?
Okay, so
Samori did mention it earlier.
Yeah, a known racist called 007 apparently said that they don't, when talking about immigrants, said that he doesn't want any more of these unskilled goat herders coming into the country. And Darron was like, oh, he's heard the terminology from GB News. That's why he thinks it's okay. And Rebel was like, no, that is outright racist. Like, that is a rude freaking term. Like, what the hell are you talking about? So Darron was like, no, it's not. And Rebel was like, yes, it is. You can't platform this man. And other people were telling Darron that this 007 guy is a known racist. So anyway, they were going back and forth about that. I was in a live with Leanne and Bob at this time. So when I was on the panel with Bob, we were having a completely separate discussion, just nice chit chat really. And then Rebel came into that live and just asked all of us, is the term goat herders racist? And I said, depends on the context. He explained the context around immigration. I said, oh, of course it's racist. Come on. Talking about illegal immigrants and goat herders. Let's be serious. So Rebel now went back to that conversation. And because Darron now became the topic, Leanne started to tell me about her experiences with Darron and what she had been through. And I wasn't familiar. I just had noticed that he would never really call out racism fully, but I wasn't aware of her experiences. So she was just explaining to me, I was like, oh, okay. And then they now mentioned he had a white partner. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting, because there was a whole nother live I was on with a group of black women, and we were talking about food and stuff. And Darron came in the chat and he randomly asked us, he came up on the panel, started making little small talk with us about food, and he randomly asked us, what are our thoughts on interracial relationships? And I was like, okay. So one of my friends on the panel gave her thoughts about interracial relationships, but whatever. So when we were having this conversation with Leanne, and Leanne mentioned he had a white partner, I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That's probably why he came on that panel and asked about interracial relationships. Okay, cool. So I just said, well, you know, me, Leanne, I need to experience people for myself. So I hear what you're saying. That's really disappointing. I'm going to observe. Leanne, is that not what I said? I said, I'm just going to observe. I'm just going to observe. I didn't say nothing. So now after this, I scroll into, Bob ends his live, I scroll into Darron's live, and I see what the commotion's about. And I see how Darron is constantly making excuses for this goat herder term. And I jump up on the panel, I'm like, okay, Darron, even if the guy didn't know if it was racist, he knew he was being offensive. He wasn't trying to be polite, was he? He was trying to be rude. So why are you giving him the benefit of the doubt? Darron kept on saying the same thing over and again. Critical thinking. You guys aren't using critical thinking. He watches GB News. That language is just trying to do everything to defend this guy. So we didn't get anywhere and ended. Then the next day, he's talking about the same situation again. And it's so annoying, because it's like, if you want to believe that this clearly racist guy isn't a racist, okay, leave all of us alone. So I literally went up on, I requested to tell him that if you think he's not, him calling people goat herder is okay. That's fine. But stop trying to push your perspective onto us people who clearly know that that calling people a goat herder was to be offensive. As I requested, I was allowed on the panel, then dropped immediately. And I was like, what happened? And then he says, oh no, I don't want you on the panel. I don't want people that openly disrespect my family on the panel and say bad stuff about my family on the panel. And I was like, huh? What did I say about your family? So now I'm like, hang on, what? So I'm requesting for clarification. He now pulls up a recording and starts playing Leanne's voice, saying you were saying this and that. I was like, that is not me. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I would not disrespect somebody I don't know. Like, what is wrong with you? And then I raise back on the panel. He doesn't let me speak. He's just talking over me, being disrespectful. He has another racist person on the panel who's telling me, shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck off this, fuck off that, while they're muting me and everything. And I'm literally like, what is the real problem? Because I didn't insult your family. I didn't disrespect your family. And then he now changed it to, well, you were sitting with people that were disrespecting my family. Whole time, Bob, who was hosting the live, the white man hosting the live, was on the panel already. And he's like, I don't think Olga was involved in this conversation that you're having a problem with. And he's like, yeah, but she was there. Yeah, but so is the white man, Bob. The white man, Bob, was hosting the whole conversation. So why do you have a problem with me, the black woman, that was just there listening, but you don't have a problem with the white man who was hosting the conversation? What is actually going on? So that just pissed me off because I'm being disrespected unnecessarily. So I just drop and I leave. And then he comes into my DMs. Oh, I'm sorry that someone told you to fuck off. I'm sorry you were treated like that on my panel. I didn't mean to shout over you and disrespect you, sister, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, whatever. So I'm scrolling out. No, this was like, it was in the morning he sent this. And then he was like, please, if you're free for a chat, I would love to like iron this over. I said, okay, cool. So he goes live, I jump in the live. What is he doing? He's explaining to me why the man saying goat herder isn't racist. I'm like, you realize that is not my issue. You realize if you think him saying goat herder is not racist, he keeps on talking about critical thinking. I'm using critical thinking to know that if he watches GB News, he's going to say goat herders and think it's normal. I'm like, bro, I don't care about that. Why were you accusing me of insulting and disrespecting your family when you didn't? Why did you allow me to be sworn at and disrespected and called bitch and fuck you and everything when I didn't do jack shit to you? Why were you continuously muting me and being so rude? That is what my issue is. And then as I'm like talking about the fact that he himself was disgusting, he just continues to mute me. The whole time I've been on his panel, I've not sworn, I've not raised my voice. I'm just trying to be heard. After I realized he wasn't on that, I just started to insult him. You're a dumb raccoon. You're thick as fuck. You're here for clout. You don't care about the black community. Just like cussing him out. And then he blocked me and he dropped me and I blocked him permanently. But obviously, when I blocked him, I had to go to his page and I pre his page. And that's when I thought, it's true. This guy doesn't give two shits about the black community. He's just one of these creators that is using these controversial conversations to gain followers, because on his page, all he cares about is his followers and his numbers. And that's why, and obviously he is with a whitey woman. It is an area of contention for him. He has some insecurities around it. That's why he made it an issue when no one was speaking about his white girlfriend at all. And he is constantly assuming
he brought it up.
Yeah,
he's the one who brought it to the table.
No one gives a shit. We don't care. And that's why he will constantly be attacking black women based on assumptions, because he can go through all his recordings, go through Bob's recordings. You will not find anywhere that I have disrespected him until the point where I chose, I'm disrespecting you because I don't want anything to do with you again. But yeah, that was my experience of this Wasteman.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Alori. So you seeing, guys, there's a pattern. There's a pattern that's emerged. There's been so many people that have come by and shared their stories. Again, someone else mentioned that. I think Divinely, you said it in the comment section. Again, second comment, surviving Darron Wiseman at this point. This should be the prompt. Surviving Darron Wasteman. And of course, we've also had men come to the space and talk about their experiences. We've got women coming to the space talking about their experiences, different communities, different people. The only people that seem to be protected at this moment are out and out white racists, any black coconuts, and also celery, fuck off, man. Like literally, what the fuck are you doing? Go and crash out somewhere else. Celery, you're getting blocked and muted. Like really, you are on something different, a different day. Another day, let me just interject for a minute. He's blocked. If you guys know Celery, what's his problem? I went to someone else's live. So there was a live that Leanne was following, and I went into that space to discuss a prompt. It was actually about somebody else who I went to sort of discuss about what they were talking about. Anyway, the live's not about me. Celery comes into that space, starts screaming at me, changes his own profile picture to my face. Why are you talking about me? I'm not even the subject. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? He is a crash out. I've seen him crash out at 3 a.m. in the morning when I'm like scrolling TikTok at doom hour, which is rare. It's like, And Bard Lucy's not here, but even I wasn't alive with her. She was discussing things. He came into that space, starts gifting us. But on the other days, he will start having a go at me and saying that Fox is racist, as they like to do around these parts. She's this, she's that. Why are you sending me gifts? Why you keep coming back to the space? You're obsessed. It's weirdo behavior. It's odd. It is very strange. This is why we have to block these people and block this energy. They come with weirdness. Block it. Block it. It is not allowed here. And on that note, I'm going to bring in Latalo, and hopefully the energy that he gave with the microphone is gone. Latalo, there's no more demon time.
I don't know what happened. I was saying to one of your people on there that maybe like MI5 trying to infiltrate me or something. You know what I mean? Trying to message my message.
Could be. Could be. But thank you, Alori, for sharing your experience again. Like Alori wasn't even there. So it's obvious that Darron is dealing with some demons of his own, that he's hearing some conversations or being part of things that haven't even happened. I mean, it's surprising to me that he's brought up my name for months, considering I only went to his live twice and I only talked about him once back then with that experience. I haven't talked about the guy since. Only yesterday, really, actually, and maybe there was another live where he was mentioned, and it was like, oh, that Darron. And that's literally all the things I ever say about that guy. That is it, because I'm not interested in these individual people. They are so fucking irrelevant. But when it comes to the point where it has become such a big problem, like I've mentioned, that's when we need to talk about it. So, Latalo, what would you like to add, please, my dear?
Yeah, I was just saying basically that, like I was saying before, like I think these types of black men that they need to be exiled from the black community because they're very dangerous. Like you said, to children and to people come at you. It's very unhealthy. And just to hear the behavior that's coming from him, like towards black women, it's obviously has a lot of self-hatred, and I would say mental illness is a mental illness. Like to turn against your own people, for whose credit, for whose, it doesn't make no sense to me. And I just think that, we need to be very careful of who we let around our children. That's my point that I wanted to make, because these kind of comments and the things that he's doing is very damaging. So some is entertainment, for us is damaging, because we got, it's a lot of people, but it's basically he's an American podcaster, and from what I've heard today, he's exactly like how he behaves is exactly how this guy behaves. He does anything in his power just to disrespect black people, put black people down, put black women down, so. Like I said, anyone who behaves in this manner, I think they should be exiled from the black community, because we have to think about our children and their mental health and the things, and the things that make them feel good and feel better about themselves. And having people like this speaking in this way is extremely damaging. So I think, like, in the black community, we should have this, like, we already have it, we call it council culture, but something more thorough where you're not allowed, once you infiltrate like that, you're not allowed back in the circle until you get help for your own mental. So
Absolutely true. Absolutely. Yeah, right. Askari brought this up earlier about how dangerous it is. Like this is serious. Like I said earlier, like we've said, it is dangerous to have people like this who allow the platforming of races, to allow anti-blackness. You guys know that I talk a lot about racial hierarchy here. When racial hierarchy was installed, they put black people at the bottom. And so allowing the treatment towards us enables the discrimination that is not just on TikTok, for God's sake. This is in our real lives. This happens back in our motherland, wherever we are as people. This is what happens politically, socially, and like you said, it goes generations down to children as well. This is why we have to keep talking about this kind of stuff. It has to be here. This is literally the conversation. This is not about a personal, oh, Darron, I don't even know who Darron is. I don't care about his story. I don't care about any of this. It's the stuff that he allows which enables the crap to happen to us. This is why this conversation is happening today. So thank you so much, Natalo. Is there anything else that you want to add at that point? And I'm going to go to LB.
Yeah, just one more thing. I just want that, we as black men, we need to protect black women. And when people come out like this and attack black women, white, black, whoever, we need to stand strong and defend our sisters. And make sure that no one can attack them, no one can hurt them, no one can disrespect them, because nobody else is going to do it. No Asian's going to do it, no white's going to do it, no other people are going to do it. Only we can do it. And that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, and on that note, because I always call out men, black men, especially on these platforms, and actually just men in general. It's not even to do with black men, but I will say that now, is that there are not enough black men who hold lives, first of all, Latalo. So I'm going to ask you as well, if you go to TikTok space, when are you going to start doing your own lives that are going to be championing black women and going to be empowering black people? That is literally what I am going to be saying to you right now. As
no problem, sister, no problem.
Yeah,
no.
Because I feel like I'm carrying a lot of the weight out here.
I know you sisters are always on the forefront. I know you sisters are always out there.
Yeah.
I know. I see you.
Yes, yeah. So we need a lot more of this. And, the thing is, like, you guys come and you say really, really good things. You say really good things, but you need to have your own platforms so that your voice is echoed, because that's how we build the community again. Like you've said rightly so, Latalo, there are people that need to be exiled for the community, but it's where is the community? How are we building it? Like I've mentioned, I do a live on a Saturday. There's sometimes I can't do it. I mean, my lives generally are sometimes as and when, but on a Saturday, and which I will do tomorrow, is the Black Conversation. So I do believe that, anybody who is black, represents as black, identifies as black, to black parents, please do come by, because we talk a lot more about this. Thank you so much, Latalo. Appreciate that. LB, did I hear from you? I can't remember. No, I haven't, is it? LB, it's your turn now. Yes, my darling.
Hey guys. No, I'm going to be quick because Darron, I don't really have an extensive experience with him. Like, his lives did pop up on my FYP, but I didn't really go into his rooms. My first encounter with him was recently in the last 2 weeks when I went in. I don't know what made me go into the room, but it's crazy. Like, I'm not policing people and having, when you're talking about racism and having white mods or white mods, but the discussion that was having, I could see it was really harmful to black people. And I felt like there were a few like white people and Asians that he has as mods that were in that conversation. And I didn't see any black person on that mod. And him as the only black host that was encouraging and opening that space to have those conversations, he wasn't interjecting either. So I was like, so where's the black person in this space to even speak up? And I feel like it's okay if you want to have like white people as mods that are already deconstructing and they have proven to be allies, that you see they are doing the work. But something I seem to notice on this app is like, especially with black men, I'm not saying black women don't do it too, is like the minute you guys start fraternizing or maybe be more intimate, having relationships with people from like other races, it's like that immediately gives them a pass to start speaking on topics that affect and harm our community. Now, I'm not saying that we have authority and it's only us and we have dominion over speaking on racism, but you're letting these people speak on our experiences, dominate, override. Their voices are literally overriding and dismissing our experiences. And like, as you said, Black women, because Black women are on the front line, who is being harmed the most? Black women. And that's why majority of these Black men are a liability. And it's irritating. It's irritating because guess what, Black man? You will never go to a space where a white man is having a conversation that is harmful to white women, and you are a Black man as a mod. And you're antagonizing white women and you're insulting them in a room where the man is a white male host. It will never happen. You will never go to a space where an Asian man is having a conversation about things that are very harmful to them, that antagonize an Asian woman, and you, Black man, are a Black host antagonizing them. You will never see it. But guess what you will constantly see on Hello TikTok? It's a Black man space where you will always allow white male mods and white women to antagonize Black women and have their voices override the experiences of your own people for clicks and views. So what? Listen, I'm not saying, I don't care what people do in their house. You could be into corn, you can do what you want, but when it's in the presence of the public, keep that rage corn in private. I don't care what's on your private browser, but you're bringing it to the public spaces where people are being harmed emotionally. It's disgusting, and we're sick of seeing it. And this is why majority of them are a liability. They don't want to have spaces that are empowering. You are literally the third leg of patriarchy. The privilege doesn't even run fully down all the way, and you're still punching down. And not only that, instead of helping your Black women or being on the front line when you are harmed the most, right? You are using those women. You're weaponizing the harm. You're weaponizing that harm to I don't know, to support capitalism, to make money, to get fame. I don't know what it is, or for clout, whatever.
It's capitalism.
Whatever it is that tickles your fancy. That's why you're doing it. It's just disgusting. Talk about anything else. You can talk about shoes. You can talk about this. Even talk about women. Talk about misogyny. Everything. But they always find a way to make it about race. They always make it racially charged, and it mainly is to impact and inflict Black women. And it's just disgusting.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, LB. I mentioned this earlier about the moderator's situation. Of course, AJ came in and gave his experiences of being a moderator for Darron. And you guys know here, for those of you who are my moderators, and I've had people that I've had to remove from moderation because they have not called out the racism. Again, I will repeat the story. I have a group chat for moderators. It's called the Mod Squad group. And if racism is not being called out by the moderators, I will tell them off. They know this very well. I will screenshot. I say, you didn't pick this up. You didn't pick that up. Why didn't you pick that up? And if I see specific moderators who have literally interacted with that racism, they're removed. I'm always looking for people who actually are willing to protect this space, because you cannot have spaces like this online and think that we shouldn't have boundaries, because you wouldn't allow this shit to happen in real life. So why would you allow it online, for God's sake? Why? Why? You don't allow somebody to come into your house and say, do to you. You would slam the door in their goddamn face. Why are you not doing it online? This space is very important for us to be protected, to feel protected, because it is too right wing. I can't remember who said it earlier. They said it perfectly earlier, that this life is already right wing. It's already full of racism. It's already there. Why should we have it in our particular spaces that we're creating for ourselves? It makes no goddamn sense at all. It makes no sense at all. So LB, thank you so much for that. Is there anything else you want to add? Because then I'm going to go to Anachronista.
I would just land on thank you, first of all, for being intentional, because that's intentionality. When you actually really care and it's not just an online thing to you, like what we recognize as real, innit? What's understood don't need to be explained. I'm the same way I'm online in real life. I don't speak about, like, it's important for Black people to have safe spaces. Like, obviously online is not like, we can't police, like, it's not that safe, right? But relatively safe space to speak, because why on TikTok you will see lives that go go on for hours and hours and hours and hours without restriction. Far right wing lives. Sorry, you will see other races talking hours and hours, all sorts of N-bombs, all sorts of chimping out. The minute a black host wants to have that same live, not even to that intensity, maybe 20% of that intensity, and that they get muted, they get silenced, their mods, and their spaces are always infiltrated. Those spaces never get infiltrated. They're on it like that. But when it's black spaces, they always get infiltrated. And those are things people need to pay attention to and wake up. It's
Yes.
organized, it's orchestrated oppression. But yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, LB. I've just seen your comments in the comment section just a minute, Leanne. You said even this morning you got pissed off in Bob's Live as receiving racism to black people is so normal. This is what I mean. Like in my space, I will never allow that to happen ever. You guys know that you don't get angry and triggered in my space, do you? No, you don't get angry and triggered here, right? I bet it probably feels quite refreshing, right? It feels kind of good. It feels kind of nice. We can have a conversation. We can still talk about what happens to us, right? We can still talk about the things that affect us, but I don't platform racists. It will never happen. I don't platform misogynists. I don't platform ableists. I don't platform homophobes. I don't platform any of these people who are divisive. It doesn't fucking happen, ever. And it will never happen here. So please, if anybody has a platform, it is your responsibility to make sure you know what you're fucking doing, because a lot of you people don't. Transphobes, thank you that as well. Thank you, Private. Any other marginalized group, it will not happen here. It will not happen here. You have a responsibility when you put your voice out there of who is listening to you and what they are picking up. But too many of you have TikTok lives and you don't give a shit about the stuff that you're saying and the harm that you're causing. And I will never have respect for you because of that reason, ever. I never, ever will, because my moral standing and my moral compass is too high. And everybody else's should be high as well. We should all have respect for each other. So we talked a little bit about the South Asian community. You guys know, and you'll see on my page, one of my earliest videos that got a lot of views and a lot of likes was me coming out about Elaine the Pain. Like I'll say it and I'll bring it up more tomorrow, is that I said, hold on, your words are problematic. Because for me, not being a white person, anybody who's not white, it is supposed to be about our unity. Every single person who's a melanated person, it's supposed to be about our unity. And so I can say to the South Asian community, hey, we're brother and sister. Don't you remember what happened to us? Don't you remember the trade and shit that we used to be? The way that we actually share culture and community? Don't you remember that shit? Don't you remember? I can call you out for your racism and I can say to you, you're being racist over there. So it's up to you to unpack that in your community. That's that. For me, every single time, the only people who can oppress all of us is the white man. They've done it. They're the only people we're supposed to be going against. So if you're coming here as a black man with anti-blackness, you're working for the white man. If you're a brown guy who's working for white supremacy, you're not part of this either. Men, women, children, whoever the fuck you are, if you are anti-black, anti-brown, anti for the global majority, you are pro-white. And that is a problem for everybody, because being pro-black does not mean being anti anyone else. Being pro-brown doesn't mean being anti anyone else. It is empowering ourselves to get back the power that was stolen from us from the colonizer. That is the shit we're supposed to be focusing on. And Darron Wasteman hasn't got the fucking memo, clearly. He clearly hasn't. Okay, Anachronista, what would you like to add, please?
Hello, lovely. Firstly, your nails are gorgeous as always. I'm absolutely in awe of your every time. They're stunning. But anyway, to the point. I'm glad that you mentioned a few of the things you did there, because I've been on Darren's panel 3 times, and I've had negative experiences 2 times. The first time was just, I found it very frustrating that a lot of white young men were allowed to spout off all their opinions about empire without knowing anything about the British Empire. And when you mentioned about, nobody's triggered here, isn't that nice? Well, that's what the only reason I've been on Darren's panel is because I've been triggered enough to go up there. And I went up that one time and was just about to start talking about actually what Empire really did. Cut the live off, done. And I found that, okay, maybe that's a coincidence. So, I didn't get a chance to even say anything. And so the next time I thought, it's fine, whatever. Next time I went up and it was just more of the same. There was racism without any attempt to explain why what somebody was saying was racism. There was no, not that I think it's any black person's responsibility to educate us as white people, but there wasn't even an attempt to get through and say, this is why what you are doing is the problem, and this is why it is a self-fulfilling prophecy that you will forever be miserable in your life because you are stuck in this thought trap of blaming everybody else for your own failures. And I think that I find it really frustrating when there's no attempt to even direct somebody towards somebody that can help them deconstruct. I know that I've got a long, long way to go on my deconstruction journey. I'm fully cognizant of that. And I try and do as much work as my disabled body allows me. But all of it is exhausting between everything. And I find that I've not been back to his live after the last time simply because I don't have the patience for somebody that just wants to farm views and engagement and will allow people to say things without calling them out, without correcting language, without explaining all of it. That was not for me. So I haven't tuned in since, and it's funny that a lot of these lives have come about now, because it's made me realise that I'd followed him once before and I'd unfollowed ages ago, and I'd completely forgotten about it. And I remember now that because I have chronic fatigue syndrome, sometime when I'm scrolling through this app, I'm like, I have vague memories of things I've seen or watched or have done, and don't really, I have to go back and try and remember all of the things that I've forgotten. And that was one of them. So obviously at some point he'd said something that had really offended me to the point that I'd unfollowed. I hadn't blocked, but unfollowed. But he lives near me, so I want to be a little bit careful. But it's his attitude is very symbolic of many minorities down here. I feel that this is in part due to lack of education and lack of resources, but I do feel that there is the conditioning of empire has worked well in this old naval city, and it hurts to see, because I see it everywhere. I have my back door open, I hear it everywhere. It is everywhere, and that's not to excuse Darron. He should know better. By a long shot, he should know better, especially as it would appear many people have been calling him out for quite some time. But
yes.
At this point, if you're not going to learn and correct your behaviour, then I have no time for you. And that's, that's really all I have to say. So I'm gonna drop down and let people talk. But I just wanted to share that input and just context that it is rife down here. But that's no excuse if you're doing political content. You should be aware of these things, and you should know these things, and you should know when to correct people and what to call out. And it is honestly really sad to see that he is failing so many people willfully.
That's the whole thing. It's so many people, and that's why he's the subject of the live today. I don't talk about people, this, Anaconista.
Exactly.
But it's literally because we have to talk about this shit and the effect that it's happening, and clearly on like I say, I'm even shocked at how many people have come by today and have had stories and experiences, and and some people just one time was enough, some people 2 times was enough, some people 3 times is enough. It's like, And it's continual. There's nothing that we've been able to say to him that has made him wake up and say, do you know what, I'm on the wrong fucking team here. Because this is not about being on the black side. This is not about this at all. This is about understanding what is the right side for humanity and understanding what is for the good of the people, right? This is literally what we're talking about. This is between right and wrong. And he is on the wrong side. He is so far on the wrong side that he can't even see what he's doing, which is absolutely terrible. And it's really interesting that you brought up the fact that you, in your area, it seems to be a specific mindset, which is really sad for me to hear. Really, really sad for me to hear, because
different ethnic backgrounds around here, it is that I can see that conditioning, and I think that this is part of the whole argument of, and I hate the term integration, and I think that part of it is, in order to quote unquote integrate into British society, you have to start telling yourself what the white man is telling you, for want of a better phrase. As a white person, I feel awkward saying that, but I think that's what it is. And
a lot of it is like survival, but it's like a means to survive, because if you align yourself with those people, it in their mind thinks it's a level of protection, but it actually is bringing them closer to harm. They don't realize at all. All. Like I am so much safer being the empowered person I am with the strength of my mind than I am working for white narcissism. Like, you know, and also leaving Europe, of course, has helped with that mindset too. It's helped with that. But this is the problem with a lot of us as black and brown people. If we're born into the system, that has become our default, yes. But you would hope, I mean, Darren's like 47 or something like that. He's older than me. And you'd think, and especially if some people are coming to you continuously, and which we are, and which we have been, surely there should be something in your mind and say, do you know what, maybe there's another way, even if it's just down to money, thinking, how else can I monetize what I'm good at? He's a boxer. I'm sure he was making boxing content before or something like that. Like, that should be somewhere where you're trying to monetize. You're supposed to be monetizing what you're naturally good at. So why would he force this? Because clearly, I mean, I don't know. It's strange for me because, of course, earlier we heard him saying that he was defending the term goat herder as if it wasn't racist. So he was putting his energy into that to say that it wasn't. So, you know, and this is like, it's a point when he's being passive on his lives and he's letting the conversation go, okay. Because even, of course, that's what I saw when I went there. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. He's letting it go like this. I've not seen this before. But I say the second time, it was too much. I could not allow me to experience the amount of racism that I saw. But now, even now, to come into someone's DMs and say that that term is not racist, that's not on. You are a fucking problem. You are a problem. So
sounds like a Tory.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This again, like as we were saying, it is just so much low self-esteem in a particular black man or black women, whoever's doing this shit. Because, you know, I've seen black women come here and say the same stuff, and I'm saying, you're going to try it with me? It's not going to fucking happen. Go away. Like, you get dropped immediately. I don't care what skin you're in. If you come with the same racist shit, or you are pushing racism or anything that is anti of any group, it's not going to happen on my watch. Thank you so much, Anna Cranisto. Is there anything you want to add? Because I'm going to move to scenario next.
No, just that I think that as a final thought, I think that there is space to let these racist bigots show themselves for who they are. However, there's a cut-off point, and you need to learn that cut-off point, and you have to enforce it doggedly, because otherwise they will just take over and they will recruit. I'm working on compiling a cheat sheet of all of the white supremacist call signs that we've been seeing recently, so that all creators, all of us, can have a cheat sheet to see it all, so that people can know what to look out for. You know, it takes
Are you
me a
aware
while.
of Bard Lucy?
Sounds familiar. I think I followed her, but I'm not overly familiar. I think I followed her when I've seen them on your live.
Yes, she's one of my moderators. She hasn't been around for a little bit, but she is also creating a cheat sheet. So it would be really good for you guys to get together. White women unite and create this sheet, because she's given me a lot of terms that I didn't even know, Nazi dog whistles, etc. So we're more aware as moderators of what happens in this space and the things that we can block. So, it would be really good for you guys to get together.
Speaking to an American chap as well that I've been in contact with for quite some time, and I'm also speaking to him about he's infiltrated a lot of these international group chats that these white supremacists are using. So I know that there are group chats that have people from America, Britain, and Russia in, because they are planning for a quote unquote race war. Which if Darren, if you spend all your time with people planning a race war, people are going to look at you askance. My guy, like,
he would let them in. He would let him into he would let them into his house for a cup of tea. That's how far gone he is. And then they will pull out all the weapons and do him. Like, that's literally how it is. And it's sad to see, because, I need to see more black people, as I say, as being better representatives and to protect us as black and brown people, melanated people. This is what we're needing, and I'm not seeing enough of it. So thank you so much, Anachronista, for adding that. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my dear. Okay, Scenario, how are you today, Scenario?
I'm good. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on the panel. I'm not sure how long I'll last. Thanks for having me on there. Let me just say to the last caller that I don't think she's going to have any problem living in proximity to Darren. I don't think there'll be any, because she seemed to kind of infer that there might be some sort of threat to her, and I don't think that's the case. Okay, so what made me stop on this on your page was kind of the headline, because I thought, is this some sort of joke? Is somebody actually accusing Darren of being a moderate when it comes to kind of like race relations? Because my experience of him hasn't been that. I think I hope I can say this. I think he's been quite fair in his panel. Yes, he platforms people from the right. But I don't understand, how do you engage with these people? I mean, do you just kind of like put a set of blinkers on and then completely ignore them?
So you, in your one individual experience, is really going to ignore all of the many, many people who have come here today, because I know you've heard it, Scenario, and myself as well. But as long as you've had a good time.
Well, no, it's nothing to do. Come on, you've been patronising me there. And then I kind of understood it, because if, not to patronise you, but this seems like it's a platform for potentially whitey, Western, feminist ideology with a bit of critical race theory and throwing a bit of patriarchy. Is that what we're dealing with here?
Okay, so Fox. We're
dealing with that. I mean, let's all kind of like be upfront about
we're just gonna quickly do a little advert break about Scenario. For those that don't know about Scenario, we all know Scenario very well. Scenario is a right winger, very problematic. Also said a couple of racial things as well. The comment section will probably expose more crap that he said as well. So I'm not surprised you love Darren. You can go and bum lick him if you want to.
It's a bit more than that. I mean, we need at some point to have a consensus.
You do more than that.
We know it's more than bum licking. But as Fox said, like if because of your only experience are you a black person, by the way?
White. Let's just put it there.
No, that doesn't.
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 It's been real.
No, it's not hard to just say what race you are. I didn't realize it was that hard.
I just did.
Yeah, it took you a while. Anyway, so if you want to listen about how Darren is problematic, especially towards the black community and black women, maybe sit in the comment section, because this live has been running for a couple of hours now, and a lot of people
3 hours 20 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of people in the black community especially have spoken out. So if after all of that you're still asking, maybe you should go sit down.
I'm here to learn, and thanks for giving me the moment. But I did want to come to my guy's defence a bit, because I think you've been a bit harsh on him.
Harsh on being what's harsh about someone being a sellout for their own community? Sorry.
Well, I mean, we've called out all these kind of slurs on him, but no one's kind of given any example. I mean, on this panel, while we've been chatting, I feel everybody's kind of come out against him, but nobody said anything specific. Yeah, he's platformed.
They actually have. If you were listening to about, I think it's been more than 10 people now that have given
something about gunpowder. I heard or something. That
if you heard to the 10 plus, 15 plus the comment section, because it's not just not everyone is comfortable to go up on a panel. Comment section and panelists, it's been more than 10, 12 people now have spoken out specifically on their individual experiences and then also collectively as the black community. So again, if you want to defend him, I'm sure you can go back into his lives and defend him over there. We don't need anybody to defend Darren here. We really don't.
But then it just becomes with all due respect, it just becomes an echo chamber, doesn't it?
No, it's not an echo chamber.
This is not a debate space.
It's black people speaking out.
Yeah, this is not.
I get it. Safe spaces, but we're talking about pragmatic spaces. Spaces that are actually going to have effect on our experience. Not just to make us feel good for the next 10 minutes.
You're putting the word pragmatic. Did you hear Fox, the host, say the word pragmatic?
No, I'm saying that we are looking for pragmatic spaces.
Stop saying we because you're not included because you said.
I'm talking about where I'm normally chat.
No, but you keep saying we like we're buddies.
Is we not allowed as a pronoun these days? Have we cancelled we?
No, because we don't stand for the same thing. So we
cancelled we.
Don't use we. No.
Who do you mean we?
I cancelled we with you because we don't stand with you.
Okay. So the people who do, my fellow wees. Okay, I'm looking not for just safe spaces. We're looking for pragmatic
Who stands
spaces.
with scenario here? Sorry, just to check. Anyone here in the comment section stand with scenario or who is against scenario? A man that has been sitting here listening to this live, talking about several experiences and encounters with Darren, and you've still decided to come up and defend the man and what? As always, because
I'm kind of defending the space more than the man.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
The first thing you said out your mouth is, I like Darren. Darren's done good lives.
Okay, maybe I'm not as eloquent as you, but what I mean, he provides a space. I don't know Darren personally, but the space he provided.
A space for who?
For those with a similar kind of mindset to me that are looking for solutions.
So why have you come
solutions, not just...
Why have you come here then? Sorry, because I'm just going to go off of the sentences you said. You said, I don't know Darren personally, not been to his lives often, so get off the panel then.
Talking about the spaces, the likes of what Darren has provided are important.
Goodbye. Because
important for who? 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 Yahtzees, exactly. And so therefore, if you have that ideology, then go and enjoy yourself over there, as Leanne has rightly said and rightly contested with yourself scenario. The scenario is that you kind of suck as a person, I have to say it. You kind of suck. Why is it that you would think, as somebody who is mixed heritage, that you would have to ignore the black part of yourself? If you are black, why would you ignore all of it? Like, why would you do that? And why are you gifting me now? That's very strange. It's weird. It's weirdo behavior. Like, I call that shit out. Leanne will call out that shit. The comment section will call out that shit. This is not a safe space for you. If you feel safe with racists, it's very weird being as mixed as you are. Very weird. Very weird. It's not my story. Okay, we've got Rez next, please. Rez, how are you?
Well, after hearing all that, I'm okay. Thank you very much. So the thing is, I personally think that with Darren, he tries to appease people, and I've always had a bit of an issue. Well, not a bit of an issue, more than that, with him for doing certain things. And I've always said it to him. The way I see it is that, you know, you don't give people too much time. If you want, okay, I will speak to somebody, and if they come up and they be racist or whatever, I've given what for, and you know, whatever else I need to, but I won't be being polite to them, and I won't be entertaining them in that way. And I think that with this, you got to remember, and I'm not making excuses, before I don't want people jumping down my throat, because this is how TikTok goes. Let me just explain. I do think that he's trying to basically, you know, entertain the audience kind of thing, and he just kind of wants to have people understand him to be fair. But with racists, with bigots, with, you know, people who have any prejudices and such, you cannot, you know, be fair with people who aren't fair. So I have said it to him many times over that, you know, you're entertaining these people, and then he'll be like, oh, I forgot that they've done that. Then he'll have them back up again. And I've had issues with that in the past. But I would say that I think Darron isn't a bad person. Generally, I just think that he's got this wrong. Understanding what he's trying to do on this platform, I don't think he's kind of got that down to a T. And I just think people should just maybe give him more of a chance than they are. Like, this isn't a witch hunt, and it isn't to target him, just to speak to him on a level. Now, the other thing is that there was a girl, and I don't remember what her name is now, but she was being very anti-Muslim and anti-Islam on the platform. And she was from the BLK community, and this was a few months ago, and this was one of the reasons I kind of don't really go on the lives anymore. And she was very anti-Islam, and kept, whenever he spoke about things and spoke about prejudices and how people are being attacked, and then he talk about Muslims, she would come in and say, well, you know what, I'm not trying to be funny, but, you know, that's got nothing to do with those lot. Why are we talking about that and all the rest of it? And he'd allow that. Whereas for me, I don't think it's just about me. Yes, I'm a Muslim, but I wouldn't let anyone attack another religion or people of a different culture or ethnicity or whatever. I wouldn't go, oh, yeah, it's free game, go ahead, because it's not really my thing. Absolutely not. And if people want to come in, and that's where the conversation naturally flows, it goes there. But you can have them conversations respectfully. But I think with him, he's actually said it to me himself, that he feels like he cannot please his own community because people are targeting him. And to be honest, this live says everything here. Because I've had people do the same thing with him. Now I'll explain why though. Because there's so many people that will get their backs up. I've got people within the Pakistani community, and they'll say, oh, Rez likes BLK, DICK, because I will stand up for what I believe is right. I will say it how it is. I will say, look, if Pakistani men are doing these lives, and this was the reason why Elaine the Pain started her bullshit, was because there was a lot of lads that were starting and saying disgusting things and being, you know, saying things about the BLK community. I was the person that pushed up against it and said, absolutely not. We will not ever have that in our community. This is wrong. And what did they do? They started doing lives about me. Pakistani men, the Muslims started doing lives about me, calling me a race traitor. So I know how this goes. But my point is, I don't think Darron is a bad person. I think that he just is very new to this, and he's just trying to win a crowd, and he doesn't quite know what he's doing. That's what I'm going to say about it.
Fox, you know that this has been an ongoing problem for several months, Rez.
I know. That's why I pulled back, because there's been issues.
Are you not a moderator, or have you not been a moderator for? No, you are a moderator currently.
I've always been a moderator for him.
Okay, so were you here when AJ was talking about his experience when he was a moderator?
I don't want to talk about AJ if that's all right. Because I think that with AJ,
well,
AJ has with AJ and him, AJ was the same person who threatened him as well and said things about his white team as well. So I don't want to get into that. Without Darron here, I don't really want to talk about what that was.
Okay, what AJ said when he came back here was that he apologised for his part in allowing the platforming of racists. He, as a moderator, had said at that time when it was him and Alexandra that they were given specific rules by Darron not to block as many people and not actually to be very good moderators. And they didn't like that. And that's why it ended up falling out. So it seems to me, Rez, that you're okay with doing the moderation that you do, which is okay. That's your whatever you want to do there. But in my space and the moderators that I have here, we don't tolerate that shit at all. Like, it would never fucking happen. And I know that my moderators would pull me up if they would be like, Fox, you allowed all that bullshit to happen. Like, why did you do that? That would not be a space for the people who are listening.
I've literally just said that. That's what I've done.
We have. So you're not a moderator anymore?
I am a moderator, and I've spoken to him about when he's been allowing people to come up and doing whatever else. I've spoken every single time something going on. I will ring him and say to him, Darron, you're entertaining this too much. I'll even go up several times. I've dropped people. I'm not available all the time. So I work as a family support worker. I work as a photographer. I do other work as well. I don't have time. I have an autistic child. I've got a lot of other things. I'll jump in and jump out.
Okay.
I don't have time.
We don't need to know your personal story.
But my point is, I'm a busy person, so I'll go in for a little bit. I won't be there the whole time. I will miss things.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. But when you see those things and you see that it's a problem, why are you still allowing yourself to be in that space? If you're still willing to be a moderator and you will dive in and out, why for you do you think that that's something that you want to be a part of?
Right. So when I've spoken to him, me and him have fallen out several times because of the same people, similar situation, but certain people is entertained. The fact that he allows certain people to get away with whatever language and such. and we've fallen out many times. But I think that with Darron, because he is relatively new to TikTok lives, I'm going to say it again,
He's not new.
Well, it's
not
only
new.
He's only been on it for whatever time. He's not. He doesn't really know.
He's not new.
Okay.
He's been on this longer than me, and probably longer than he's been on.
He
Someone
hasn't.
came up here earlier saying that he was on since 2023.
No,
he's been on for like
He hasn't.
in the comments section. He's been on for ages. He's been on for
talking about
ages.
lives,
He was doing pro-Palestinian lives apparently for
wasn't.
3 years. People have been saying that. Yeah, he
That's
was.
not true.
And then he started to do this different content. So some people might only understand him doing this now, but he was in a completely different area and different subject line.
Darron never
until
did
he
lives.
started to do.
Darron never
Apparently he
did
did.
lives.
The comment section.
Well, I don't know where the comment section are doing it from. He used to come in as a guest, and he then started doing lives when he started talking about the BLK community and doing whatever else. This has only been whatever time he's been doing it. It's been maybe earlier this
But
year, maybe end of
still-
last year. But you're not talking
Yeah,
about
but
years or
still-
whatever. But I'm saying that I think that
Okay.
he feels like he has to have. He feels like in order for him to be. He has to be non-biased. He has to be whatever. But for me, I've said to him before, you are your own product. So if you stand strong on whatever you stand on, I stand strong on and people know what we stand for. But when people like Darron,
Nobody knows what he stands for.
That's my
Yeah, he
point.
doesn't
I've said
stand
that
for
to
anything.
him.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't stand for anything. And the one things that we've heard is that he's even defended racism. He's defended racist terms. And so, like, this is the whole point of this live is to show people exactly what this behavior looks like. Because a lot of people don't clock this shit. He doesn't clock this shit. And someone says in the comment section, he wants to educate, not eradicate racists. But he's not educating racists if he's defending it, which he has been doing. And you can't educate racists. Like, he allows horrific, disgusting language and so much bad racism towards black people. Who are you going to think that you can educate there? Who are you literally going to educate there? Who?
Right,
Unfortunately, he does not have the intelligence. He does not have also the knowledge. Like I said, he's got on his page 3 books that he's read. One of them is the David Baddiel book. Another one is David Olusogu. And the other one is David Lammy. Again, problematic people. So he's not in the ability, he's not in the space to be an educator. And it's not for black people anyway to educate racists. It's for white people to educate racists. It's their system. It's for their undoing. If you're selling to him, hey, you know what, you're wasting your time. But he doesn't care about that because like we understand and like what we see is that all he cares about is the TikTok coins. You go to his page, it's like, hey, how many diamonds? Like I said, I've only been to his space twice. The first thing he said to me was, Fox, what agent have you got? Agent? What are you talking about agent for? I just do this TikTok for fun. I do it because I'm also decolonizing and I'm having a conversation and I'm a chatty woman. And he's like, no, like, you know, the agency and this and how much money and blah, blah, blah. Oh, so there's your angle. He does not give a shit.
That's fair enough. I mean, so many people on this platform, people, you know, there's loads of people on here that want to monetize and do whatever else. And that's fair enough. Look, right, I'm not really bothered about whether people want to monetize or they don't want to monetize. At the end of the day, if he can make some money from it, good luck to him. My point is this, that stand on what you stand on, but stand firm. But don't be fluid. This is the issue I've had with him. This is what I've said to him so many times. Stand firm. If you truly believe that you're standing there for your BLK community, stand firm on that. Don't let
he's
people
not. That's the point, Rez. He's not.
That's what
He
I'm
doesn't
saying.
represent us. And he's weaponizing it so he can get away with shit. This is what these people do. Rez, I know you're aware of coconuts. I know you're aware of these people who literally have the melanated skin, but they're doing the whiteness. They're doing that shit so they can hurt us directly. This is how it works. Rez. He doesn't have any of these things to stand up for because he is standing for white narcissism or white supremacy. This is what Darron is doing. He has been specifically saying, he brought up his white misses. We've talked about that. He specifically brought that up. And the fact that he literally platforms racist, he doesn't call them out. It is so anti-black. It is so anti-brown. It is a ridiculous problem. But I'm going to bring in Leanne now as well to mention some things as well. Leanne, what would you like to add, my dear?
Yeah, all of that gaslighting Rez you just did, I don't know who you thought it was going to fall. It ain't falling any black person in this space in particular, let alone the allies.
What gaslight was it?
Anyway, so
no, sorry, Leanne, don't make a comment and then not respond.
If
what
you
gaslighting?
if you don't interject and maybe let people finish, you know, rather than interrupting. So a lot of people know about your spaces and how you've openly let the N-word be in your lives. Secondly,
Never.
you trying to
Bring that to me.
If you want to
Bring that
lie,
to
that's
me.
fine. No. Because when a black person talks, black people don't need to have evidence. But when Asian people, when white people talk, they don't need evidence. Don't come to a black person, because there's always a black person that needs evidence about racism.
I've never allowed anybody to say that.
Can
ever.
someone mute her? Can you mute her? Because again, as always, when Fox was speaking, you didn't interrupt. But when I'm talking for some reason, the truth, you want to keep interrupting me. I don't care. I don't care, Rez. Because you're not going to silence me. That's one thing you're not going to do. You want to deceive this live? Go ahead with it. A lot of people know. So if you want to keep deceiving, go ahead. I don't give a damn. You report to Darren. I don't give a damn. You, the minions in here, I don't give a damn. Everything that's been said to Darren has been said to his face, behind his back, through the back door, in a DM, via letters. It's been said to him. If you want to continue gaslighting, go ahead. Anyway, as I was saying, people know the N-word has been said multiple times in your lives and you allow it. Cool. Secondly, you saying Darren hasn't been here for long, lies. A lot of us know Darren for a very long time. Darren's been in here since Steps debates back in the day, when he was the only black person in Steps debates circle, and then he never used to speak up. Then he started doing his own lives. So you then saying, oh, he's only done it for a bit. He has full awareness of how to use the app. So don't, again, come and gaslight black people and say, oh, but he's only done lives for a little bit. If you've been sitting here, as you have done, you've been sitting on panel for a long time, listening to everyone's experience, I'm still unsure how that's still your opinion. And about the whole, yeah, if you've had multiple conversations with someone that you can clearly see they're not protecting their own people, why still be a mod for them? Because it's very funny. When something happens to the Asian community, straight away, you man are doing call-out lives, you man are calling out people's names, you man are screen recording, you man are playing the screen recordings back. When something happens to a black person, though, on this app, every single second I hear it, and it's still happening now in this live, gaslighting, it don't happen, I don't see it. Well, me personally, yeah, I've spoken to him a couple of times. So hold on, make it make sense. You've spoken to him a couple of times about the behavior, the problematic behavior he keeps doing and perpetuating in his spaces. He keeps platforming racists, allow the racists to overspeak black people, allows the racists to overtalk black women. Black women, where are the black women in his lives? Where are the black? I've been screaming it. Everyone keeps saying we're lying, we're victims. Oh, we're calling out, we're bullying. Show me how many times black women have been on Darren's lives, on Darren's panel, and have been open to speak freely on that panel, and have not been dropped, have not been muted, have not been overspoken, and have not been told to be quiet, stop being aggressive, calm down, let's hear from the racist perspective. So make it make sense. You've spoken to the man behind closed doors. You've spoken to the man and several people. You've seen it on Darren's panel has been called out on his live and behind the scenes. Yet you still want to support him and then say, well, so if you're going to support that, just support it with your chest. Don't come with aggression and vehement for people that are calling something out on their own community. And this is what pisses me off about other people that name themselves as allies. When black people speak out, everyone always has vim for black people, always downplay black people's experiences on people. But when it happens to you, we have to support you guys, innit? We have to come and show love to you lot when you lot are doing the lives, innit? Because we're the allies for your communities. But when something's happening to black people, oh, I don't see it. Oh, let's downplay it. Well, you know what? I feel like I've done my bit, so I'm just going to chill and I'm still going to do my thing. I don't really give a damn. So if that's people's choice, don't ever out of your mouth say you're an ally for black people. Because if you're really an ally for black people, you'd call it out and action would be behind the words, not just words alone. I rest my case. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Leanne. Really and truly.
Do I get a chance to respond? Yeah, fantastic. I want anybody to bring any evidence, because Julia in the comments has known me. I've never allowed anybody to use the N-word, but the fact that she said that today, I want anybody to bring any evidence that that's been allowed. Ever. Never has that been allowed. So the fact that that's been brought up.
There's never people that said that regarding the
it
N-word
has never
stuff.
been done.
I don't know, but Rez, the main problem, Rez, is everything that Leanne has just said and everything that I said as well. You've seen it, you allow it. You continue it. You are an enabler. You said also that Darren, you've said this to him many times, and you've said that Darren doesn't say things. I literally made the comparison earlier about Charles Manson. Charles Manson didn't go out and actually unalive people. It is the behavior. You know for a fact the people that stormed Capitol, Donald Trump wasn't there himself, was he? But still the people that hear the message, they go do that shit. This is exactly what Darron is doing. You allow the behavior, you support it, other people go do the shit. You are allowing the space, you are facilitating the space, and you're not calling it out enough, Rez. As a moderator, you have seen it, you have the responsibility, but you're not taking the responsibility. And so therefore it does come into question, why you're a moderator? Why are you there? Like, what is your purpose? What are you doing? Because like I said, I would never allow that in my space at all. The moderators that have been here and have been in communication, like I've seen in the comment section with racists, they're gone. I dropped them. I removed them. I'm like, that's not what we're here to do. And not because they're doing it intentionally, it's because they don't know. But I say, hey, I go to them, I say, you know what, you know this? And they say, oh, sorry, my bad. I'll still come to your space because I need to learn shit. I say, cool. You're still learning. Fantastic. Great. But Rez. This is the second time now you've come to my panel. I think the first time was to defend Andreas. The second time now is to defend Darron Wiseman. And so again, now I'm starting to think, Rez, what are you doing, girl? You're a woman. What are you doing? Literally, what are you doing, Rez? What are you doing? What is the purpose of who you are on this TikTok panel? As a melanated woman, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Okay, I'll stand by that though. I'll stand by what I stand by. I'll still say that I don't think Darren's a bad person. I think Darren's still. You can say, right.
It's not about seeing if they're a bad person. If your measure is that because they haven't killed someone today, it doesn't make them a bad person. You should be looking at their behaviour and what they're doing. The first time when you came up, so the thing about Andreas, I've mentioned him a couple of times in this live, and I did back then. That was when your antenna went up, and you were like, "Oh, you're talking about Andreas?" Like, yeah, he's been invited to this live to come by. We also had a conversation with him for 1 week. He still didn't get it. Same with Darron. The conversation with Darron has been going on for months. For months, he still didn't get it. And so therefore we have a live about him today. But why is it then when...
But you're requesting me up though. 1 second, did I request or did you request me up?
Let me finish, Rez. Why is it that when I am talking about a man that's a bit problematic, you come by?
I did 1 second. I came by because a screenshot was sent in a group that we've got. There's few of girls, and there's like, there's a live being done about Darron, and you requested me up. I didn't request up. Did I request up or did you request me up?
Everybody requests up. I click everybody to come up.
No, 1 second. Yeah, but you requested me. I did not request to come up on your panel, not to talk about this, not about anything. But you asked me to come up yourself. You're the one that sent me a request. I accepted.
You're gaslighting me now. You're gaslighting me now.
Did you or did you not?
Everybody gets requested. Whoever's a viewer, everybody gets requested up to speak on the topic, and you chose to accept and come up and talk about it.
Yeah, because you're talking about Darron. Like I said, I was watching. I didn't make a comment. I didn't do anything. I've said it before. I think Darron needs to speak up for what he needs to speak up for. I mentioned it several times. He's a grown-ass man, and I mentioned things to him before about this. Now, for people to go, oh, Rez has allowed the N-word, and now Rez is doing all the rest of it, I'm not into all this bullshit. Gaslighting, you want to talk about gaslighting, there's gaslighting. Never have I allowed anyone to use that. If I'm there doing lives to defend people and saying, don't be attacking a certain community, you think I'm going to be allowing people to use the N-word? Make it make sense. So you know what? I understand how this works. There's a whole group thing going on here, and I'm not into this shit. Simple as that. You can carry on with whatever's going on here.
There's no group thing. There's no group thing. Like I said, I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened there. I'm talking about you and this. That is it.
Fox. She literally, number one, just proved my point. Number one, the first thing that came out of her mouth is provide the evidence. What did I say? Whenever black people speak on their experiences, what always gets said to a black person? Bring the evidence. It didn't happen. Number two, now she's saying there's an agenda and it's BS. Again, guys, clock the BS that always happens on this app to black people. Black people speak out, and whatever we say about anybody, what happens? We're chatting rubbish, we're bullying, we're a victim. It's always a race card. Where's your evidence? I don't believe what you said. Oh, but when it's an Asian person, when it's a white person,
when it's a Turkish person, when it's about Islam, when it's about transgender, when it's about all of this other crap that everybody apparently claims to be an ally about, everyone knows how to be an ally for that. But when it's about black people, where's the allyship there? Because I'm not seeing it. I never see it when it comes to black people. So it's black people all the time coming together. All the time, black people speaking up. All the time, black people have to elevate other black people because of these experiences. I don't see white people elevating us. I don't see Asian people elevating us. I don't see it enough. Don't see it enough. And again, Rez, clear example. And everyone in the comment section, remember when the N-word was always in her lives? Everyone put it in the comment section because apparently I'm gaslighting. Anyway, next person.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, again, like I saw in the comment section, people were saying like, yeah, I saw it. I saw it. It was there. I saw it. Yeah. I don't know. People just need to be real, man. Like, this is the problem. When people are not real and they are not actually wanting to be truthful about the things that they do and the things that they say, it's like, who the fuck do you think you're fooling?
Sorry,
Like,
can I just correct you?
No, we're going in order here, please. So please don't interrupt. We've got Hash next, so I will come to you eventually. Yes, no, but you see there's a queue, so everybody else is waiting, so we will come to you eventually. Right, Hash, what would you like to say, please?
Thank you, Fox. I'm a very impatient person, so I'm surprised I made it this
Well
far.
done.
I've been itching, I've been biting my tongue, but look, yes, we're getting there. What Leanne said, I don't know if I can top that. I mean, she's hit the nail on the head. The only key thing I think that's being missed out is Rez is quite clearly the person, made Darren the person he is. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it. Darren spent the good part of 2 years hanging around Rez. All of these behaviours that, Darren's being called out for, it's the same ones Rez portrays. All of this allowing, I've been called that N-word in our panels before. I've been racially berated. When she used to host her live, she used to have all of these same people up, portraying the same sort of behaviours. So I don't see why she's coming up here trying to act all innocent. I thought it was a commonly known thing that, Rez was Darren's handler. She controls pretty much like the majority of his actions on this app. Everything he does, everything he says, it's just Rez. This is just Rez. And she's up here trying to act like she's the victim. Oh, I told him, I advised him. You advised him to do it. You advised him not to do it. You've advised him on everything, Rez. You are Darren. People need to clock it. Rez has been around for 3 years manipulating it. And this is why I keep saying Darren's compromised. Darren is compromised. I don't want to call a certain group of people buffer class. I don't really believe in all of that, but there's a clear bias when it comes to Darren, and it's not his people first, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you, Hash. That was really interesting to hear. Interesting revelations. This is a juicy live, guys. This is so juicy. This is so juicy. Right, let's have a little bit of an interlude, please. Leanne, can you do a reset for me, please? We haven't even had a single one. I'm already at 30K likes. I've been here for almost 4 hours. Yeah.
I know, I was going to say, we've been so busy and getting everyone's perspectives and experiences that we didn't even do any reset. So first of all, hi guys. Hi. How are you? I hope you're having a really good, what day is it? Oh, yep, Friday. Everyone's having a good Friday. Please, first of all, everyone go get water because the weather on this side of the pond in the UK is absolutely, that's the only thing I can describe it. So please, everybody, go get your cold water bottles. Please don't drink tap water. It's not good for you. Go get a snack if you haven't already, because as you've all seen, this live has been very juicy. But yeah, first of all, I just want to say welcome. The purpose of this live is to raise awareness on people that are harmful to our community, i.e. Darren the Wasteman, and there's many others, but specifically we're going to talk more about Darren's experiences just for today. And then tomorrow I'm going to do a live, and then on Sunday Tiz Talks is going to do his live as well. So if you don't follow Fox, Fox, in the top left-hand corner, you can see her beautiful picture. Click her face, and then you can follow her. If you haven't already, sent your heart me's, which is the orange heart next to her name. We have 179 people, so I'm sorry, guys. 32K is just not enough. It's not enough. If you tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, be greatly appreciated. You can share the live as well in the bottom right-hand corner. If you do want to gift up anyone, it's not forced. You know, it's not mandatory, unlike some other lives. You can gift up whoever you want to gift up, but if you want, send all the gifts up to Fox. Greatly appreciated. If you don't know about Fox, raises a lot of awareness, particularly about racial issues in particular, and also fly in a bit of politics as well. But what I would say, anything you hear from the panelists, put any praise in the chat. If you want to gift them, if you want to follow them as well, please don't be scared to follow and support each other. There are allies here, by the way, very much present in the chat. I see you. I send all of you guys love. If you guys want to come up, you are more than welcome to rise up. And as well, because the chat is actually flying off as well, we have a couple of mods in here, but if you guys see something problematic, please at one of us and we'll mute block straight away. But we're very much on the ball when it comes to crap in the comment section. So yeah, if we miss it, please, it's not on purpose. It's genuinely we're also juggling life at the same time as all of this problematic crap we're hearing on panel. So yeah, apart from that, Fox, you want to say anything before we go to the next person?
That's it. Thank you so much, Leanne. Thank you. And again, thank you everybody so far who's come by to share your stories. Much appreciated. Thank you in the comment section. Thank you again, moderators, for muting and blocking. Some people are still coming here with their own crazy, racist narratives, even though we're not even discussing. I saw somebody Annie came along and said that I was pro-Israel. What the fuck? I saw that in the comment section. What the hell is going on in your head, girl? Why would you ever say that? That was just the most bizarre thing I think I saw down there. Oh my God, I don't know. But yeah, this has been a really emotional, really insightful, really good live, because again, this is about awareness, as Leanna said. This is all it is. This is not a particular call out live today, but this is part of it. We have to call out the problematic people in our communities, and especially on TikTok land, so we know what is happening. And you can see so far, there have been many people that have been harmed in Darron's space, and people who have proximity to Darron as well. So please do avoid these spaces, avoid them. They're not going to be good for you. And again, like I always try to say, everything is about energy. If you're getting bad vibes, you're not supposed to be there. Please look more into your intuition and feel what's going on in your body. If it feels off, please go. The issue with Andreas is a situation that happened at the beginning of this year, was that he was misogynist, incredibly misogynist, where he went to Lex Therapy's live. If you know him, please do go and have a look at him. He does great lives, and he is really unpacking misogyny, and men go up and ask questions about it. He has several prompts. Normally, the men that go onto the panel are only 10 minutes max or something like that. Andreas was up there for 40 minutes arguing that we should not use the phrase, it's all men until no men. He was arguing it. He was like, no, we shouldn't use that phrase because that means that we can say all Muslims are the same. That's not the same thing. Why would you think that? Why would you actually think that? And so there were women coming up explaining to him why it's a reason why we have the prompt. Lex was explaining to him, but it was only when a black man came up and started to discuss things with him did he start to get offended. Even though before there was a little bit of condescension from other guests talking to him. And yes, exactly, Chetna, there was a lot of microaggressions. So he thought, yeah, from me, yes, there was towards me. And he called me his friend. Right? Andreas said, oh, Fox, you're my friend. I was upset earlier because I said the friend that you lost was me. I'm like, we were friends? You're not treating me like a friend because you're not listening to what a black woman is telling you, that it was problematic what you were saying and how you're behaving. But you went on and on, did lives and lives and lives and videos and videos and videos for 1 week. He didn't learn a single thing from that space. And then he ended up blocking all of us. He blocked all the women trying to explain what misogyny is. Who did he listen to? The men. He listened to the men. And then eventually he tried to DM me from another account. Oh, so-and-so said this about me and blah, 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 blah. He wanted people to be on his side. He was more keen about the followers, which Darron is about as well, is that they're literally looking at their follower count. That means everything to them rather than having integrity for being a human being. They're prioritizing the wrong shit. And that's exactly what happened then. And it was horrible. For those of you who remember, for those of you who were there, I cried on the live because I said, how can you do this? Because he was one of the first people that I met on this live. And I really, really respected him. I thought he's great. You know, he's a white guy. He's challenging the right. Amazing. Yes, exactly. This is Beth. He tried to manipulate me by messaging me. And he was messaging me a lot. And I was like, you're not getting it. You're not hearing this. You're not hearing what women are telling you. You're not hearing what I'm telling you. I'm the only person right now on your live or in your friendship group that can tell you about racism, can tell you about microaggressions and misogyny. Because guess what? Intersectionality exists. I experienced all those things. He did not listen to me one bit. One bit. And again, all of the women, he didn't listen to any single one of us. And so that showed me for exactly who he was. And it was very disappointing and very heartbreaking. And so Leanne has said this right, like, you know, and people do understand this, is there are no allies on this. And especially for black women and black men, there's no allies. But when we have people like Darron Wasteman pretending to be a ally, like, what was it yesterday, Leanne? He did a Black Lives Matter live. Was it yesterday? Whenever it went.
Sorry, you caught me when I was eating. He did a live about what was it? It said Black Lives Matter and then also the Irish Lives Matter. So he's trying to really do a thing, and then it was I just honestly shook my head. Yeah.
Jesus. Not good. Thank you for adding that. Okay, we've got now Sid next, please. Sid, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. So I don't know if you're aware of the situation. I mean, obviously there's a reason why you've popped up, because I don't know you. Normally I know who the people are that come on the panel, so welcome.
I'm new. I'm kind of new to TikTok. I used to be on Clubhouse. I've like bumped into a lot of people that I know from here and whatever. But I've started hosting my own lives and all those kind of things there. But like, I came across Darron because I recognized, he's a black creator from the Midlands, all of those kind of things there. And I was like, I used to go in his lives. I did. I don't show up there as much as I used to, because I think, and the main reason why I came up is because I saw Rez up here. Now, Rez was a mod, right? And I don't like the way that a lot of anti-blackness on those panels is allowed to fly from all different types of people. I don't like it. And there was a time when Sarah Garvey was up there, and as problematic as he is, and someone have gone back and forth with on Clubhouse, right? He was saying some things quite offensive to the Muslim community, but it was a conversation that was surrounded pretty much around the transatlantic slave trade and also the Arab slave trade. And what happened and what the panel descended into was basically, it was a free-for-all for basically non-whitey and non-BLK people to go up and basically say, well, get over it. Like, at least you weren't treated this bad. At least fam, hello, and it's not happening anymore. It's been, fam, it's still happening. So my background, right? I worked in financial crime, and one of the things that I managed to draft and get the UK to enforce was some restrictions around cryptocurrency because of the Arab slave trade. Fam, when I say the shit that people do, like to especially getting children from West Africa, North Africa, sex trafficking them, harvesting their organs once they reach a certain age and can no longer be sold into the fam. Don't sit there and gaslight people and say this shit ain't happening. Do you know what I'm saying? So when people, me as a BLK person, is sitting among like a whole board of white people and arguing all fucking day to get people to have basic humanity, to put restrictions like this in place, right? So it was just very, very tone deaf. And I think like the thing is, I think there's a wider problem at hand here, is people hosting circular conversations, or people that can't necessarily facilitate them, and somehow they're platformed. It's just one of those ones there. Now, the last live I was on of Darron's, and I ain't got a personal problem with him. I just don't like the way he moderates his live. I just don't like it. I don't like the way that
No moderation. That's the whole point. There's literally
there
no
isn't.
moderation. It
There
doesn't
isn't.
happen.
No, oh no, but there is, because the last live I went on, right? Oh, and sorry, but let me go back to Reza. ADHD sending me all over the place. So Rez was on stage, and she was actually the moderator, and she was also and I'm also seeing somebody booty clapping in the comments saying, "Oh yeah, call out Reza, call out Reza." No, but you was also there going back in Surah Garvey, also being anti-black and telling people to get over it and saying people have a victim mindset. And you said this to black people on the panel, right? So I just find it very, yeah, it's for me, if you go into those spaces, people have to realize by now there's certain spaces you don't go in. When I was on Clubhouse and when I used to use Clubhouse, right, one of the ways in which people gather clicks and views and is when you put certain things in the title. If you say certain things about, like, I don't know, trans people are gonna go. People are going to go. They're going to want to argue. You put black women in the title, black men in the title, you put LGBT in the title. People will go. Do you know what I'm saying? They make it as inflammatory as possible. It's not there to have a productive conversation. It's going to be circular. That's it. So if people go into certain conversations, right, and go round and round and round, that's people going back and forth and engaging and those types of things there. You're a TikTok live creator, Fox, so you'll get an AI prompt that tells you what's being spoken about, all of those kinds of things, and it will literally tell you, oh, well, here's where direction the conversation is moving in. Now's maybe a time to do this. All these people are sending this much comments. That's the main things around engagement. So when people are having a lot of discussions, they're not having them in good faith. And I think it's quite sad. And I think people, like, I've seen people in the comments say, well, what do we want Darron to do? Why we shouldn't be holding lives about him. We shouldn't be doing this, shouldn't be doing that. But people have spoken to Darron. I have messaged Darron. Somebody have messaged Darron and said, Darron, listen, especially after the one about the slavery thing, fam, you needed to take control of your life. There were no black mods on there. There were none at all. And there are black women I know, some I still talk to, some I don't, that were mods for Darron and said that you can never speak to me again. And I'm saying, right, is it that deep? So, like, even this was a few days ago, I went up and I was people were talking about unity. And for me, again, I'm from Birmingham. If you watch Darkest House, who you call in the N-word, I'm if you want to do that as a black person, if you want to go and get all the autoimmune diseases from all the anger and hate and all the shit that we're holding in, no, because it's literally killing us. It's literally unaliving.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Autoimmune diseases, especially among BLK women as well. Like, I'm sorry, no, people are just like for no bloody reason. So if you want to go and take on that labor and also always be in a state of trauma for others that will turn around, listen, if you want to do that, you do that. That's you. It's not me, right?
That's
and
right.
This man came up to go and say, well, look at all the problems in your community. And keep in mind, he was not black, right? He came up to say, oh, well, I'm South Asian. Here's all the issues in your community. Here's all the things about your women, and your women do that. I was ready to come off my mic and ask him why women's graves are padlocked in this country. But then obviously, like, I'm wrong for taking it there. And he's speaking about, well, black women do this and black women do that. And it was just allowed to run. It was allowed to run without correction. And then when I'm saying, listen, make sure I'm next because I want to get to this guy, I'm dropped. Make that make sense? Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Like, for me, it's just like, I don't, it's, when a lot of these spaces, you may see people that look like I'm a person of color and we're all BAME and we're all, no, these are not always safe spaces. No. These are not always our people. When you look at the British Empire, the reason why the British Empire was able to do the shit it did for as long as it did is because they went around the world, studied people's behavior and thought, who is going to help us uphold this shit? Hello? So I don't really, that's just my main contribution. But like the main thing is I've seen people pretend that they didn't do shit, and I'm sorry, I sat there in lives and I can literally go specifically, like, there were microaggressions to black people, and it was called out in the comments. People were tagging the moderators. You dropped Sarah Garvey for being Islamophobic, and that's fair enough, whatever it is. But when it came down to the comments about slavery and, oh, well, at least you had it good, and, oh, at least we didn't do what white people did to you, are you mad? Are you all right? Are you sick in the head? So that was just the main thing I wanted. It was my main issue. As far like, for me, I don't. If you want to go into those lives, you go at your own risk. The block and the report button is there. If you have the fortitude to do it, go in. But if you don't, Me personally, I've got thick skin. I don't really care. I'm sorry. A TikTok debate, people are going to do that anyway. They're going to do it anyways. It's about do you have it within you to actually build and uplift people around you in your community? And a lot of the people who are doing shit in real life in this UK, they're not on TikTok. Do you know what I'm saying? So a lot of the people who do these panels regularly, you go and ask them, do you know what? This person, this black child is being excluded from school. Can you help them? This person here is going to lose their house. Or this person there is having issues with immigration. When they signpost you to anything,
Serious stuff.
No. The answer is no.
Serious stuff.
Stop taking a lot of people on TikTok lives as a beacon of morality. Just no. And the thing is, like, I wouldn't say that like it offends me because I'm desensitized to it, but if you look at the politics of BLK people in Birmingham, what's the best way for me to put it? There are a lot of black men here are very docile, if that makes sense. So
we had somebody earlier. Did you hear Anna Cronista? She mentioned about living in the area, and she kind of alluded to similar things about colonization in that area. That it does seem to be black and brown men of a similar ilk.
But Darron don't live in Birmingham. He don't live in Birmingham. But he's from Birmingham.
Oh, does he not?
He don't live in Birmingham, but he's from here. But I'm saying, but the men that were, because a lot of the stuff that happened in 2005 and 2011, if you know, right, a lot of them have become very docile in their mindset. So you can literally go and say to a black man and say, "Oh yeah, you're an N-word," or whatever it is, and they'll just start awkwardly laughing. So when like a lot of us, for example, we have either issues in the workplace, or we're facing systemic issues with the council, or we're facing certain things, it's Darron who will be like, they'll literally, like, you'll have to get through a Darron before you actually get through to the actual issue itself. So I understand. It doesn't really bother me as much because I live around them all the time. But it's like you can talk to them until you're blue in the face, or black in the face. Nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. There's nothing. Nothing.
This is. But, yeah, you hit on a point there that made that. I don't know if you guys saw or noticed, but I literally just went like this because I was really sad about it. If people like him happen, and as we do see, and he has shown it already, that he gaslit somebody else earlier to say, don't get bothered by the racism that you just experienced, like, ignore it, it's not that deep. He said that to somebody, a man, I think he said he was from the gypsy community, from the traveller community. He said that was said to him by Darron in the space. But that's what we see when we see black and brown positions of power. They're telling other people not to be affected by that shit. Like, why? I've never felt less powerful and still called out racism. For the shit that's happened to me, that's never stopped my growth, ever. Because this is what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to tell our black and brown brothers and sisters that they're supposed to be scared. No. Look at the things that have happened to us. Look at the ways that has made us actually become stronger as people. We've had to get a thicker skin because of all the stuff that's happened to us. We don't ignore that shit. We look at it, we recognize it, we say, do you know what? Now I know what it looks like. I'm going to learn again, and I'm going to call it out when I see it, because I know that people around me as well are going to see the same thing, and they're also going to know how to deal with that too. But in Darron's space, there is nothing safe about that space. There is nothing that you can learn from that space, except for he is a goddamn idiot. That is the only thing you will learn in that space. There is nothing you can gain from that space. And like I've said, and like you said, if you don't recognize the feeling that your body gets in these spaces, that you feel tight and your brow is like this, you shouldn't be like that on TikTok. You shouldn't be like that on social media. Why is your face doing this? Why are you then pacing around your house, bothered by the shit that you heard? No. It's supposed to be chill. It's supposed to be relaxed. Like I say, we can talk about the serious stuff, but it needs to be in a way that is very productive and very controlled. So then you have the time to in your own time, without the emotion, without the anger, without the frustration. That is important. This Wasteman does not offer that space for anybody If you are a racist, go over there and enjoy yourself, because I saw all the little racists come by to defend Darron. Darron's a great guy. He's a great guy. Yeah, like I said, they said that about Charles Manson. They say Donald Trump. They say that about Nigel Farage. They say that about Rupert Lowe. They probably said that about Hitler too. They probably said that about Stalin. They probably said that about Mussolini. They probably said that about Ian Brady. They probably said that about Ian Huntley. Oh, he was all right when he was my next door neighbour. I didn't see him do anything wrong. He's all right. I remember when he used to babysit my kids. This is what they do. They ignore it. They ignore it. They see it and they ignore it because it enables them. That's what fuels them. Whereas we are the actual human beings here. We are the human. We can see and identify what is wrong. And so that's why we will continue to tour this out. Thank you so much, Callisto. FYP TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop because I've been restricted a few. This live actually is, I don't know if it's still restricted, but oh no, it's been unrestricted, which is good. Is there anything you want to add? And I'm going to move to Ollie.
A bit really, but yeah, thank you for having me up, and yeah, take care.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so a little break. Guys, please can you tap to make sure we get to 50k? This is very low likes, guys, very low. The reason why we ask you to tap is so more people can come to the conversation. Clearly, this is an awareness live. TikTok actually much smaller than we think it is, and people get to know each other. You get to know each other's faces. If you're new here or have not been here, we need to make sure that we are protecting each other. This is what this live is about. So please do tap up. Let's try to get to 50k, please. Thank you so much. Let's get there and then let's keep going. We need to have more and more likes. Also, please do click the orange heart next to my name. That means that you can join the fan club, which means you actually get more of this and more of this conversation and more, hopefully, really good like vibes and stuff. So click that, and then it's also £1 to join the community. So please do join the Fox community. Really appreciate you. See, there's 150 people in there, so we can keep building our online network. And like I said, what we're supposed to be doing is moving in a unit. Actually, I haven't said it in this line particular. Thank you so much. Well done, guys. Thank you. Is that I haven't said it yet, but I will say it. You guys know, move in packs. Anybody that supports Darron and supports this right-wing ideology will also move in packs. We also need to move in each other. We're supporting our brothers and sisters in these spaces, because you know some people here, they really do have the tenacity to go up and racism and challenge problematic people in the face. So please do go up and support them in the comment section. You're also very, very important. It's very important for you to do that. Keep tacking, guys. We're almost at 50k. Let's try to push to 60. Okay, try to push to 60k. Thank you so much. Okay, Ollie, how are you?
Thank you very much. How are you? How's yourself?
I'm lovely, thank you. I'm lovely. So, yes, thank you so much. Yes. So, what would you like to add to the conversation today, Ollie?
Okay, so I'd like to add. Firstly, I'll just say a little bit about me, because I'm quite free live. I think the context of who I am and like the sort of political side that I come from, where like matters in the course of my argument. I've actually laid it out. I've got a few criticisms of his lives. I've got positives. I've got additional information about sort of him and why I think he may be politically confused. So my first introduction would be I'm part of the Young Conservatives. I have been for a number of years. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, I was in Brussels speaking to other young conservatives all around Europe. So I'm very politically active myself. And other than that introduction, I'll then get to my main criticism of Darron. I'd say when he has someone like me on his live who can come from a conservative base, and someone who like applies, say, sort of more of a theory side to his argument, I think there are a few times where he'll go for the person who will provide him more clicks, rather than actually hearing it from a educational standpoint, so people can understand the argument better. He'll say platform someone like Angloid, which I think is problematic, because Angloid isn't intelligent. That's the first thing that I'd say. There's a problem there, right?
Yeah.
And I think overall, It did when I first started joining. It did make me think, why do I even join this? Because he's platforming people like that who are very, again, I mean, they're just people with a TikTok following. I thought it was more so for him. He wants to speak to people who actually understand politics. I personally, but I also do think there are positives to Darren's lives. I think for me personally, he's helped me understand a lot more about the British Empire. And whenever something that's slightly more politically sophisticated comes up, he'll oftentimes ask for my opinion. Obviously, with the type of people that sometimes are on his panels, this doesn't happen. And I think that's the biggest issue. I think he's helped me really understand where I should be looking at politically to become more of an ally to certain communities, especially with the way that I'd like to see the Conservative Party go in the next few years. I want it to go away from being the party where people look at and feel that we discriminate against marginalised groups. It's something I'm really working hard to do. In fact, I'm speaking to my local MP. I'm not going to dox where I'm from, but I'm from a Conservative area, about how we can really make change in the party. I'm trying to be a force for good in the Conservative Party. I'm trying to actually, really use my voice politically. I'm lucky. I'm at university. I study a very similar sort of subject, although it's law based. However, there's obviously deep sort of similarities with what I'm doing. So yeah, that is the positive. And then my additional sort of argument is I don't think Darren can ever be fully left wing. We know Darren's a business owner and a landlord. So I think for him, he'll never be able to either be fully accepted based on that, or he's sort of politically homeless.
I don't know if he a space to even think about politics. To me, he doesn't come across political at all. At all. He comes across, like I've mentioned quite a few times in this life, that he's just looking for TikTok coins. And we know very much now that it is unavoidable not being a part of politics in some kind of way. So a way to monetize things is to see whether you are going to discuss these things. He doesn't come across left at all, in no way, shape or form, because he's a fence sitter and he's pandering more to the right side of things by platforming racists. That's literally how he is. So it's interesting that you said that you've learned some things in his space. And yes, I do know, of course, there's going to be some people who gain from his space, but the problem is that he is a black man doing this, and this is worse. This is the worst, because you as yourself can learn about the British Empire in many different spaces. Like, you can come to my space and learn about that shit too, because I talk about it a lot. Leanne goes around and talks about certain things, and there are many other people that talk the truth about the British Empire. So when we have particular people that really are not prioritizing actually educating people, because his priority is not to educate. Not at all. There's a few little tidbits that he has, he's done a little bit of research, but the fact of the matter is that's not his priority. And if you're mentioning that you want to connect more with marginalised groups and you want to think about the Conservatives, because there was a point in time, of course, that the Conservative were more about the people. It was not really to do with the Conservative. Actually, we see the four parties at the moment are very much in a right-wing conservative nature. Labour has now got, of course, a lot of old Tories, or old Tories are moving over to Reform and Restore. So the four parties have mainly got more conservative ideologies, which I'm sure probably works for you for a little bit, but for the rest of us, it doesn't quite work. So when you're saying that you're trying to unite in conservative and trying to connect more marginalized people on a personal level for me and you right now, because I'm actually quite centrist. And I voted Green previously because I know that they're more about socialism and they're really trying to redistribute the wealth in the country. This is very important for people, and to take it more away from the billionaires, because there is too much wealth disparity in the UK for it to function correctly. So for me, on my side, I would be asking you, well, why or where do you see any kind of uniting with ethnic groups? Like, where even is that? Because for me, what I see is that Conservative is a capitalist group, and it has become that way, and it's been like that anyway for me in my lifetime, and I'm 42 years old. So for me, it's always been about making more money, and often to the detriment of other people. Because the thing is, we can all still make money in this life. We can still do it, but we're supposed to also be bringing up other people. And so therefore society doesn't fall down, and we don't have so much fracture, and we don't have so much theft from people trying to steal from people who are a little bit richer. If there is more equal wealth disparity, even though you've got still rich and less rich, society can still function. Because look at places like Switzerland, right? They've still got a good wage and you earn a lot of money, and they don't act like belligerent people over in Switzerland. Like, these things are possible. And it's, again, as we know, Switzerland is a very politically neutral country. So these things are entirely possible, but it has to be people that can see the bigger picture. Unfortunately, too much and too often in politics, people are very much like this in the tunnel vision, and they don't see everything else around it. So that's what I would say to you, Ollie. But I appreciate your comments and what you've said about Darren. You're seeing a bit of the problem, so that's good.
I agree, and I just wanted to say, like, when people speak about, say, wealth inequality, I mean, my personal opinion is I think a lot of people see a wealth tax as sort of the beyond all means of an end. Like, I think a lot of people will look at it and they think, well, that'll fix everything. It's sort of how I'd say reform voters see getting rid of immigrants will fix everything. I think there's a lot more to it. I think we should incentivize more business, and that's part of the way that I look to personally help marginalized communities. It would be creating stronger business incentives, not necessarily giving free money away per se to start businesses, but really trying to bring back that community emphasis, a bit like during lockdown when we had that eat out scheme. It would be things like that, trying to help out in the community where we can.
Again, eat out to do something. Eat
out to help out.
Yeah, that was it. Eat out to help out. Yeah.
And that'd be the way
I think though, the way that does happen though is with wealth distribution, and allowing that money to go around will actually create more businesses. And the problem is that in the UK, and it's very much a part of the culture, that there doesn't seem to be enough want to even start business. There's a lot of fear around it. This is historical. So I mentioned this a lot. I mentioned that even English people or British people, their surnames like Butcher, Baker, Taylor used to be their family industry. So they were in trade. Unfortunately, with these governments, they take too much taxes away from the people, right, from citizens. And so people end up losing their businesses and they become disenfranchised. And so people don't have businesses to inherit. And it's become an ongoing problem. And so, exactly, commerce, not capital. This is the thing. If you're focusing more on the commerce aspect rather than the capitalism aspect, then you have more chances and more success. And you're getting a lot of people to think more in the business mind, because a lot of people aren't business savvy. This is what I've definitely learned and understood, is a lot of people don't know how businesses work. And they're also not motivated enough now to do various things. So it is quite sad where we are. And I don't know. I also think at the same point that, a lot of us know it's late stage capitalism. We're at the end of it now. It's clearly crumbling, and we're supposed to be going more back to socialist societies and communism. That's actually where we're supposed to be going back to. And that's why there is this fighting that we're seeing, especially in Europe, because Britain was the birthplace of capitalism. So that's why there's this tension there. So, a lot of us want to go back to the land and have a little bit more peace and don't want to have to keep chasing the dollar bill all the time. We just want to be able to make enough to survive. And that should be enough. We shouldn't have to worry about, I can't pay this and I can't do that. And I can't do that. It's too sad. It's really too sad. So that's good. Yes. That was lovely to speak to you, Ollie. Thank you so much for your input.
Very much. Have a nice day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Thank you. Okay, we've got Ferris next, please. Ferris, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm lovely. Thank you. Very, very lovely. Keep tapping to 60k. I am going to probably end it after Ferris, actually, because it would have been, my live has stopped recording, which means I'm probably out of memory. Yeah, I am. I've run out of space. But yes, Ferris, what would you like to add, please?
Oh, honestly, I was debating about whether I should come up and put my 2 pence in, but I've been tempted. So please bear with, because there's quite a few things that I've noticed. Firstly, the issue is when you're positioning your space as a space to educate and address things that are affecting the community at a systemic level, bringing in people from that community who talk about their experiences, but then allowing white supremacists in your space, it's triggering. It's triggering to so many people. And I've seen BLK people really suffer in that space. And the way that their responses are then policed, it's really, it's been a bit of a hard watch. And I think as well, the responses that often are said is, oh, well, I don't react with emotion. That is often his response to things, as if that somehow, what it does is it ends up really kind of harming the individual that has responded with passion, as if somehow emotion is a bad thing. Imagine you are being triggered in a space where people are denying your experiences, and you're having people who are actively harming your community in those spaces being able to freely speak, and then somehow gaslighting that individual by saying you are somehow better for not reacting with emotion, and therefore you are equipped to handle these conversations. I just think is extremely distasteful. Secondly, saying he cannot educate. I'm so sorry. It sounds so bad. Look, he cannot educate, cannot debate. There's so many times where, to someone who is a whitey supremacist, he's lost it. He's lost it. It becomes a pleading case almost. The discussion becomes pleading with that whitey supremacist to accept the humanity in him. The way that the conversation goes and to get into the point is so delayed that it gets lost. It completely gets lost. And a question at one point was raised, do I debate Danny Tomo? And it was like, and in my head I thought, thinking, please no, do not, because it just reflects badly. Unfortunately, black and brown people are not awarded with the individuality that whitey people are afforded with. So if we have someone quote unquote representing the community, they end up representing the community. So, you know, definitely not, that shouldn't be happening. Now, again, with the kind of pleading, I've often seen where someone's come up and they've got their back up and they're like, oh, you know, I've been called racist, I've been done this. The pandering that happens to them is so sickening. It becomes, well, did I call you this? Did I call you the racist? No, don't go. Did I do this? Did I do? And it's like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because takes the conversation away from the prompt that could be quite meaningful and turns it into a circus, if I'm going to be completely honest. I do think overarching, there's a seeking of validation from very harmful people.
Yes.
Yes. And there's this active tokenization that is happening when we have the likes of Salary up coming and saying, oh, Darren, you're okay. It's the rest of them. I'm sure we've all heard of you're one of the good ones. You're not the issue. It's the rest of them. And we often see really kind of sly remarks as well being placed by the likes of DJ Monkey as well, who comes up and he's got his own issues that he's been called out about and always kind of makes sly digs by tokenizing Darren. And again, there's so many instances of this happening that you cannot give grace anymore, because
I'm just gonna give the full name. DJ Monkey Trousers is somebody that I was not even aware of, but he used to come to my space quite a lot, and I'll be like, oh, he seems like a nice guy, and he's very anti-black. This is why we have to be very aware of these people and have these open conversations so we know. Because I literally didn't know. I thought, oh my God, this guy is so nice. But at the same time, he says horrible things to Leanne, CHBA team, saying the same things. So thank you as well for adding more about that, Ferris. You also have the same experience and you've also seen it.
Yeah, it was... I had my suspicions quite early on, the way that he would always want to, as Warrior Woman says, gain cookies from, saying, oh, I've done this for the community, or I've done that. And he would always just turn the conversation towards him. And there's this centering of oneself that we often see happening. And then the last final thing where I just thought, oh my God, what is going on is this platforming of Young Bob. And it's not just Young Bob. We're seeing with so many others. Young Bob is someone who at the moment, as I'm sure we all know, is he's had support from Turning Point, has thrives on engagement. It's about, he's grifting. And what he did is he said to him at the time on the live, I don't have an issue with you. And I was just like, what are we doing?
Oh my God.
What are we doing here? Like, it's by you saying that, you validated him in that instance when all the neo-schmartsies were in the comments lapping it up at the circus that it was, where two people who are who one race, one anti-black, tokenizing black people, there was someone from the BLK community who was trying to speak, being silenced over the preference of hearing Young Bob because Young Bob drives in the viewers. And that's ultimately what it comes down to, I've noticed, because why else would you allow this? It was so disgusting. And then all it did was, again, tokenize Darren, because again, now Young Bob could go away and go, well, this BLK man has said he doesn't have an issue with me, so look, you're wrong by saying this to me, that I'm racist. And then the way that everyone was just enjoying it for their entertainment, I just, yeah, it's so harmful, and I'm not going to go in those spaces, in his space anymore.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much for saying that. If you guys don't know who Young Bob is, he is one of those silly little right-wing boys. Much like we heard that Angloid was mentioned earlier. Angloid did come to my space before I even knew who this boy was a few months ago. And I was like, who is this kid? Like, he's all over the place. And I was just like, but he has very negative and bad energy. I ended up having it. Some people know here that I'm spiritual, and an energy that was similar to Angloid actually attacked me in a dream. I think the next day or something like that. It was very scary because that's never happened to me before. I actually grabbed my hand. I could feel myself be grabbed by the arm by somebody that had a similar energy to Angloid. So that's why I always talk about energy a lot on here. I talk about it a lot. I talk about the feeling that you feel, the intuition that you feel. If you feel that way, you shouldn't be around these people and you should not be in these spaces. Protect yourself. Exactly, Julia. Protect yourself. Even earlier when we were joking, when Latalo had that like demon voice come through his microphone, even though we were joking, it's like still there could be some kind of like negative energy that comes through in these spaces. It was funny as hell, but at the same time, it was like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on with this microphone? But yeah, thank you so much for adding more, Ferris. So you see, guys, I didn't know how many people that have come up on the live today. This has been almost 4 hours. 4 hours, and so many people, so many stories, so many, all different people, black people, white people, men, women, like everybody has come up and said something now about the space. Exactly. I've lost count as well. And even if they didn't come up on the panel, and they've been in the comment section and they'll be like, yeah, I thought so. I haven't gone back there. I blocked him after that time. This needed to be said. It needed to be said. Yes, Mazzy, yes, I'm still up. I know you tried to come back up on the very beginning. Yes, you can come up. So this is Mazzy with an IE, and this is also Mazzy with an I. So we got two Mazzys. Yes, but now we're going to go to you, Mazzy, back up. Mazzy, how are you? I was hoping that you would come by because I know that you've seen him and you go around as well. Mazzy, my darling, what would you like to add?
Yeah. Rebel had to come up the other week because there was two YT guys that were on the live and they were dominating it. And quite often, you can learn a lot from lives just by being in the comments or asking questions or whatever. But they were absolutely dominating. And I was putting in the comment, please stop this. Please stop this. And it wasn't stopped. And Rebel had to come up. 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 Actually came up. and was trying to teach about BLK history. And, you know, it's sort of like, well, what's going on? What is going on? We as YT people, we need to change our, excuse me, we have to change our narrative. And to keep seeing this in spaces where we are trying to get education from for our continual development, so we can teach, you know, the younger generation and our friends and, you know, other people, so we can become more knowledgeable. If we're seeing this and we're hearing this, it's perpetuating the YT supremacy.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're trying to make sure that people like Celery is the only person that I called out and blocked earlier because he came here.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he was here, and he's got he's weirdly obsessed with me, like really weirdly obsessed with me. The first time I came, I'm going to tell everybody the full story real quickly about Celery. So the first time I came across him was a few months ago. I was in the airport coming back to the country that I moved to. I thought, oh, this live is interesting. I can't remember what the prompt was, but I came up to try and discuss it. Immediately, I was attacked by someone else on the live. No, I couldn't get a word in. I literally couldn't get a word in. And I was like, what is this? This is so stupid. And I thought, do you know what? Because it's okay. Like, Celery wasn't saying anything to me. He was not saying anything at all. And it seemed to be okay. And then the next time I came into his live, he said, yeah, let's have a conversation. He said, I'm really sorry about that person that said something to you. Like, I really want to chat. I was like, okay, cool. So actually, he started following me and I started following him. So this is all right. You know, this is okay. Then he came to Bard Lucy. If you guys know Bard Lucy, please do follow her. She's fantastic. She's also one of the moderators. She's not here today, though. And she was having a live, and it was about her Scottish heritage, and she was showing us around the area that she was in, and we're listening, and he decided to start gifting us. I'm like, oh, this is nice. He said, yeah, I'm here to listen to the conversation. It's really good. It's really interesting. Great. 3 positive situations. But then I was scrolling TikTok 3 o'clock in the morning one time randomly. He was having a crash out, talking about the Muslims, and my children, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh God. And there was only, I think, 3 of us watching his live because nobody watches his lives. And I was like, dude, just end this. Like, why are you crashing out online by yourself in the middle of the night? This is weird. Just log off. And then I can't remember what happened after. I think I saw him again. He was just becoming more, in my eyes, probably he was always racist, but he was more and more and more. I was like, okay, this is obviously, we're not going to find any common ground here. But then recently, was it last week, I think, there was a live that was speaking about somebody, and I went to that live to discuss it. It was about somebody else. Celery came up. Fox, why are you shouting at me? Why? And I'd already blocked him by then, actually. He was like, and then he changed his profile picture to my face right there. And I was like, if you want to talk about me elsewhere. Go on another live and do that, because this is what we do around here. Go and talk about me. Why? It's because you want my attention, because you're obsessed. You're obsessed. And he kept interrupting. Fox. Stop talking about me, man. It's weird. Stick to the topic. He literally couldn't do it. So that was my little story about celery. And funny enough, I actually don't like celery in my real life as well, actually. Celery is such a weird vegetable. It's a weird, very, what's the word? What's the word for the texture of a celery? Like, you know, it's very stringy, isn't it? It's stringy. It's, not porous, but you know, it's just not good on your teeth, innit? It's not good. And yeah, Earwigs, you were there. The speed he got my photo up, it was very unhealthy. It was so fast. Fibrous, thank you. That's the word. Fibrous. That's what I was looking for. So, you know, celery is not great in your mouth. It's also not great on social media as well. Yeah. So, Mazzy, sorry to interrupt you with a little celery story, but you mentioned it. But I wanted to talk about it. But yeah, go on, Mazzy.
Yeah, and that DJ Monkey as well. I call him out on lives. You know, and you've got a comment, somebody in the comments now called Zigzag. He's used the peace law, and he tries to justify it that it was an argument with somebody else. I'm sorry, if there's an argument going on with somebody, you do not go for a slur. There are lots of lovely words in the dictionary that you could pull from. If you're going for a slur, it's already on the tongue anyway. And DJ Monkey, Constantly. He said to one Palestinian lady that she sounded Muslim. Then he called her an RAT.
Muslim? What?
Sounded Muslim. Yeah. And, some of the things that he says to Miss Leanne as well. And Miss Leanne has had to explain about the racism that's pointed at her from him before being believed. Well, hang on. If somebody is telling you that this person is targeting people, please listen. Do not go to the person and ask them if it's true. I'm mortified.
Why is it that, I mean, I've just seen Zigzag in the comment section, and obviously that's going to be a mute and block, because if I know that you have used racist language, you are not welcome in my space. Go and hang out with other racists. Go and hang out with them. This is not the space for you. They said in the comment section, and why am I hearing this too much now, is that, because so-and-so said they were going to grape my daughter, I used a slur. Who even said that? A lot of this time, this is bullshit, and it's an excuse. We are very aware that racists make up excuses to use slurs. They do it all the time. Black and brown people, we're aware now. They always go, well, your behavior is making me racist. They say that shit all the time. You're turning us racist by talking, not even by talking, just by breathing. Just by breathing and living and being confident and knowing who you are is enough for a racist to be racist. This is literally how they are. They don't need the excuse. They want an excuse because they won't come out of their chest and say that they're racist themselves. They do it. It's in their DNA. And this is the problem. When you take a group of people away from their history, they don't know why they're racist. They don't know why. They can't connect it. So it must be our fault. It must be our fault. Oh, it's my fault that I was born like this? No, it's your bloodline, your ancestry that built in racism to your culture. Check there. That's all you need to do. Check there. But this is us asking them to read, and we know they goddamn can't read. Yes, I am a dominatrix. Yes, I am. This is why I'm very with men, with the patriarchy, with white narcissism, with white supremacy, anything like that. That is why I am as I am. I learned a lot from actually being or having white men as my clients. That actually taught me a lot about how they see the world and what they really want the world to be like. Is they know that black and brown women, especially, we hold the power, we hold the key. But the patriarchy does not allow them to see that. That's why they have to come into my space where it is the reality. They know that we're in touch with the land, the sea, the sky, the earth, the air. We are Mother Nature. We are woman and feminine energy personified. They know it, but society around them does not allow them to see it and experience it. That's why they come to dominatrices, and that's why they come specifically to black women. And I am booked and busy, and I have been booked and busy for 13 years, 14 years. I've lost count. Sia Bell says, and I have morals. Do you have morals? What do morals look like? What does that question even mean? What does that question even mean? You're here judging me? Judge away. Say whatever you want to say. Think whatever you want to say. Think, because I don't care. I don't care. Thank you so much. Mazzy, have you got any more things you want to add? And then I'm going to move to the next Mazzy.
No, it just seems strange to see another Mazzy.
Mazzy 1, Mazzy 2, Mazzy times 2. It's so funny. Yeah. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to go now to Mazzy Carter. Mazzy Carter, how are you, my dear?
Yeah, well done. Well done. Actually, Mazi means Mr. in our language, so it's more like Mr. Carter.
Okay, Mr. Carter. We will address you formally as well in English. Mr. Carter, what would you like to add? I'm still here. I just need to turn my lights on. Start now.
Yeah, it's these two idiots, Darren and that Punisher, these two men that feel that by slating your own people every time, you're going to gain some cheap favor from, the racists, I don't know if you guys can hear me, sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
First, can you do me a favor? When you're done with this Darren guy, can you do a session on Dark Punisher too? Because he seems to go under the radar.
Yeah, so Tiz Talks is doing Dark Punisher. I'm not very aware of Dark Punisher because I blocked him real quick.
Whatever you think
The first thing I saw of Dark Punisher, I blocked him immediately. So I don't know. But Leanne's doing a live tomorrow and more about Darren, and then Tiz is doing Sunday because he has more of an interaction with Dark Punisher as well. So it's going to be
whatever you think
Darren
that
and Dark.
Darren is, multiply it by 20. That's who Dark Punisher is.
Yeah.
So Darren is even the softer version of Dark Punisher. I think sometimes Darren listens, you know, he can listen. I'm not defending him, although I always call him a raccoon. You know, although sometimes Dark Punisher can listen, Darren listens sometimes, you know, Dark Punisher doesn't. Times without number, he keeps bringing the same people who make derogatory racist comments about black people. And when you call him out, he says that it is TikTok. You shouldn't take it serious. You were there on Sunday, right? Oh, no, not you, Olori. On Sunday, when I and Olori tried to address him, because he's a Nigerian like us, tried to address him. This person saying can't hear. That person is my accent is mocking the idiots. Cry me a river, that bastard here, trying to mock my accent. So when you try to correct him and call him out, he goes very personal. He doesn't listen. And I have problem with men, most especially men, that enable these racists to make this kind of comments about our people. You're not helping yourself. In fact, if not for anything, you're damaging yourself. You will never. I keep telling these raccoons this thing. You will never be accepted in their eyes. No matter how many times you throw your people under the bus, you shame black women, you talk down on your own race. The truth of the matter is that they are not even going to respect you. In fact, they will respect us better. Us that stand up for our own grace, they're going to respect us better than you that finds every means possible to talk down on your own people. You will never gain their respect. Look at what is happening in America. Look at these black guys supporting the Republican Party. Look at Reform and Restore. You see some people of color supporting them. They will never ever respect you. This same Lily Cunningham that is supporting Restore, they have said a lot of racist things towards her. Kemi Bednoff, that is in Conservative Party, saying a lot of things about people of color.
Hi, babe. Sorry.
Sorry. This Kemi Bednoff in Conservative Party that always slates black people. You know, you hear at times without number, she talks down on Nigeria. She says, I'm not from Nigeria. I consider myself an SS girl. Madam, you're black. You're blacker than my nyash. You are not, there's nothing about you that screams SS girl. You
Hi,
are from
Mazzy. How you
Nigeria.
doing? Hi, folks.
Fifi, please don't interrupt, Fifi. I've just actually, I didn't tell you that because I was on mute. But Fifi, please don't interrupt because I will call you when it's time. But someone also is speaking as well, so please don't do that. Please continue again, Mazzy.
Yes, thank you very much. You see this Kemi girl. You are from Nigeria. You're a Yoruba girl. You're from Lagos. There's nothing Essex about you. You see that stupid accent of yours that you're putting on because there are old videos about her in a real Nigerian accent. But because you want to pander to racists, romance their emotions, appeal to them because you're looking for votes. Imagine how silly. Look at this Darren guy. It was even today that I got to record and realize that he does these things for coins. How much is TikTok going to pay you that is worthy enough for you to
It's not
slate
worth
your
it.
own people?
It's
By the
not
time
worth
you make
it.
that, let's say you make £10 on a live, TikTok takes £6 and gives you £4. Are you going to sell your own people out for £4? How much is TikTok giving you that is okay for you, you idiots, you and that Punisher? You just that Punisher just carry muscle everywhere. You see your brain is porous, is leaking like sponge, wet sponge. Water is just your brain is just dripping. There is nothing in your brain. All you do is you without his mouth when he's talking. I've said when that Punisher is talking, you're beside you just carry face mask and cover your face. You just be when you listen to that guy, I just feel. He wears me out each time I listen to him. He's sounding like an imbecile. I'm not being ableist here, but when you listen to him and when he talks, there is nothing reasonable about him that makes any sense. Stop pandering to racists. They will never accept you. They will never recognize you as their own. No matter how you talk. Oh, look at this stupid girl, Emma. That battle axe. She's one of those dumb fools. The racists that I called out. She's crashing out. This stupid girl.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Battle axe, if you don't want to be called racist, don't be racist. I don't know why you people don't understand this shit. It is so fucking simple. But it always goes right over your head.
She's a
Mazzy
racist. I don't know why she's crying.
Exactly. Racists always cry about being called racist. Because they're just
changes nothing.
they're just like, oh god, I can't believe they saw me.
Drink hot tea, idiots. So as I was saying,
exactly
before that stupid irritants, before that stupid irritants. Okay.
Yeah, this is the whole problem. Like racists hate being seen, they hate being exposed, and I'm pretty sure now the racists.
If you call them that racist, like a kryptonite, they start to shake. They're clashing out,
and that's why the racists are very annoyed that I'm discussing Darron, because that's their safe space to be racist. So like, if you come after Darron, where are we going to be racist? On any other TikTok lives, because there's like thousands of you guys out there being racist. Like this is not your only space, but they love it because it's a black man that's enabling that shit. That's why.
So you see them, they are crashing out in the comment section. That's battle as idiots. She'll tell you, oh, I'm not racist, I married a Jamaican man. Fuck off, man. You're racist because you say, oh, I'm not racist, I have black friends. You're a racist. It doesn't change anything about you. It doesn't change anything about you.
Can I speak?
Thank you very much.
No, I've just said.
That is always interrupting
3 or 4
me. Do you have a problem?
Yeah. Disconnect. Like literally, Fifi, you've been told no. You don't get any priority here. I don't know who you are, but now you've annoyed me twice because even though you didn't hear me the first time, you unmuted and I muted you and you've unmuted again. So that's 3 times now, Fifi. 3 times. It clearly shows that there's a queue of people who have patience and maturity to wait. Can I speak now? No, you can't speak. You can do your chat and you've been told in the comment section as well. So no, you can't speak up on panel. You continue to chat on the comment section or you can go elsewhere because you need to have patience here. Thank you so much, Mr. Carter, for that.
When you're done with this guy, because I hardly go to see, he regiments me, so I don't go there. When you're done with him, let's visit that Punisher. He's that guy. The reason I'm even being very personal with him is a fellow Nigerian man like me. So that guy, I will keep calling him out to all those mukus that's inside his brain, all of them drain, and it comes to his senses at last. So when you're done, I will be on your panel the day you call that Punisher out. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, yeah, as I say, I don't know much about him except for because I said I blocked him immediately. But like tomorrow, if you come tomorrow, Mazzy, I'm doing a black panel in the morning. If you want to discuss, we can talk about it there. Because I think that would be a good space actually to do it. Because let's say I don't have enough information to put him on blast up here. But we can maybe begin the conversation tomorrow and you can help me understand him a little bit. Not understand him, but just to kind of see the depth of it. Yeah, so tomorrow I think I'm doing it from 10 a.m. GMT time tomorrow. So thank you so much. Okay, Yaya, my darling. How are you, my brother?
Hi, hello, you okay?
Yes, I'm good. So I know that you've had your experiences too with Darron and this guy and the things that are around here. So what would you like to add, please?
I mean, I think one of the greatest black intellectuals ever lived was Malcolm X, and he said, if you see a black man being praised by a white man, just be careful. That black man is not with the black community. So I think I've seen many white people praising Darron than people of color, and that is problematic itself. So they praise him. They say, Darron, you are open-minded person, right? That means he's tolerating nonsense and a lot of racism. And I've seen many white people speaking nonsense, and before they drop, they use the N-word. Many
Yes.
times. I've seen many times, and they just come to sabotage his platform. And why would white person speak about transatlantic slave trade? I mean, they do not even relate to that story or colonialism, because it was not them who was colonized. It is people of color who can speak authoritatively in that topic, and that becomes quite problematic. And with my boy Rebel, that was quite humiliating. I mean, he pointed out pseudoscience, racist slur, and he was too quick to drop him and humiliating him, and that was quite sad. And the guy who used the racist slur, he left him just to go, just to do his thing. And Darren was like, as long as he had apologized, then let's move on. It is water under the bridge. And yeah, I mean, it's quite shocking. And yeah. And we get, especially smart people who know about transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, they get shut down. And he gives a lot of airtime to white people, speak about whatever they want. And we get, and they don't even circulate the mic. And so they were very, very happy to see a Rebel just vanishing into the thin air. Now he's nowhere to be seen, because he was always doing that sort of pushback. And he was the one who pointed out that pseudoscience racist slur, and he got dropped. And just to sabotage his platform, that's what they're doing. So how come even this guy, what is his name, Scenario, he keeps on inviting Scenario. Scenario likes shutting down the transatlantic slave trade. I always speak about the transatlantic slave trade. He brings about the Arab slave trade. Of course, both of them were terrible, but the subject in hand is not the Arab slave trade. So we speak about racism. There was a lady who was speaking about the Irish question. We are not talking about the Irish question. And so they do that just to water down black history. And it is black people who are perfectly, positioned as far as black history is concerned. So I think they are just there to sabotage this platform. So many, even the day Rebel, I think, fell out with Darron, we were outnumbered by far-right people in a black space.
That's the worst part. That's the worst part. If it's hosted by a black person, why are you outnumbered? Like that should never happen. Should never happen. Unfortunately, I mean, Rebel has been by a few times. I don't know if he's feeling a bit, he's come into the live. I have invited him many times to come up to have a conversation. So I don't know if he's feeling a bit sad or bruised or maybe he's busy. I don't know. But, and when I mentioned actually about, he's calling stuff out in Bob's live. Okay. So because I have mentioned, but just because we've mentioned his name a few times, Rebel's name, when I went to that live and I mentioned about the celery story, is because in that space, they literally put a picture of Rebel up on the panel. Like, why are you talking about Rebel for? Like, Rebel fights like a motherfucker around here. Like, he really fights. Rebel knows his stuff. Rebel really knows his stuff. And the thing is, a lot of men on this app, a lot of black men or mixed race men, they know their stuff. But the problem is, like I say, is when the ego gets involved or you're going around fighting, the message gets lost. That's what happens. That's why you never see me fighting. You never see me fighting ever with any of these people. I say my shit and go, because I know that this is the space where people can come here and they can learn here too. Yeah, see, look in the comment section, love listening to Rebel. Exactly, Rebel is good. He is good. His heart is in the right place. Like, he knows he's made mistakes as well. So yeah, he's good. He's really good, really good. So I'm a moderator for him now, which is, I don't really moderate for people, but I was like, let me moderate for him. And also there's a guy on here called Winnie Ricks. If you know, Winnie is lovely. Winston Ricks, tongue twister. Winston Ricks is a lovely, lovely guy as well that I also moderate for. So, we have to support each other. And like, I can't remember who said it earlier, but I think it was Latalo that said it, is we need to really represent and respect and support our black brothers and sisters, of those of us in the black community, but we also have to hold our own accountable, and that's exactly what today is about. So thank you again, Yaya, for also sharing what you do. Someone in the comment section did say that you do attend the live, and I don't know if Ems is still here, and I have mentioned it a couple of times. Some of you guys know that Ems and I used to do a joint South Asian live, a black live. Like, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. He was the only person that I was doing a co-host with, and we were doing it quite often. But I couldn't continue doing the lives with Ems anymore because I kept seeing the circle that said he was in Darren's live, and I don't want to see the guy's face on my page. I didn't want to see it. So I literally couldn't continue doing the live, and I told him about it. He said, yeah, no, understanding. Thank you, Princess. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, that's the reason. I don't think, yeah, maybe some of you guys don't know that's the reason. CHB18, that was why I told him. I said, I literally can't see you going into that space all the time. I know what you're doing in there, and I know people, of course, are going there to challenge. I know it. I get it. But that's a problematic space because a lot of the time, and as we know, you're not going to challenge shit in there. Because it's not a space to learn. It's a place where white narcissists get platformed, and you are subjected to the most horrific racism and discrimination otherwise, especially if you're a black woman. Yeah. Is Darren in here? Is that what you're telling me? Is Darren, Leanne, is he in here?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, well, Darren, you don't need to record it. You can have your own if you want to, because I do record these lives and upload them to YouTube. This is going to be there. So, of course, if you want to have your own copy, you're more than welcome. But you can also access the full YouTube video, Darren, which has gone on now for about 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Darren, of everybody coming here to tell you that you have not listened to their problems at all. You've never listened, you've never understood, and you don't want to understand. We're very aware that you're desperate for money, Darren, and you're doing this for why? You're a black man and you forgot you're a black man. People keep reminding you every time that you're a black man. When you look in the mirror, you are that meme, Darren, that sees a white man in the mirror. That's you. That's you. Here, I support black women. I support black men. I support brown men, brown women, everybody, and white people that actually want to understand racism. I support those people. Darren, you don't support nobody yourself and the TikTok coins. You got no moral compass, no moral standing, Darren. None. You got no integrity whatsoever. And you're here recording the live instead of coming up and having a conversation with a black woman.
So
you're recording the live.
So
Do you think that you're a big man?
He's left the live, but what he normally does is he'll come in to see that obviously he's the prompt. He'll look to see who's in here to see if he needs to block anyone else, and then he'll leave the live but have it playing on the FYP so he can clip it and then send his mods to come in here on their fake accounts and then obviously record it and then send it to him.
So pathetic.
I
So
guarantee
pathetic.
that's what's happening right now, if not for the past 4 hours. Yeah, they I know all the burner accounts, but anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, but imagine that. Like, what are you going to clip from here? What are you going to clip from here? Everybody talking about how they had a terrible time in your space. Do you think that's going to work out well for him? Is that really going to work out well for him? No, you can't replay any of this stuff because it's all negative. It's all negative. And yeah, if you want to do that and like block people, good, because that's what protecting our energy and protecting this space. That's what it's doing. So I'm glad. Come here and block everybody from here. Block everybody, because that means that we're all safer. We're safer from this guy. It's a good thing. Thank you for adding that as well, Leanne. Thank you. Yaya, is there anything you want to add? Because we will go to anti-racist mum.
Yeah, I agree. Black space should be for the black people because we can speak authoritatively on the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, because we can relate to our ancestors as well. Right, so I think even look what they are doing to our professor, our great only black professor ever in Cambridge University. Look the way he's been demonized and questioning his academic credentials. Yeah, what's
his name again? Jason Arday. Yeah, Jason Arday.
3 years they've been hunting him, just smear campaign, racist smear campaign. And that is what they do. And there are so many corrupt academics still teaching. a few years ago, was it 10 years ago, there was one who was found guilty of academic fraud, and he's still teaching history in Cambridge University. So I think,
and it's not just that industry. Remember, they've got a PDF in the White House, a baby eater in the White House. They can do the most heinous, horrendous stuff. They can unalive people. They can beat people up. They can do such disgusting things to other human beings, and yet they still get jobs and seats and respect. They never get cancelled. But Jason Arday forgot to reference a quote. That's all he forgot to do. He forgot to reference the reference. He actually put in the references. He put it, but he didn't reference that he got it from someone else. It was not plagiarized. He just didn't reference correctly. And this is what they did. They vilify any black or brown person that literally gets a leg up. And I feel so sorry for him, because I wish he was stronger. I wish he felt like he had more support. I really wish he felt that way, because he should have continued on and pushed through. But this is what happens. And this is why I hope in this space, at least, if you're a black or brown person and face this shit, you have to continue on. Because this life is about testing you and challenging you. And I tell you something, you are lucky to be a black person. Believe me, we are so lucky to be black, because we get to grow, we get to evolve, we get to learn, we get to see the truth about humanity. Whereas these people are walking around like zombies. They don't see anything, they don't hear anything. And you see how stupid they are. Their education level is 0. They don't have the same story as we do. So even in the struggle, please find the beauty. And this goes for everybody else as well who's also awake. Please do feel like that. Please do see that as well. Anti-racist mom, how you doing, my darling?
Hey.
Anti-racist. Hello.
Can you hear me all right?
Hiya, sweetie. Yeah, I'm good. How are you, darling? I did say I'm going to end the live, but
sorry,
people that want to come by, so I'm like, okay, let's continue. And I'm really going between my battery and my microphone to make sure that this is keeping on pushing. But yes, what would you like to add, my love?
I think that he's a great example of how not to do a live, really, to set the benchmark higher. So, and I was saying to, I think in the chat to CH_B18, that I think I'm going to start doing regular lives probably from next week. So I will be messaging people at some point to set up, like to ask them if there'll be moderators, because I will not be entertaining historical, scientific, theological, economic, emotional or moral illiteracy in that space. I think that too often illiterate people with illegitimate opinions are given airtime, and when they they do not bring any value to the discourse, and they should not be being platformed.
Exactly. This is what I always say. You guys know I always call out the individual. I say, where's your live? When is it coming? Where are you? And so I'm glad, Anti-Racist Mom, you are going to be using your voice and creating a platform here. So if you guys don't follow Anti-Racist Mom, you must do immediately. So click her name. You see there's a plus next to it. So please do follow her as well. And she's also one of my moderators here too. So she's great to listen to. Yeah. So are you aware of Darron, what he's done? Have you ever been to his space before? Have you ever seen it?
Oh, like when I first started using TikTok, I think I ended up in following him and in some of his lives, but they're not really very positive spaces. They're not very good for my nervous system. So I choose, not to enter them, because in fact, there's very few people these days. Over my time on this app, I've really have limited. Sometimes I see in those little bubbles, I might pop in, but if the energy's off, I will leave straight away. Like, I'm not sticking around for these drama-filled, argumentative. I go on, DJ Tiz Talks is a live that I choose to go on. Foxes, sometimes Bard, Lucy, and sometimes there's some First Nations creators that I go and look in their lives. But yeah, if I go in to a live and it's argumentative, it's spreading propaganda, it's parroting illegitimate opinions, then I have no interest in staying. And if the energy, if it feels like, if it makes my nervous system like feel stuff, like not feel safe, then I'm gone. And I'm really conscious that I want to create a learning space as my lives to be a learning space, really. I'm going to move the Uncomfortable Conversations show, the radio show that I would normally do onto TikTok instead of doing it once a month, do it as a weekly, but have like invite, I think for the first few, invite panelists to be, you know, have them planned in advance, not just let any random illiterate athlete's foot of the brain, prolapsed ovary crew or buffer class person up on the panel. I've got to be, I want to protect the space. So he's a good example of what not to do, isn't he?
You can learn your tips, learn your tips and tricks on how to actually run a live. And this is the thing, I don't think people understand the responsibility once you are running these lives, what they actually do and how they hurt people. Like, they just don't get it. There is so much unawareness where there needs to be more awareness, especially because we are mostly online these days. Mostly online. Like, I see a lot of people here now. I'm more on TikTok. You know, I see most people now almost every day on here, almost every day. So when you are constantly seeing the stories and getting this information, that is where you need to have self-regulation. And like Anti-Racist Mum has said, and like I've said a few times during this live, recognize your energy. It is very important that you have boundaries and understand where places are for you and where they're not for you. That is very important. Thank you so much, Anti-Racist Mom. Thank you. Taboo, TGTBTU in the comment section says, what's Darron done wrong? Darron has done many things wrong. There's been about 20 stories so far, 25 stories up on the panel, in the comment section, all kinds of things talking about the harm that they have experienced in his space. Anti-blackness, racism, disrespect, discrimination, gaslighting people, manipulating people, all those kind of things that have happened. I've been there twice. I experienced this myself, and this was at the beginning of this year, but because I'm hearing more and more stories, this is why this conversation is happening today. He's not anti-white, he's actually pro-white. He's very pro-white. Very, very pro-white. That's crazy to think that he's anti-white. That's like really crazy to say that shit. He's very pro-white. Yeah, he's incredibly pro-white. Yeah, that's really wild. Das, please don't unmute. If you unmute again, I will have to drop you because Ace is before you. So please don't say justice for Darron. Leave him alone. He literally came here and he was able to come and have a conversation. He didn't. He's a little coward. He recorded some of the live, which he does apparently to a few people. And he goes back to have a little bit of a, people are talking about me. Okay. What's wrong with being pro-white? I'm not here to educate you, Sia Bell. You've been sat here for quite some time making your comments in the comment section. Do you think I'm going to educate you for free? Hell to the fucking no. Ask Darron. He will tell you about being pro-white. Go to your king. You guys call him a king. You go there and you ask him about pro-whiteness. Don't ask a black woman about pro-whiteness. Why the fuck are you asking me? Why the fuck are you here? Go to him. That's what you want. Validation from black people that being pro-white is okay. That's what you want. You're not going to get it from me because I know myself. I know my community. I know humans. Don't ask me. All right, Ace. Ace, how are you doing? Ace, hello.
Hello there, Foxy. How are you? You all right?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yes. Getting along with life as we all are, you know what I mean? So hey, Leanne.
Hey, Ace. You okay?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah. Getting along as usual. You know me.
Yeah. So what would you like to add, Ace? What would you like to add to the conversation?
Fox, I can only go based on what I've observed on his lives. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's only like 2 or 3 things that I have observed that kind of caused me a bit of a concern. You know what I mean? Like where on 2 separate occasions where he's played recordings of people saying things on his live, and whether he agrees with it or not. You know what I mean? And then there was a stunt the other night where someone in his comment was being quite abusive to someone else in the comments, and I basically said to him, Darren, take control of your life, but he was looking at his phone instead. You know what I mean, right? I don't know if someone messaged him. I don't know if he was messaging someone else. I don't know if he got a missed call. I don't know. You know what I mean? And then he put in the comments, "Oh, Ace, what did I miss 1 minute?" Then eventually, like 3 minutes after him say that to me, I think he muted the person because they couldn't see the person comment anymore. You know what I mean? These are the only things that I'm aware of. I know he does panel. I have seen a few individuals coming to his panel who are considering, i.e., for example, Yaxley.
Yes, I'm aware of him. Yes,
Yeah,
I find it so funny that so men so insecure on their personality they have to take on someone else's. Like imagine, right, that you are so devoid of a personality that you literally have to call yourself someone else. There's a guy on here who's literally taken the name of Tommy Robinson. As we know, of course, his name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. He's literally called himself Yaxley and uses Tommy Robinson's profile picture. And he's like, I'm this guy. You're not that fucking guy. Who are you?
So I mean, Yaxley's one of the people he panels. There's another guy called Jano.
You're getting questioned. So I think you did say that, yeah. Kruger, he did say, Ace did say that he did correct him. He said that there was something wrong. And that time, Kruger, Ace just said that Darren was on his phone. And as Leanne has pointed out earlier, that Darren spends a lot of time on his tablet. He's drinking his tea. He's not really paying attention to a lot of the conversation. He's very passive.
This is the one thing that I don't get with some of his lives. He knows these people are problematic. You know what I mean? He knows that. He's been doing it for so long, like I have, yeah? So I could tell who's the right person, who's the wrong person. You could tell. What I don't understand with him is basically if he knows that these people are problematic, why would you after a certain period of time still do it? Still add them on? You mean still let him come off?
Because we know, we've mentioned this a few times. It's about the money situation. It's literally about his stupid little pathetic TikTok coins. Kruger, exactly. That was when a lot of us stopped going there. Don't go there since the AJ and Alex situation. That was when I experienced it. And I hadn't been back since. It was twice there, and I called out Alex and AJ at that time. Well, actually, not really Alex and AJ. It was mainly to do with Darren, and I said, "What are your moderators for?" That's when they got told. So Ace, you were just called out for being a hypocrite in the comment section by Sports Deck. I don't know why that's the Ace. You're a little rat. You're being called now, and I don't know why if that's why you ran away. But Sports Deck, I know that you've been here a few times. I don't know if that is the reason why you decided to drop down, or it was from other reasons, but Ace is literally gone. So it says, come to Sing Brother. Said he's a hypocrite. Yeah, he's gone, Leanne. He's literally just gone. Ace has run, has he? So that's interesting. Yeah.
And then Mena, that was in your comments. Well, I'm sure you know Mena.
Oh, Mina, yeah, Mina, Mena, yes, yeah.
So you see how she was chilling here in this live for hours and hours and hours. As this live was running, crap was going on in Bob's live, and already this morning it was problematic because Bob allowed like 3 people to be racist to black people. I called it out, still entertained it. Then after that, a whole conversation on transgender. I had to shut that down too. I'm calling Bob out. And then as this live was happening, obviously everyone's telling me what's happening in Bob's live, where Mina, that was chilling here for hours, suddenly, randomly, all of a sudden, went to Bob's live crying, that we're bullying, then had a go at Taishi, and literally just now as Ace was speaking, I got sent a DM. She's just put on her story just now that she's out in and calling people out. She said in her story just now she's uploaded, it says, Taishi, Courtney and someone else are bullying. She's also calling out Bob for platforming and hosting bullying, and then something else and something else. I don't have energy for that. So what I'm going to do is after this live is done, I'm going to use what she's just put on her story as my prompt. And then the same energy she had to not say it here, but run off to Bob's live and say it, she can say it to people's faces. Because, as I said, I just find it very weird that people go and open their mouth where they think they're going to be listened to because they think that the host is just going to allow it. Whether Bob allowed it or not, I don't know. I've been here the whole time. But, yeah, Mena, she's always hit,
So what was that? Because I haven't. The funny thing is, I have not seen her down today. What is she said down here?
She was here.
What was the situation?
She was chilling. She was chilling in this live, and the thing that I find problematic with Mena is Mena has said a lot of problematic things. Like whilst the live was going on, she was saying, "Oh, maybe like Darren's a good person, and maybe it's because that's just the way he hosts and stuff like that."
She was making excuses. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen her like for the past like months to a year. Whenever something is happening, she always has to have the othering opinion. You know, there's always that one person that has to do the other. And she has been called out a couple of times. Yeah, Paulie, thank you. She's been called out a couple of times for racial comments. And to be fair, 1 minute she's all for Islam, next minute she's Islamophobic. I don't really get her. I don't follow her. I think I have her blocked, can't remember. But I see it as a recurring pattern especially when like there's black people talking, or there's like a space openly talking on like pro conversations, let's say if it's immigration or whatever else, she will randomly pop up and just have to comment like the entire world. So I just find that funny how, as always, she was chilling here the whole live and then randomly out of nowhere gone to Bob's live to just do a screaming fest, and now she's just put that on her story. Yeah, because I get that. I get when we don't really call people out, but I think we're kind of at the stage now where we've done the whole like, not pandering, but like we've been cool with not calling people out, but calling out the behavior. But I think now by doing this live today, it's kind of showed people that you will be called out like as a person rather than just your behavior alone. So
yes. Absolutely, absolutely, and this stuff is very important. And like I'm going to try to do. Of course, this is like a kind of isolated thing we're doing today because it's just like I said earlier, more important to focus on the bigger picture. But when you have people like that end up being like double agents or towing the line, it's not for us. It's not good for us. It's not good for us, man. Like, you know, I have seen her a couple of times in the comment section, and like there was something that happened quite some time ago, and somebody mentioned her and said something about her, and I was thinking, well, what is it? What is going on? I don't know, because I do watch these lives back and I do look at the comment section and I'm like, what's happening? But stuff happens outside of my live that I don't know what's happening. Okay, so I need you guys to understand this. I don't know everything because, like I said, I do my live and log off. I don't know. So, but I have heard now a couple of times about her being this flip-flop double agent type person, which of course is highly problematic. Yeah, this is Beth. Yes, I messaged you about it, Fox, if you remember, because I kept telling them to stop. Yeah, this was the thing, like, it was kind of, and I said, I don't know I literally did not know. Yes, they were arguing in the comments. There was arguing, yes, and I think maybe did I mute her or something was happening. And I was like, you are distracting from the conversation. Like, it's really silly. Oh, yes, it was right. It was with you, random guy. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, there was a back and forth between you two. And I was like, what the fuck is going on down there? Like, this is just not what we're talking about here. Just didn't make any sense. So, yeah. So if anyone else wants to mention anything, because I'm at 11%. No, random guy, you know, we're definitely seeing a little bit more about Mina now, because, of course, Leanna's brought it up. But, like, you know, guys, You'll see me in certain spaces and you won't see me in other spaces. Bob Debates is also Johnny Boy, who also does come here sometimes. And yes, I allow him to come up on the panel, but you don't see me in his space because of aforementioned reasons. I think I've only been there once. Once I've been there. And like I said, when I call him out, I'm always like, Johnny Boy, you're supposed to be doing better lives than this. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. He is a white man with white privilege, whether he accepts it or not. He's supposed to be challenging racists, yes, but platforming them. And it's like, and I was there actually. Was I? No, I maybe saw on the FYP, or maybe it was the one time I went there. And recently, or maybe I've only been there twice, or maybe actually I didn't know it was Bob beforehand. Bob is Johnny Boy. He calls himself Bob Debates, but he's also called Johnny Boy. There was one time recently where he was talking to a racist guy on the panel, and it was like, come to my house and find out where he lived. But it went on for ages. And I was like, really? Like, what? But I think that's a lot of men's lives. They're like, come on, let's have a fight. Let's have a fight. It's like, yeah, Julia, you saw it. It was. It wasn't conductive. And so that's why, like, even with Tiz, even when he does his little fight thing, I'm like, okay, all right, Tiz, I don't know if you're still here. But for me, it's kind of funny. For me, it's kind of funny. People. So yeah, Tiz is all right. Currently in my book, but you guys will see that I will be like, no, tomorrow I'm not rocking with that person no more, because I know myself and I know my standard. So I might advocate for somebody today. I might say they're cool today. Tomorrow, I'll just be like, we're done with that one. We're really done with that one. So I'm going to run this down until my battery dies. I'm at 10% now, guys. So we've got Savvy on the panel, please. Savvy, how are you?
I am fine, thank you very much. I think I've been on your panel before, but you know me, I think, maybe as Imara. So this is my second attempt. Yeah, we talked,
we spoke. Yeah, a long time ago. You came up, I think you talked about Henry Novak, right? You mentioned about I remember you. Yes. Yeah, you told us a lot. Yeah, I remember. You told us that about Digwa's background and his martial arts background, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I
so
remember
you got such a good memory. Oh my God.
I got a good memory, man. I do.
Honestly, I think I love your lives. I think, we need people like you, positive people who speak out against. Look, we're in look at the times we're living in. And sometimes I go on as a black woman who both parents are African. Honestly, I have fought racism all my life. From when I was young, when I was living in Wales, I was born and raised there. I can't even tell you the physical fights I had, the verbal fights I've had.
Wow.
I can't even tell you. As I grew older, I understood, obviously, how to play the game, because there is a game that you need to play and you've got to play it good, right?
Yeah.
And one of them is to, when you're young, you're just feisty and you're just like, I was lucky because I had parents who told me who I was, taught me my language, told me my ancestry, and I felt proud of myself. And I thought, yes, that's who I am, right? And nobody's going to tell me any different. So, it's very important to know who you are, right? That stops you from the flip-flopping of life. Where you'll go into, tomorrow I'm going to, when you know yourself, you don't give a shit. 100 people, you have 100 people against you and you still stand strong, right? You flip-flop because you're not confident. There's no low self-esteem and you don't know who you are. That's how I see myself, right? On this TikTok, it's toxic TikTok, at times you find people like you and you think, oh my God, there's hope. And then you've got black spaces. Honestly, I'm telling you now, Fox, full of drama. That's where it is. And you think to yourself...
That's why you don't see me there.
Yes, I don't go. When you're just you're sort of scrolling and you see them, you're thinking, look at the amount of people that are on your live. Couldn't you talk about something positive? Couldn't you educate people? Couldn't you talk about what is happening? People are, your people have been unalived. We've got women who've been raped. We've found women in bodies of water. We've got so much shit going on. And you want to talk about, she was sleeping with him. And then, he went around and he did this and, and I know because I've seen it. I've got receipts and just so much drama. And you're thinking, look at you. Are you okay? Are you okay?
It's bad. It's bad.
You've got to stop this bullshit. You've got to understand, right? We're fighting, right? For our lives, literally. we're fighting. This is no joke anymore, right? The right wing, do you know racism? It rears its ugly head from time to time. When the climate is right, they all come running. Because they've got the politics, the politicians who are backing them up. And this is where we are again today. And it's honestly, it's scary. I swear to God, when I hear about women being assaulted, women crying because they've just been assaulted verbally, physically. We want to talk about who's sleeping with who, and this one done this, and this one done that, and you got like 1,000 people on your flipping live, and that's the legacy you want to give. So I'm done. Like, for me, it's all about positivity. It's about raising awareness. It's about positivity. It's about, telling people, listen, wake up from this stupor you're in. Because that's what you're in, man. You got to wake up. You can't be sleepwalking anymore. You haven't got the luxury to sleepwalk anymore. Wake the F up. I'm so angry. I'm so angry, Fox. I really am, honest to God. And I mean, I'm going to start my live hopefully this evening. And I do challenge. I do challenge them. I love challenging them because I tell you why. They're uneducated. They're not articulate.
Are you alive on this account or your other one?
I'm going to be live on. This is my main account. So I'm going to be live on my main.
Because, guys, please do follow Savvy One, because the things that I heard her say when she came to the live before, I was like, and like I said, I remembered, she's stuck in my mind. I remembered. This is it. When you have a really powerful black voice, and I can be honest and say that I find black American women to be very good. Like, genuinely, I found them to be very good. I haven't found enough black British voices, not enough, to be honest. And black men, they've just none.
100%. 100%.
Pretty much none.
Yeah.
So we're really struggling out here.
We are struggling. We're struggling on the TikTok streets. We are struggling. But you know what it is? It doesn't matter. If you're one, listen. Yeah. I always say, even if you're one person and your audience is one person, that's one person that you've literally now educated, right? They'll go on to hopefully educate someone else. Don't look at the trickle. That trickle will become a stream, and that stream will become a river. That's what I always believe. So I don't give a shit who follows me, who doesn't follow me. I say my piece. When I go on lives and I speak the way I speak, you always got the racism about, she's got a big mouth, shut up, she's a racist, get her off. And if you're somebody who is quite fragile, don't do it then. Listen and maybe support from the outside, because you've got to have
support
tough skin
from the comment section. Exactly.
If you can't do it and you're going to break, believe me, you got to be strong to be, saying the things you're going to say, because you're going to get backlash, right? But if you find that this is going to affect you mentally, do you know what? Stay in the comments. Support from the comments. I swear to God, I'm fine. I swear, you can call me what you want, but I'll still be standing. I'm here today. Do you know what I mean? So you know what? You do the good work that you do. There's not many people like you, honestly. When I come on TikTok and I look and I think, shit, another drama. Now who's what? This one's done this and they did. I'm not into that, right? If you're going to come with something positive and you're helping the community and you're there standing strong and talking about what's real, what's really happening, I'm all for it. And we need to come together and honestly, please, unfollow people who are negative. Unfollow these drama things. They're making money off you. They don't give a shit about your community. They don't give a shit about the black community. They all care about, it's just about them. I've seen it. It's about them. They use topics for views. They're there going, yeah, come on now, send me the coins. Come on, send me the money, man. What, you all just sitting here, you're dry, man. Come on, send me this, send me that. And that's what it's about. They don't give a shit about women. Look at how many women have been alive, 2 million women going through DV in the past year. 2 million reported DV. Every other day there's a woman dying. Listen, we've got to stop this bullshit and talking about things that don't matter, right? We need to support each other, and we need to go to lives like you, people who are actually raising awareness. That's the people you need to be following. Unfollow anyone that is not benefiting your life. If it's not benefiting you, if they're not educating you, please unfollow. I know it might be a bit of a detox, and I know it might be difficult, but you know what? You're going to get there. Please, people.
People have become addicted, haven't they? They've become addicted to drama, but it does not feed the soul in the way that it's supposed to feed it.
Yeah.
Julia said it right. Clean up your algorithm. Honestly, really clean it up. You'll find yourself. And Emery Crime, thank you for the compliment in the comment section. You said you come away from here feeling energetic and positive. So I'm really happy to see that. And Mazzy says, I've been unfollowing so many accounts. You want a total change? Absolutely. Brilliant. Really brilliant stuff. So
thank you.
Do give yourself a detox. It's very important. Tomorrow, I do hope that you want to come by my Black Live. I do it on a Saturday. I hadn't done it last weekend, but I do it as many Saturdays as I can. So tomorrow from 10 a.m. GMT, I'll be having a Black Live again. So
Fantastic.
we talk about all different kinds of things. We'll probably be talking about Darron Wasteman again. We're going to bring up Dark Punisher, who is a black man, is also anti-black. We talk about a lot of anti-blackness.
Dark Punisher is on another level. Okay. I don't even look at him.
So I'm not aware of him too much, because I saw him, like you said, the energy. Immediately I blocked it.
I don't go on his lives. No, he's
Immediately.
toxic to the max. That's the kind of person you just want to stay away from. Another one. No. Stay away from. Look, if everybody sort of started unfollowing people, they wouldn't have this platform. You're literally raising their platform, but then, you're really yourself demeaning yourself by being on these platforms and listen to these types of, rhetoric, this racist rhetoric, and people who are actually advocating for this racism. Stay away, go to there's so many people. You could try and find people that are going to elevate you. They're going to elevate you. Elevation is what you need, especially in today. You need to educate yourself on what's going on. You need to be the person that, every day you're looking for something. You're educating yourself. You've got to be someone who is always growing. Don't stop the growth by listening, because honestly, your growth is going to be stunted listening to these people. You really are.
True.
True facts. Wake up, people. I want the best for all of you. I hope you do. Obviously, I follow you anyway, so I'll be coming in and out. Listening to you. I could listen to you all day. But honestly, I'm wishing you the best, Fox. And you're some. Like I said, there's not many of you, and I wish there were. It's a shame I can't say that. But you do the good work, and hopefully you're gonna educate people and open eyes. But so I'll never leave you all. Take care.
Thank you, Amara. Thank you so much for coming by. Really appreciate you. Appreciate your voice. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, so everybody, we have come to the end of the live. I know there's some other people who want to request up, but I've literally been on for 5 hours today. It's been a live one, hasn't it, Leanne? So I know it's going to continue tomorrow in live in Leanne's space, and then of course, as we've mentioned, over to Tiz with his discussion about Darron and Dark Punisher on Sunday as well. So I think this actually, I don't know if it's the longest one. When I did Is Henry Novak a Bully, that also landed for that went on for ages.
That went on for hours. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Sorry, I just remembered.
Yeah, that almost felt all day. I mean, it's literally darkness now here. It was like when I started this one.
Yeah, I'm already thinking about dinner, and I'm like, did I even eat lunch?
It's been a long one. So again, thank you so much. Thank you, Leanne, for holding it down on the panel, for adding a lot of context, a lot of more on who exactly people are, calling out the bullshit. Appreciate you so much. There was things about Rez, there's things about that scenario person. There was also, who else was also up here?
Got even Rez at one point, which was funny, and then he dropped.
Yeah, Mr. Debater. So yeah, that's the same person we mentioned earlier, right? That's Ryan, right? Ryan, Mike.
Yeah, that Tiz is talking about.
Yeah. So yes, I did come tooting. I did hold a live saying that Henry Novak was a bully because I read the case. It seemed to me that I was the only person that read the goddamn case. No one had read it. No one had read it, that he was antagonizing Digwa. He was following him and started filming him and saying, come on, bad man, you're a bad man. He literally did that. And that's why they ended up in an altercation. No one read the case. They were like, oh no, it has to be racism. It has to be racism. Henry was scared. That's why he was following him. He was scared. He saw a man with 2 knives on him. He was afraid. What the fuck? No, he fucked around and found out. And the English people and the white people hated that I read the case. They hated that I said that he was a bully. They hated that I said he fucked around and found out. Like, because they need a martyr. They're so desperate to experience any kind of racism that they will latch on to anything and say, oh, it wasn't. Exactly. The family hated how the white people responded. They were using his profile picture, his dead hand, for goodness sake. They were making him into AI as a fucking soldier. They were doing all kinds of things.
Farage even mentioned his name in the House of Commons as well, yeah.
Exactly, telling people that they need to respond with cold, hard rage. It was horrible, and they were being weaponized. And at the same time, there was footage that came out that either Henry had a mixed race niece or nephew, or it was a family friend. If you saw the picture of him holding up the boy, and of course, all the racist white people came out like, oh, well, we don't like that one. Like, why has he got that? Why has he got that? Like, why is he holding and touching that brown boy? And exactly, this is there. A few weeks later, they were attacking the Polish again, because this is what they did. They voted Brexit because they didn't want Eastern Europeans in the country. But all of a sudden, because Henry Novak had a pronounceable name, they were like, oh, he's one of us. He's one of us. And that's the only reason why, is because they're so desperate to hold on to whiteness and racism. So, yeah, exactly. I'd be furious, Paulie, if they tried to weaponize my son's murder, because that's exactly what it is. This is not excusing Digweed for what he did, because he did a terrible thing that day. He's just stupid boy that behaved that way and did what he did. So stupid. That, now he's serving 21 years in prison, and they've even asked for his sentence to be extended. I don't know if you guys know this. Yeah, they've asked to extend his sentence because they're so racist that 21 years isn't enough. And even at that time, for a fact that no one's getting 21 years in the country. They did put Chaz Corrigan to 22 years. But Chaz Corrigan was an unantagonized situation. He got 21 years. Digweed was antagonized, and they want to increase the sentence. This is what we're talking about when we say two-tier. The fact of the matter is none of his testimony was even heard in the court. They didn't play enough footage to the jury. Some things it's all written in court transcripts. Some things were shown to the jury. Other things weren't shown to the jury. Only the judges seen it, and also to the public as well. A lot of things were very heavily manipulated in that case. And this is why the whites were crashing out when I said that Henry Novak was a bully. They hated it. Oh, does that mean they deserve to die? Does it?
Oh my gosh, yeah, they proper, sorry, I'm really getting PTSD. They were really getting hung up on your prompt, sorry. And then you had to do it more than one day because, oh my gosh, sorry, it's all coming back.
Yeah, because you remember they were filming it, they were recording my live, and then they came here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and then we had to do the prompt for like 4 days straight. Oh my gosh, I remember. Sorry. This is how much these racists get to me, that we get PTSD of this crap. Yeah. I will never forget when your live was being played in the other live. I was like, wow, this is a first for Fox, This is a first. Love that. Gosh.
Yeah, exactly. It was so funny. And do you remember they bought, what was her name? Evil? No, what was her name?
There was a woman. It was a woman. Yeah, I can't remember her name. It was a woman.
I've forgotten her name, but she came up with another name. But it was literally like the best that they could send. Delusive Angie, thank you so much. That's it. They sent Delusive Angie here, who I like. Now you guys will know.
You guys remember this name? Okay, sorry.
Because people they remember. Also, I do rewatch back my live, so there's some names that stick in. But that was so funny when it happened, because again, you were like, they're sending their best people, but all she was doing was like, yeah, and when you read this part of the script, it says this. I'm like, yeah, it does say that. Okay. And now what?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was like, this is so confusing. And George Floyd, and George, what about George Floyd? Yeah, he didn't do great enough. But
I really wanted a reaction out of you. It was hilarious.
I was like, I don't understand what's happening. Like, you're recording me in that live. Do you think you're doing something? You're not doing anything.
It was so funny.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. So, right, let's summarize, guys, because I've been in and out of battery. I'm at 6%. So
please get a takeaway, because you've been on for hours. Get a takeaway.
Thank you. You know what? I might treat myself. It's a Friday as well. So to
Yeah.
summarize, guys, thank you so much. We had so many people coming by to corroborate that Darron is a waste man, and that he has been platforming racist. It is not a safe space. Women, men, all different races have also experienced the bullshittery that we have personally experienced. Leanne experienced it. I experienced it. It's the first place that Leanne and I met. And to see exactly the depth of it actually, I think has been more concerning for me because I didn't realize how deep it actually went. And how far it actually spread and the people who has actually been affected. Like, it's really sad. It's really tragic. Really tragic, but I'm really glad that we've done the live today and it will continue over the weekend as well, because this is going to be an ongoing conversation generally anyway, because we have to call out people on TikTok. It has to be done. You guys know I've mentioned Andreas a few times through this live. I did a live on him before. The funny thing is, I think actually the first person who did piss me off on this app was Darron, and I did do a live. It was just like a random one. I went on my camera and I was like, I don't understand why anyone's platforming racist. So I was furious.
Oh my gosh, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sleeping in my car back then. I was lying on my pillow. Like, what the fuck was that about? Like, I don't understand
I
it. Like,
remember,
that's a
and then
black man.
AJ came up on panel and AJ was like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, that was so... Sorry, PTSD. That was so long ago. Damn.
So I haven't talked about it since then, but again, like, it is the escalating. As you know, you're also still experiencing some shit with him as well. So, you know, this is why we got to talk about it, got to call it out, got to highlight it, and then we are more aware as people. Yeah. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Thank you for sharing your stories, everybody here, because a lot of the time on TikTok, it is a lot of the he said, she said stuff gets lost a lot of the time. It really does. And I try not to. So this is one thing I am only in a similar way with Darron, is I try to stay as neutral as I can in certain situations and hear the story. Okay. And then once I hear it, then I make my judgment. And you see me how quickly I am. Like, we block shit if it's out and out racism. No. A lot of things get lost in communication and lost in translation, because guess what? We're not perfect humans. We're not perfect humans at all. You know, we're really not. So for those people who have had interesting times of conflicts, like even I've had situations with AJ himself, and I was like, what the fuck? And there was a point where I unfollowed Rebel, you know, and, you know, these things happen sometimes. These things happen. They happen. But it is very important, as I mentioned, to try and keep as much community as you can, especially online, and especially if you are a black or brown person. It is very important that we try to stick together as much as possible. It's really important. So that's why I do open up my ears again. If I hear other things, AJ come by earlier and apologized for his interaction and his inability to stop some of that stuff. I also know he has apologized to other people before, because I remember, Leanne, he apologized to you, didn't he? Because I remember
he apologized to us. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's trying. Yeah, forever me, you're going to be the last person, because of course you were a key person in the shit when it was going on. So forever me, do come up now, and you'll definitely be the last person to come up. 100%. Last person.
Girl.
Hey, I've been at work all day, so I've like been in and out, like trying to watch little bits and bobs, and I've just been like, I'm missing all the tea, and I'm like, this weather fucking being a slave to capitalism. Anyways, yeah, I mean, probably what everyone's already said. Darron is an absolute Wasteman sellout. We've been saying this for months and months. I don't know why people still go to that live unless you're just fully racist or want to pander to the racist. I don't know what's going on. I'll be so for real. Just one thing that I just wanted to say is that I keep hearing how people say, oh, what do you expect? You like, no one's safe online. You're not safe online. These spaces aren't safe, blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, first of all, no one claimed that they were safe. We know as black people, we are going to experience somebody coming in saying slurs. We know that, like, it's going to happen. But what we don't expect is somebody to sit there pandering to them, trying to talk them out of this whatever racism for hours on end whilst ignoring other black people in the space. We don't do that. Like, that's what makes the space not safe, not someone coming up and saying the N-word, because we can drop them quick time. Like, it's no bother to us, you know what I mean? And then also my other point was, like, why can't black people have safe spaces online? Why can't we? Like, because somebody said so? Like, no, I'm sorry. It's just, it's ridiculous that I keep hearing this narrative of like, oh, nowhere's safe. Yeah, but we can make safe spaces for ourselves. Fox does it very well. Leanne does it very well. Like, there are places where there are safe spaces. We can have them. It is possible. Yes, there'll be the odd dickhead. Yes, 1 minute, darling. Yeah, your mum's going to come pick you up in a minute. She's doing my nothing.
I knew it was your niece. I knew
Tell
it.
me every time. She was like, can you look after her for an hour while I go shopping? I was like, yeah, okay. Anyways, yeah, so like we can make these spaces. Yes, we'll get the odd dickhead coming up, like speaking the most, but they get dropped. And then like we control that space. It is for us. Do you know what I mean? So I'm sick of this, and I'm sorry, but it's mostly people from other communities. Yes, it's a beautiful crown. Put it on your head. You are a princess. Beautiful. Queen behaviour. Like, I can't remember what I was saying now, but oh my god, this child is doing my head in. You know what? I'm gonna wrap it up there
I know
because
what
she's
you're
doing my
saying. You're talking about black people having safe spaces, and it's true because Fox, I'll be honest, like whenever we all call stuff out when it comes to like black people or just in general how black people are treated, like recently we've been hearing a lot of like, yeah, but like it's TikTok, get off the app, take a breather, don't take it seriously. But it's like, whenever we say something, it's take a breather, it's TikTok, da-da-da-da. But when it's everyone else, it's not TikTok. Everyone's raging, everyone's fuming. We got to call it out. And then on top of it, I try and highlight to like a lot of people that black people navigate the world and spaces differently to other people. Like the world isn't safe for us. So naturally, it's like a common thing. When a black person sees another black person shopping, we just give each other the look.
Oh,
Only
you
because,
just reminded me.
yeah, like it's not a thing of like, I don't know why people don't realize even on social media, we move different to you got like to everybody else. Because as I said, if we talk about racism so much, we talk about immigration so much, we all know like it's common knowledge that black people are not safe. So naturally, black people are safe with other black people. So again, for those of you that are still questioning why we're calling out Darron,
should be. We should be.
So
And
if
this
you
is
realise
why
when we're
it's
calling
alarming when
out
it's
people,
not.
so hence why the prompt, because obviously
Sorry,
one of our own.
I'm revoking his black card. I'm sorry. Give it back.
Oh, it's been revoked from last year. But like, what I don't understand is that, like, for example, Fox, I did the live last week, and again, as Olori said, it was off the back of what she experienced in Darren's live. Then it was also Duchess, who was a white woman, saying that black people shouldn't send their black children to school for Saturday school to learn education. And then so many, like, Forever and everyone else was just telling me, like, what the flip is going on. So I did a live. From me hosting a live for the black people who just calmly talk on black issues, and just call Darren out. Do you know what I've been told? I've been told I'm a bully. What was it? What else have we been said? I'm a bully. I'm not trying to dictate how like the community should run their spaces or whatever. But you guys keep calling him out several times. Like, what's the need for it? But it's like, again, why is it when black people come together and speak on anything, it's an issue, but for everybody else, it's fine. So I don't think people understand the importance of black people speaking even on this app. Like, we don't even get to speak like to each other without an issue. We don't get to speak up on panels.
Just because white people don't want a safe space doesn't mean that black people shouldn't demand a safe space. Like you guys, white people have no boundaries. They literally have no self-respect either. This is why they're questioning safe space in the comment section, because they don't give a shit about themselves. They have such low self-esteem that they just don't care what happens around them. They don't care the shit that they hear, unless it's them now playing the race card themselves. Everyone's racist against us. Oh, we experience the most racism. Oh, oppression. Like, white people, you silly. I know, I said I was closing, but also Mimi is here now as well. So I needed to hear from
I'm so sorry. I always come in the last minute.
I need to hear from the lady.
You've been going strong. I was in Oxford Street and I said, I can't hear I can hear, but I can't comment. And there was some good stuff coming on. I've completely missed this because I've got him blocked. I really am conscious and intentional about my space now. I'm very mindful about certain things. I can take sometimes people being a bit naive. I can take sometimes people being on their growth cycle and needing to be a bit more.
Sorry, not fairies here. I love it.
I'm sorry. I need to find my charger as well. So I just wanted to come in because someone in the comments is being deliberately obtuse, saying about what a safe space is. Now, when we're saying a safe space, yes, we know this is a Chinese app. Yes, we know it's an app by other people. However, I create a safe space when I'm talking to my friends and family. I don't tolerate certain stuff in my purview. You're not going to come in and in a space where there's strangers and talk to me any which way, particularly as a black woman. It's just never going to happen. You will never be safe for you. And so I resent the fact that on this app, people who don't know a lot of black people in real life feel that they can come in and do stuff on here and feel that it's okay. And the issue that is being called out, or called in, I should say, with this life, because it's a calling in, it's not calling out, with Darron, is that he is failing to understand that his blackness is being weaponized by the alt-right, and it leads us to more harm. Because if you've got someone like him co-signing and nodding their head along when there are active racists and supremacists on his panel, then it gives the false illusion that we're going to take that. Now, I'm very much a South Londoner. Chat shit, get banged. You will get hit in your head. I don't care. So a lot of you are in this delusional period in your life where you feel that all black people will be like Darron. That's not the case, and that's not safe for you or me. So it's better that we have these discussions now so people can understand that that's not how it's going to run, and that's not how it's going to roll, and that's not how it's ever going to be. And so when you're listening online and when Fox is talking and when people are coming up to give their exchanges and stuff, it's a sad day in hell that there was a white woman who said that she was in his area, is more culturally aware, more racially aware than the flipping black man who is being subjected to a lot of the abuse, it seems like, in that area as well. That's an issue. And Darron, I'm sure, is a victim within his own right of his own circumstances where he lives, but he shouldn't be perpetuating that online. And a lot of you allow that to happen. You feel that because you're shucking and jiving for these people that they're going to respect you. They won't. They don't. And we've seen that with the Tommy 10 names marches and a lot of other communities who like to align themselves. When the chips were down, you saw how quickly you were thrown underneath the bus. It just so happens that my community have experience of that. We've been here longer and we know the dangers of this. And that is why we go so hard against it. And I'm so sorry to see a black man doing this as well is even more egregious to me. I'm sorry.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Like, that's the thing, what people don't seem to understand is where we don't have spokespeople and where we don't already have representation, this is what we're dealing with. Like, this is all we have. This is literally all we have. Like, it sucks. It really does suck. It sucks so hard.
No, but like, I know you want to come in, but I'm gonna pause and let Fairy go in because I just want to say one more thing after. Go on.
Okay. No, I was saying, Mimi, you weren't here, yeah? Remember that live that both you and I were on, and we were talking and discussing misogyny, and then here comes the YT American, like, talking bare shit about about black Americans, specifically black American women, right? And like, I shit you not, Fox. I remember I told you, like, the black Americans came into that live and they were like, oh, why the fuck would you allow that to happen? This is why we don't trust black British people as it pertains to racism, because you guys will come on our panels and say that you defend racism and you know what racism is, and yet you're allowing this to proliferate. You're allowing this to be propagated into the mainstream of conversation. And this is what is happening. I actually do not get offended when black Americans come to me and tell me you guys seem passive.
Yeah,
I used to be very offended because I'm not passive. Someone like Mimi said, I'm not a South London girl, I'm a South East London girl. So no, I've always got my ching ching on me. I'm very, very about it. Do you understand? Don't play no games with me. Let me hear you say something microaggressive and it's on site. Period, point blank. But my thing is, what we're not going to do is sit here and try, bro, I'm SE17, come link me, and I know that's Peckham, and I know that's Peckham. my thing is, yeah, like, my thing is, when we're like chatting about this Wasteman, this clown, and like someone tried to pull me up on Manasseh's panel for like 30 minutes ago on a comment that I said, and I was like, oh, who would pick him? I said that, and she was like, oh, I found it disrespectful because you were talking about his appearance. I said, when did I talk about his appearance? I didn't say he was ugly now. I just said, who would pick him? Because the response is to black women always critiquing black men, especially on their anti-blackness. The response is, you're not going to get picked. Or you're angry because you're not being picked. You're angry because he prefers whitey women over you. Babes, we've been having problems with this idiot before we knew he had a white woman. Knowing he had a white woman meant that he is also compromised. I don't trust anti-black people that are compromised. Period, point blank. Because the same disrespect that they've told you all your life is the same disrespect that you're turning towards me. Like, I'm not to quote Dr. Umar, because he's another one, yeah. But
yeah, we know
the way he's another one, yeah. But he said something that is apt, like a broken clock is right twice a day, right? The black girls called you ugly, so you expect me to think that the white girls called you handsome? Where do you think black girls learned that behavior from? Like, I genuinely want people to, like, I don't think we're ever allowed to reclaim victimhood as black women. We can never say that we learned behavior from somewhere else. Some people think that our behavior is original. And I yield.
Sorry, bigging it up to my campus. I think she said SC17 Camberwell sister. Listen, all I want to know is, I think people need to understand we're at a really dangerous time in our society now. You know what is happening with Darron. I think him and a few of the other men that I see online that are doing this, MAGA News and stuff like that as well. I think they're part of agencies and they're being pushed out. For those of you that know, this is like the COINTELPRO of 2026. They did it in the UK before, so they tried to infiltrate black spaces before in this country. They couldn't, funny enough actually, they couldn't get into the black female spaces, which is very curious, but they were able to get into spaces where there were black men, and also it was a mix with allies as well back in the 60s and the 70s. And this just lends itself to the fact that as a black woman, I always know that patriarchy will never defend me. I'm always going to be under the auspices of all the isms. So I have to move accordingly. And so if he's going to become the poster child, just like, you know, you've got other people, admittedly, like Candace Owens, your Kanye West, and the rest of them, they are used, and we've got
mentioned Officer Tatum a few times. We've said that Darron is the Officer Tatum of TikTok.
He is. Oh my God,
we call him BT Raccoon. Don't call him Officer Tatum around me. He's BT Raccoon. That's his name. Official title.
Yeah, they do it on purpose. We saw it now with the draconian laws that are coming through that the Labour Party and also the Conservatives have put through. It's been black faces, the David Lammies, I can't remember, the Shambhala Mahmoods. Those people are being placed in those positions deliberately to assuage the racists and allow them to have these draconian laws. We're not stupid. We've been here before. And so it's important for us to call it out. And also, as someone was saying when I was listening earlier, exclude those people from the community. You are harmful to us. We're not saying that we've got problems with other communities. What we're saying is sometimes we do need to have those community conversations. And for the group that always like to tell us to say that we've got no leaders and we've got no fathers and stuff, let us have that self-reflective time to talk to each other. You lot are there like monitoring spirits always on our dick. It doesn't make sense. And so when we're having these conversations and we're having these community discussions, it is not for you to come into these spaces and tell us that we shoulda, woulda, houlda, could have been doing it in a different way, and toe police black women. And if he is a black man, has a panel, and he's not calling out the racism, because I don't think he understands the racism and what racism is. Racism is not just a slur. Racism is not just I hate you or it's prejudice, as I hear a lot of people saying. It's much more than that. Racism is the mechanism by which that we uphold whitey supremacy. He is upholding a system that hurts him and hurts other people. If someone is causing me harm, I have every right to call them out on it, and I have every right to exclude them from my space. And that's what we talk about here when we're saying having a safe space. We are saying that we need to have those discussions as a community. And when you are dropping the ball as a black man, You're a harm to us and we need to stop it. And you're also allowing this false narrative to prosper as well. So for me, I'm always going to champion my black community. I'm always going to champion ethnic community, other communities as well. But I'm always going to put my blackness above and beyond, because I know before I'm a female, I'm black. Before anyone sees that I'm a fantastic, wonderful human being, they see I'm black. So I have to move in this world accordingly. And that's why I'm SC15 through and through, because I have got Bermondsey down the road. And I know what it's like. You've got people who are white and smile in your face and talk about, yeah, you're all right, you're an acceptable black one. But let them get around their friends and through now, they're trying to string me up. So I lived that duality. I lived that life. I've had that with my own children when they've been in nursery and they're experiencing racism. So whilst it's all right for your Tarquins to go to school and not have to have that conversation, I'm having to go... I was going to go for Gary, but I didn't want to be classist. I have to explain to my children how it works at nursery. That's how insidious this thing is. It's not a joke for us. And for me, it's scary. And for the person in the chat as well, I'm going to just end it slightly as well, who says that victimhood. I am a victim. My family and my ancestors were a victim of chattel enslavement, transatlantic enslavement. And there's a reason why I claim that victimhood, because legally, for me to get any reparations or for me to get any redress to my situation, I have to admit that I'm a victim, because it affords me two things: the legal protection to say and discuss the matter publicly in the way that I'm doing it now, and also it allows me to seek redress. And part of that redress is having spaces online where I'm not going to be called the N-word and have people coming into a live and have lightning bolts struck down, and also for me to advocate for my community to do better. And this is why it's important for us to have these conversations online. It's important for us to heal online. It's important for us to have discussions. But where he is allowing other groups who don't have the same alternatives, don't have the same motivations as us to come in and talk down to other people, he's breaking our psyche, he's continuing the enslavement, and it is wrong. And if you as a black man in the comments, Field Marshal, are saying that you don't understand what is going on and the rest of it, you need to do more reading in the 3 books that Darron appears to have done as well. Yeah. I've got loads of recommendations. There's a brilliant book, Franz Fanon, Blackface, White Masks. Yeah, I think I've said it the wrong way around. And it talks about the dualities that we have to face psychologically as black people navigating this space. You know what, Fox? Every time I talk to you, I've always got a pen in my hand and I'm always tapping. It's so bad.
No, it's good. I know you make your notes and you're like, right, I need to say this, I gotta say this, I gotta say this. Like, yeah. No, it's good. No, it's good. Like this is the thing. We've got ADHD gang. Forever Me, you got something that you want to add as well, please?
Yeah, I just remembered a point that I was going to make earlier. So when I was talking about people that say like, oh, you know, it's not safe spaces online. If you don't like it, if you can't take the heat out of the kitchen, come offline, stay away from it. Do they not realise, as black people, racism doesn't end when we turn our phone off? We live with this every single day. What do you want us to do? Live in our houses and never leave, never talk to anyone? Like, we can't escape it no matter what we do. So if we want to come online and speak about it, we can speak about it. Stop trying to police where we speak about it, how we speak about it, who we speak about it to. We can do what the fuck we like.
Exactamundo. And especially don't come here and tell me in my own space that I should shut up about it as well. Like, what the fuck? Exactly. What kind of entitlement is that? Like, oh, you're doing this today. Like, yeah, bitch, you get blocked now. So you could have sat and listened and actually learned something, but instead you now get the block button or you get the mute button, depending on what the offence is.
I'll say one point, because I'm actually tired of this, because the person knows who I'm going to say. Mixed race / biracial is not a racial category. No matter how many times you guys try and come here, there are 25 different ways of being quote unquote biracial or mixed race. Please stop trying to assuage that it's a social categorization of race. It is not, and it has never been. Just because the UK likes to delude you because it has it in its census, okay, doesn't mean it is. The UK cognitively recognizes that being mixed race is not a racial category. It's said it multiple times. Mixed race refers to your ethnic background, your ethnicity, not your race. So please,
it's important.
For the love of God,
So
Stop.
sorry, because I just think this is what I mean about people in the UK do not understand race and they don't discuss it properly. You can be a biracial or a mixed heritage person and be white, or biracial and mixed heritage person and be black. It's your phenotype that we're looking at. So you've got someone like, I think it's the rapper, oh my God, I can see his face now. You've got
Stupid Dot or
yeah,
C.
yeah, you've got those sorts of people who present as white and they may have heritage that may be black, but if they're presenting as white, when the police are running down the road and saying stop that person, they're not saying stop that biracial person. They will make that categorization, and for you not to know the difference as someone who's mixed heritage or biracial is dangerous to yourself. No one's asking you to choose. No one cares like on that level. No one's asking to swap out one parent. But if you yourself don't understand that, that's why you lot are ended up at these Tommy T marches, okay? And there's some learning that you need to do on that as well. But when it comes back to what we're discussing here now, if you can't understand even the historical reasons of why we've got biracial or mixed race in this country, is racist in and of itself. When the black American soldiers left this country and the white women that were left here with the mixed heritage children, they weren't allowing those children to have citizenship in the UK. There was a reason why they had to coin the term mixed race and biracial. So if you're not even aware of your own history and how racialized the term of mixed or biracial is for you as someone who's dual heritage, what are we doing here? And it behooves you when you're in spaces with people who are phenotypically or monoracial black, and we're saying to you that we're having a struggle, you cannot bring your issue in here when you yourself have not done the learning about your own history and what has been faced for you as well. And I get a lot of you are the products of people who are anti-black themselves, and so they've drawn to people who, you know, share the same values as them as well. But that is why sometimes we look at you with concern. In the same way that we're looking at Darron, is the same way that we're recognizing that if you don't do the work, if you don't do the learning, you too can be a threat to us as well. And again, I keep bringing it back to the squareheads that I'm seeing at the Tommy 10 names rallies. You're being weaponized by your families. Oh, it's all right, I've got my mixed heritage grandson here. Meanwhile, when you're at Christmas Day, they're calling you the ning dog and all the other stuff around the table.
Exactly this. And this is my point. And this is my point that really annoys me, is we can identify with the social identifier of being biracial. My mother is biracial. But if you ask her what her fucking race is, she will say black. Why? Why? Because she presents as a black person. Because she walks through life as a black person. Because the first racial denotation that she will be invoked with would be the N-word. I was about to say it. Would be the N-word.
Just a really quick point to add on.
She was called all of these racial slurs. Why? Because she's a black person. She's a biracial black person. That is her social demarcation line of I am biracial, I am Afro-Indigenous, but I am a black person.
Just another quick point to add on to that, then I got to drop. For example, I'm a light-skinned black woman, right? I'm light-skinned, but my whole family lineage, as far as I can see back, we're all light-skinned black people, right? If me and Leanne both walk down the street, they are not going to know that one of us is mixed race and one of us, like, we're both just going to look black. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, my auntie is the same. It's funny looking at all five of my aunties and uncles, same parents. My mother's kind of like same, like medium shade. Like my skin tone comes more from my father's side. Because we're black as African as black. On my mother's side, because there is the European mixed in through colonization and rape. Thank you, white people. You can see even in five of my aunties and uncles that they are literally going from themselves from quite dark skinned to lighter skinned. You can see that in just them themselves. So this is the interesting thing about skin tone and race. And the whole thing is that, you know, white people fuck creating race and racism. You know, they're the ones who fucked it up, because people were just people beforehand. People didn't need to identify by skin color. We didn't need to have these kind of conversations about race. And we didn't need to actually have people like this who were working for white nasty until white people came along.
Sorry, before Tiz comes in, I need people to also understand as well. Racism was never the default. Okay, racism was something that was created in the I think it's 1452 Gomez de Sarah. Okay, we never had racism before. We never had race before, and that's why we say that the chattel slavery was so significant and different and the worst. So when you're not fully aware of these things, you allow yourself to be in situations where you're having people talk down or misuse you and abuse you as well. And that's why I'm saying it is dangerous to have someone with a black face shepherding these conversations who isn't aware of what is going on here now. This has not always been the default in human history. It has not always been the default that we were categorized in this manner. So if you're not aware of that, you will think it's always been like that. Therefore, it has to remain like that, and it hasn't been. And that's why we see what we're seeing now. Sorry, DJ Tiz, go. Oh, was he gone?
Yeah, no, Tiz is on the bus. So, and like I've said, like, I know 10 times, but I saw specific people come by and I really wanted to hear from you. And I know that people want to hear from you too. But like I said, and like you guys know, the conversation is going to continue on tomorrow with Leanne. So anything that you haven't said today, please come by Leanne's tomorrow. I will be, Leanne, do you know what time you're going to do tomorrow?
No, this is what I was gonna ask you and Tiz as well. What time is best for everyone? Because I know it's Saturday and people don't really like talking on TikTok on Saturdays.
Does anyone want to give some suggestions in the comment section as to what time Leanne should do her live tomorrow? So we can
maybe like 5 p.m.
in the afternoon.
In the afternoon, yeah. Because I feel like everyone would be like chilled by then. You know, it's not early morning.
Oh,
so
Tiz
people
said
are
he's
like,
at a wedding in the evening.
Try
maybe
around
like
10
okay,
o'clock.
like 12 or 10.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
what did you say, Mimi?
Around 10, maybe it's people getting themselves ready throughout the day. I never catch Foxes on a Saturday because I'm always buzzing around or I've slept in, so it's hard for me. But I think it's important to have the conversation anyway. I love what Fox is doing. Big up Fox all day, every day for doing this as well. It is not easy. And that's why I'm so adamant that when I see black women talking about stuff like this as well, they have to be supported, because I know that even in our normal day-to-day lives, we are beaten down with like, how dare we take up space? So to take up space online is so powerful and it's needed as well. And then to have someone else within the community doing stuff that's counter to that is horrific and it can be dangerous to us. So Fox, Leanne, everybody that's holding lives and on here, please, thank you so much. We do appreciate you, recognize you, and big up yourselves. Stay covered and protected as well. It's not easy, but unfortunately we need it to happen now. You know, we've just had an election yesterday where a dustbin was getting the same votes. This is the state that we're in.
You know that Farage has won again. He did win the by-election, so he has he's found himself re-elected in Clacton. If you guys don't know, that's the update for it. Of course, it's very disappointing, but it is coming true, the things that I thought, which is literally making way for Nigel Farage to become Prime Minister. I felt this way for quite some time. You guys, if you're aware and you're clued up, you know that Andy Burnham is a friend of Israel as well. You know, Keir Starmer was, you know, the previous leaders have been friends of Israel. And all they're doing now is they're trying to get working class representatives to push this idea to try and get black and brown people out of the government. And like I've said earlier, is that all four parties are conservative governments. And there's a reason why I left the UK myself, as you guys know. I don't live in the UK anymore, but I'm very concerned for all of you guys who live there, and of course my family who still live there. Very, very, very concerned. So this is why we need to have conversations like this, because it is so fucking deep and it goes on so many different levels. And just when you think, oh yeah, do you know what, maybe there's a little bit of respite, there is none. There is none. There is no sleeping. Someone said this, I think maybe it was you, Mimi. There's no sleeping, there's no rest. Like, we have to be on top of this shit 100% of the time. Julia, I'm concerned too, but honestly, we will be okay. We will be okay. It's going to be a tough few years, but we have to keep riding that wave. And like we've mentioned, it is about the confidence. As long as you know yourself and you stand true, don't be a Darron Wasteman, you will be okay. Honestly, I will give you that. You will be okay. This is, like I've said earlier, is about right and wrong. It's not about class. It's not about race. It's not about religion. It's not about any of those things. The universe and the powers that be will know and see, okay, this group of people, that's what we want the earth to look like that. We want it to look like that. We don't want it to look like this, because a lot of us now, we know we have awakened a lot more empathy, right, as people, because we've seen all the shit that's been going on in Palestine and Congo and Sudan. This isn't new for humanity. If you know anything about humanity, this stuff's not new. But what's new is that we're feeling it now. We're like, we don't want this in the world. We don't want our world to be like that. So we're going to fight in our conversations. We're changing people's minds to know that this is not going to continue. And then, of course, we get some people who are going to be up, who are in governments, and they're going to change these things. This is going to happen. So please have faith, have positivity, and keep fighting. Don't ever rest. Wherever you hear it in your peripheral, someone saying some fucked up shit, shout at them in public. Call it out in public. You must. 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 Never let the rape or the because what happens is they feel a bit comfortable, don't they? That's what happens right now. It's like they feel comfortable. They shouldn't be comfortable. And that's why here is a safe space, because they think they're comfortable. And you know how angry they get when I block them, and when the fantastic moderators here block them. They create another account to come round, and they create another, and then they find me somewhere else. They hate being locked out. That is their own demons that they have to contend with. You don't need to take on that demon energy. Don't take it on. It's not necessary. Someone just said, Natasha, yeah, it's sad. May I ask what happened in regards to Eve Sakila's justice? Were those security men investigated? It's sadly an ongoing investigation. I do know that a lot of this stuff does take a long time, by the way, as well. And in Irish law, things are a little bit different. So there is investigations going on. The problem is the people or the person that did the autopsy is very corrupt. Incredible. So the cause of death has been ruled as inconclusive. They did have another person to try. The family paid for another person to do an autopsy. But even the lawyer, I think they also have, is not a good person, because they said, well, it's kind of too late now. So no, but the thing is, it never can end. Even my mum's mum was also involved in medical negligence with the NHS. So his funeral wasn't long ago. He did have his body expatriated back to Congo, didn't they? I think, yeah, that was right.
He had it back at home in Congo.
Yeah. So there's still things that still can happen. He just needs a better team around him. I am being reassured sometimes by the universe that it's going to be okay. I hear it's going to be okay, because even when I think about, or I've actually read about other public unalivings in this way, it can take like a year or two. It can really take a year or two. So, and this happened in May, isn't it? Concept of time of May. So the good thing is some stuff is still coming out regarding the old man that was knocked over. The wife came out and said, well, actually, it wasn't him. It was two security guards that knocked over the old man. And this is the worst thing about this case, as we know, is that the racists and the bots, they weaponized it. Oh, he's a black man. He doesn't deserve to be on this planet anymore. For a suspected perfume robbing, and that it was suspected. It's not even been proved. They haven't even found anything on the guy. Like nothing. All of the shit that came out after, all this slander that came out about him after. And yet I have a video that's pinned on this account looking at old white men like trying to smash people up, bottle people up, threatening, to unalive people, stealing, some people with 90 convictions, 100 convictions, blah, blah, blah. They don't get unalived in the street. But you'll do that to a black man because you're racist as hell. And you don't even realize how racist you are. And I will keep telling you how racist you are. You can convince somebody else that you're racist. You will never be able to do it in this space. Go to Darron Wasteman's space for racial cuddling and cuddling of your own racism. Go there. You will never be able to do it here. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. The Irish press, when it comes to talking about Eve Sakila,
I'm so sorry. Did everybody in the UK just get that alert?
What alert?
Oh my God. So my phone just started bleeping. I'm not sure if anyone's got anyone with DV. Please make sure that your spare phone is turned off. They've just sent out an alert for the wildfires that are going on in the UK. And maybe I'm in the first tranche, but for those of you that got a spare phone that you're keeping secret, they should have really told people about this as well. This is really naughty for them. Yeah, your phone's going to start bleeping. Sorry, Fox. Bit random, like, what's going on?
I didn't get it. Oh, I feel left out. Everyone in the comment section had it too. Oh, that's not fair.
Fleeing to the airports and Leanne's looking around like, what's going on?
To be fair, I saw it in the newspaper yesterday. There was fires in Mitcham, there was fires in Sutton, there was fires in Wimbledon, and somewhere else. I think it was Streatham. I'm not too sure, but I can't remember if Streatham's confirmed. But Mitcham and Wimbledon, and Phipps Bridge. Sorry, I just remembered. Phipps Bridge as well was another one too.
Yeah, they've banned temp, so you shouldn't be having any of the, the foil barbecues. They've made them illegal as of this morning. So that's how dry. This is how racism always plays you. Let's link this back now to racism.
I didn't get an alert. I feel so left out, man.
I'm sitting here drinking my water. I did make a joke about it, but I am genuinely concerned. Like, you guys know I've talked about English karma a lot. I have a video on my other page showing that it's only England that is dry. It is only England that is dry. Wales, Scotland and Ireland look fine. It is only England. And there is this part of England that literally looks like a fucking eye. It looks like an eye. If you look in the Kent area, it looks like that. It is karma. It's the karma coming right now. I've been talking about this for months now. And I talked about the excess deaths, right? I've talked about that. We talk a lot about the British Empire here. And I talk about the World Cup. All of these things are karma. And that's why I say, if you can afford to get out of the UK, please. Otherwise, you're supposed to stay there and fight. That's what you're supposed to do. Doing this passive stuff is not going to help. It's not going to help. The universe has made its decision.
We're all hothead. Even the heat that we're getting now is not normal heat. When you're dropping pew-pews in other countries, you're taking Mother Nature out of the balance. Even the waterways where I live, we've not. They haven't been maintaining the water.
Yes.
All
the water is dirty and poisoned. All your water is
coming back with skin disease, the skin illnesses. This is what I mean about racism. Because you don't want better for yourselves and you want to pill on other people, you allow the state to make you feel that, it's all right because you're white, you'll be okay. When really you look around your decrepit houses and your, the state of the NHS, even the food shortages, at what point is it going to click? At what point is it going to
everything?
You are suffering.
Exactly. Have you seen the combine harvesters? The tractors aren't even being able to plow the ground. They are breaking. These machines are now. You saw, right? Yeah, it's breaking. You're not going to be able to cultivate any food. It's bad. Like, guys, if you're going to still bury your head in the sand, you can't even bury your head in the sand. You bury your head on like the hard, dusty rock now that you've got. It's barren land. It's completely barren land. It's cursed land. For those of you who don't believe in that kind of shit, all you need to do is wake up, open your eyes. It is bad. It has never been like this in the history of Britain. Everything is coming to head. Julia says the pollution isn't working for the bees either. And I've said this in the live a couple of days ago. You guys don't even import and export food enough as well. You get your food from abroad. And even when it came to Brexit, a lot of the trading was going and not good partnership so much anymore. So things are going to be affecting. And this may not even be seen now, but it's the consequence for like the next few years as well. Data centers, thank you, Natasha, competing for our life sources, aka our water.
Everyone knows we don't have grain stores. The reason why we got through COVID or C-19 is because we had a little bit of grain stores and we was also part of the EU. We don't have that now. When you're seeing M&S have to turn off their fridges where I am. For those of you that shop in M&S and Dulwich, and a few of the others, you will see that they've turned off a few of the fridges. If M&S can't afford to run their electricity bill, what the hell is going on for the rest? Okay, and I'm saying this to say, like, it's getting peak. A lot of you don't know how to grow your own food. You don't know where your chicken nuggets are coming from. You don't know what's going on because they've kept it away from you. It's not like before where your forefathers had their little allotments and all the rest of it as well. You don't have that. And so this is what I'm saying to you, like, it's dangerous. Your racism will not keep you warm and fed at night. And just because you can punch down other people doesn't mean that you should be. In fact, you should be asking, you know, we're the 8th richest in the country or 5th richest in the world. We should not be in this state.
Yeah.
We should.
I think it's 6th now, maybe 5th or 6th. Yeah.
Where's the innovation? Why have we not irrigated our land so that we've got water? This is a wet country normally. You're telling me that these are a wet country normally. You're telling me that these are a wet country normally. You're telling me that these are a wet country normally. You're telling me that these are rides into where we need it. I need you guys to think. You're black and brown people. Listen, I've always got rice and saltfish. I'll be fine, yeah. But the rest of you, I need you to understand, yeah. When you're used to not having stuff, you're cool. I've got beans. We're good. You know, I don't know how you're going to survive, and I hate that for you. I do. I really do. And this is why people say like, oh, you hate white people. I don't hate anyone. I just pity the fact that you're not clocking that the people who are talking at you and winding you up to go and fight black and brown people or people who don't look like you don't have your interests at heart.
Absolutely right. I'm definitely ending the live now. Like, this is for real this time. Even though I said
Thanks for having me.
For real. Thank you so much. Okay, so for those of you who are asking the question, what did Darren do? Come and find out tomorrow at Leanne's live. Leanne, please post a status about when you're going to do it. Maybe would you say 5 o'clock or 3 o'clock?
I don't know. People are saying late morning. People are saying early afternoon. I'm confused. I don't know.
I will do my black live around yours then, because I was planning on doing mine at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, then you do yours, and then I'll do mine after yours then.
Okay, so it will be a follow-on, right? Okay, so if I limit the Black Live tomorrow for about 2 hours, because I think this 5 hours has probably killed me off now. So I'll do 2 hours. So from 10 till 12 tomorrow will be the Black Live, and then immediately after we'll continue the conversation about Darron, Wasteman, and other enemies of the people. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for coming by. Really appreciate all the time, all the stories, all the conversation. Really brilliant. Really, really brilliant. Again, thank you to the moderators. Thank you to the comment section. Thank you to people on the panel. Just excellent conversation. I'm really glad that we did this. See, the thing is, we can talk about people in a space and we don't need to make it drama. We don't need to then start spinning out and crashing out and blah, blah, blah. What everyone else is doing on any other lives, that's up to them. But in here, that's not how we do that shit. We can talk about it and tomorrow we'll continue, and we just don't need to hopefully do more. We can continue the conversation, but we don't need to take it upon ourselves. Why are we talking about fucking someone's children and where someone goes to school and where someone lives? It doesn't need to be like that. It really doesn't. It doesn't need to be like that. So again, thank you again. And I appreciate that you guys really appreciate the moderators here as well. And thank you for the love as well. Right, everybody, have a wonderful evening. Enjoy yourself. And if you're going out tonight, enjoy yourself, stay safe. And yeah, that's it. Much love to you all, and see you later. And thank you, Leanne. Thank you,
no
darling.
problem. Bye.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See everyone tomorrow. Bye.